Test 1, test 2. Okay, the mic work. I might as well see if I got anything weird going on. You know how YouTube streams be. Like this right here. Jeez Louise. Yeah, I can't actually watch that. No. This is going to be a strange and scary stream. I don't really know how to explain it. I'm also going to be extremely AFK because I'm going to do my taxes for 20 minutes whenever DSP started stream. I'm not. I'm going to take a shower, and I don't feel like waiting until after the stream done. I gotta brush my hair. Like I have even less stuff set up than I would normally have set up, at least when I stream on the YouTube side of things. But big ups to me, not Gets, Hugo's, Stick Blitz, WK's Bed, Sinbad, something maybe. I said it wrong. Soup Double G, Ro Jeezy, Beamer, Scuff Jake, Foxy BB, The Demon Knight Virgil, Hate Army, Cass, Red Harlow, Metal Mugen, Fried Porchetta, Diocletian, Bill Bones, Rocket Green Tea, Anime Requester, Super Crazy, Jefferson Oliveira, Dracul Dragoon, Adrian, Trigger Point, Yuane Rune, probably said it wrong, Sweetie 87. Does he really start his stream when it gets to 0 seconds? I probably don't pay enough attention. Nah, it's not like that. He's not that specific. He should be. Beamer, Dano, #1 Tommy fan, wheelchair symbol, and I got fucking auto-scrolled. Well, big ups to all the people in this stream. If you don't know what DSP's doing tonight, I honestly don't fucking know either. It's one of those things when you kind of just like fall into reality. And it's like, wait a minute, DSP doing the drama stream tonight? I thought he played games. Live in 8 minutes, he pushed his stream back. Yo, it's like me. I be doing that shit all the time. It'll be set for like 9 p.m. and then I move it back to like 9:07. Then I move it back to 9:11 and then 9:15. And then I move it up to 9:13 and then I go live at like 9:12. He invited Review Tech to his stream? What? Oh, God. It's only 2 hours, so it can't be that weird. Like, no matter what, he's going to leave after 2 hours. Okay, I could actually try to explain now before I leave. So DSP did this interview, right? Like a fucking 6-hour-long interview with basically the two dudes that you see on the left, on the layout here. Anonymous. Beanie Guy? Beanie Guy and Craig. They had a bunch of fan questions. None of them ever got answered to ask. Hopefully part 2 happened, but shit, if they fucking shit on him, and if DSP's literally canceled his stream. DSP canceled his stream, y'all. He officially canceled the gaming stream and decided, I'm gonna react to these people talking about me and do it on DSP Reacts. So this is like the most drama stream DSP can do, I'm pretty sure. He got 287 people waiting. Maybe I need to refresh. I probably do. Oh, come on. I got fucking tricked. Everybody saw that. That shit said starting in 8 minutes. He already started. What the? Yeah, I emailed Craig some questions. I can't say what they are because if I do, then somebody else is going to ask them on pre-stream. But they might never get answered now. So that's pretty unfortunate. I went out of my way to fucking create questions that were literally never asked of DSP. I got scammed. I got fucking scammed. What else could I say? But yeah, basically, he did an interview with these dudes. They talked about all kind of wild shit, man. All kind of wild shit. They even showed clips. They made him watch the fucking slave trade clip. They made him watch the slave trade clip. So that was pretty good. Let's see. Blue Yeti audio? My audio fucking sucks. I legit go to sleep and wake up and my computer's just doing some shit. I did fix my internet though. I don't know how. Well, I know how. I legit switched the cable. I went from a Cat 6 to a Cat 8 cable. And my internet speeds, like, they went up tenfold. Shit crazy, bro. It like multiplied by 1,000. But yeah, he did an interview with these dudes. This is my last time trying to explain it. It's not, I don't know. It's not that deep, but it is. He did an interview with these dudes and they were like, yeah, man, we got to have you for a part 2 one day. And he was like, okay. And then he did like streams talking about it. And he was like, yeah, man, it was a very chill interview. Shit had like 3,000 views. Everybody making fun of it had like 500 views. It was insane. And then the side scrollers people, they went live today. I didn't watch it, but what if I did? They went live today and said negative stuff, allegedly. So now DSP canceled his stream. Dude, DSP never canceled his stream. Oh, big schedule change. Now, new live streaming tonight. New live stream? New live stream tonight. What a fucking stupid way of saying it. New live stream tonight as I live react to today's Side Scrollers podcast, which apparently was all about me, despite my not even being there. We'll watch it together and judge for ourselves. I hate this. He'll probably start in 15 minutes. Maybe I'll be back by then.
Shoot him in the face, cause he's on the fucking floor. He's on the fucking floor. That's how we fucking do, son. Thugs on the floor, we got thugs on the floor. Shoot him in the face, cause the thugs on the floor. Thugs on the floor, we got thugs on the floor. Shoot him in the face, cause the thugs on the floor. Bugs in the air, we got bugs in the air. Flying everywhere, fucking bugs in the air. Bugs in the air, we got bugs in the air. Flying everywhere, fucking bugs in the air. Shepherd on the floor, it was Shepherd on the floor. Shoot him in the face, cause he's on the fucking floor. Shepherd on the floor, it was Shepherd on the floor. Shoot him in the face, cause he's on the fucking floor. Bugs in the air, we got bugs in the air. Shoot him in the face, cause it's thugs on the floor. Thugs on the floor. Shoot him in the face, cause it's thugs on the floor. Thugs on the floor. Shoot him in the face, cause it's thugs on the floor. Thugs on the floor. Shoot him in the face, cause it's thugs on the floor. Thugs on the floor. This is for the GoBots, the Rock Lords, the Psychonauts, and all the other third-rate transforming robots that never got their due. Here we go. Rock and roll. Go, go, go. It is your metal, baby. Platformer. Platformer. Yeah. Platforming. Platforming. Platformer. Platformer. Come on. Monkeys will jump across the pipes and the wing. Platformer.
Hey everyone, hold on a second. I think I did everything. I had to switch everything over for DSP Reacts a little early, which sucks. And I got to switch it back tomorrow for the podcast. Then I got to switch it back again for DSP versus the internet. Great. All right. Anyway, what's up, guys? You ready for this? Unplanned stream yet again. I've had enough of this. This is my final unplanned stream. Tomorrow we're back to normal. Tomorrow, this is all done, man. It's 1,000,000% done starting tomorrow. 1,000,000%. Don't worry about it. Let me put it to this way. Whether or not the internet wants this done, it's done tonight. It's just done with, okay? I'm just, moving on, and we go back to normal stuff, okay? It's that simple. That simple. Million opinions. I know you guys. People are all over the place. But by the way, this stream is not even what you think it is. It is and isn't, because let me show you. Here we go. Oh, well, that's okay. Well, that's me on the couch with Jasper, but that's not what I wanted to show you. Hold on. So I've got this set up to go. All right, I do. I've got this set up to go. All right, but based on how tonight goes, we might not even have to do this. Serious. We might not even have to go this far. We might actually not get to that level. All right. We might not even have to watch the show. We'll see. All right. I got it set up and ready to go, but that might not even be what this is. We'll have to find out. We will. We'll have to see what you guys have to say too, because this is like, you guys know my stuff's interactive, and I'm sure everyone's gonna have opinions. Everyone's gonna be throwing, their take and questions and everything, and I'm down for that. I am. What's up, Jade? How you doing? Good to see you tonight. Bloom Kit, don't worry about it. Again, we're getting ahead of ourselves here, are we not? There's a reason I'm doing this stream tonight, and it wasn't supposed to be, what it is. That's for sure. I was supposed to be playing Wolong tonight. Or excuse me, Wolong. I keep saying Wolong when I mean to say, Like a Dragon Ishin. I don't know how I get the two confused. They're completely different. But, thank you, Bloom Kid, for the super chat. But, no, we're not supposed to be doing this tonight. But we're doing it, and this is the end of it for me. This is really, it's time to, move on and get back to normalcy. We got a lot of fun stuff coming up in the next week. You know what I mean? Like we finished, thank goodness we finished Hogwarts today. We got Resident Evil 4 on Friday. We got a special reactive event next weekend. We got a lot of stuff going on that's positive stuff to talk about in my own content, in my own zone, and not having to put up with internet drama shit. That's for sure. Can I hurry up because you need to fart, Wonder McThunder? I give you permission to release. You can release the cheeks. Let's see here. Everything sports coverage is super chats. Are you pissed? Well, there's a difference between you're pissed or you're just sadly disappointed because it was exactly what you thought it was. This is a little different between the two. You know what I'm saying? There's a difference. Like I could be ripping pissed. I probably have grounds to be ripping pissed, but I'm at to the point where... Is that too long? Oh, no. Well, oh my God, that's long. I wonder if that's going to make the bar too long. Let's see here. You know what I'm saying? But we'll talk about it. We're going to talk about it tonight. Don't worry. What's up, Joe, man? He re-upped his membership. He said the week has been crazy. It has? Not really. This is only 2 days, and after this, like I said, enough of this shit. Back to normalcy, correct? Oh, no, Johns, you're going to understand what I mean. He says, how can you say anything without watching the video? Don't you want context? Because I really don't have to. I actually don't have to. I'll explain. Don't worry. Remember, this stream, I just told you, originally first of all, this was supposed to be a gameplay stream on DSP Gaming. Then it became a react stream to that video, and now it might not even be a react stream. Okay? Anime Slayer just did a super chat, says, Evangelion is goated. Well, good. I'm glad you feel that way. I don't remember it. I never watched the whole thing. I've only seen random episodes on, like, Adult Swim. I've heard a lot of people like it. But a lot of people say it's kind of like... What was it? The David Lynch version of anime.
1730.
I don't know if it does.
I'm like, hey, what's up? Hello.
Big ups James _ AF1. Almighty wicked.
Okay. What's up, Isaiah? Good evening. I'm just letting everyone see, before we start, I'm just letting everyone file in. We got a good look at this audience tonight. Thank you, the marvelous audience here tonight on DSP Reacts. I welcome you all. How are you all doing? Hope you're ready for some, well, I would say fun, but not really fun, because this is not fun for me. It's not. Like I said, appearing on SideScrollers yesterday was not going to be fun for me. It was something that I felt was necessary. And this is definitely necessary based on their actions today, basically. But I'm going to be as civil as possible, and I'm going to actually reveal some stuff here you guys are not aware of. All right? And basically that's that. That's where I'm going to leave it forever. You'll see what I mean by that. Okay? We're going to have some interesting developments tonight, and basically you're going to be very... Let me put it this way. This whole situation has been... Man, it's hard to explain without spoiling. I can't tell you yet. We have to wait. I don't want to spoil. Let me put it this way. The best way I can put it is this. Everything has gone according to plan. That's all I have to say. That's what I will say. Now wait a few more minutes for a few more...
Anonymous tipped $6.66. Pig ups. He's gonna light himself on fire now, boys.
Thank you. Anything is appreciated, whether it be a super chat, a membership, a tip. Everything is appreciated here. I forgot to open up my tips thing. Oops. There we go. Let me load that. So that's there. Everything is appreciated tonight. You know, this is a normal stream by all means, meaning I'm going to interact with you guys. If you contribute in every way, I'm going to give you a shout out or whatever. But when you see exactly what this is, you're going to figure this out. Okay? Fair enough? Derek, it's all good. Thanks for at least stopping by. I'll see you tomorrow for the show, right? DSP versus the internet. Sounds good to me. Do you think this will be my highest attended stream on DSP Reacts? What do you anyone have running odds?
You like the awkwardness of Derek showing up to this stream to say I'm leaving? Why does Derek legit don't watch drama shit though, huh?
After the streams run, it runs analytics and everything, and then you can check. So I'll check for you guys. I'll place you a little tomorrow. I should know. This is the highest viewed stream I'll ever have here. Yeah, the gamer, I would love to get an email from you. Go ahead and do that. Andy Jocelyn, thank you for the super chat. Awesome of you to invite Rich to your stream. Yeah, you know, basically yesterday's stream, if anything like really good came out of that stream, I will admit that Craig gave me a couple suggestions. Well, one of the suggestions that he said, well, again, I don't want to spoil. I keep getting ahead of myself. I'm getting ahead of myself.
You can't hear DSP. Turn your headphones up. It's a very strange message considering no other audio was playing. My audio is too loud? Okay, I'm gonna just not talk.
Okay. I would like to have Rich on one of my streams. I don't know if it would be like an actual he calls in, like you know what I mean, like an actual we're camera to camera just having a conversation one night. I think I'd be okay with that. I think that would actually be quite nice and cordial if we just had a conversation with each other one night as a random stream. But I think that would be fine. But we'll talk about that. Okay. Whoa, hold on a second here. Andy, did I get you on the leaderboard? I didn't. So Andy did his dad's super chat. And then Carrot Blanca gifted 5 memberships. Congratulations to the following people. Thank you, Carrot Blanca, for supporting this community. We've got Anthony, Electric Connor, Cornville Canopy Man, Marvy Martian, and Redman21, who all just got a gifted membership. So with that, that means we jumped up by 5. We're back up to 72. It looks like there were like 10 memberships that were probably gifted the day that I launched this channel a month ago, and they have expired. But, you know, with that,
I don't want to ruin y'all phone with my voice.
That was 77, so we're
But
almost
you go
back
watch
up to the
DSP.
record,
I'll
which
be
is
here.
awesome.
Laughing
Andy,
in the
thank you for that
background.
super chat earlier. Let me get you on the leaderboard, okay? Over 700 people in climbing. When should I start? Should I keep waiting or should I start? It's like, do I start or do I start? Did they miss the first few minutes? You know, how many more people are coming, do you think? Because again, I'm telling you right now, this is not actually React stream like it was supposed to be. It might still have React in it, but it's not actually what I thought it was going to be. Okay? It's different now. It's changed. Shout out to the fan who, like 14 years ago, or it wasn't 14, it was probably like 2010, who sent me this mug. I still use it to this day. I absolutely love it. It is my favorite mug ever, and I will probably use it until it breaks. I love the E-Tank mug, man. Who did that? I can't see it. It didn't load in my dashboard here yet, so I can't see it. No, it's not Enron mug. And what made you think Enron? The first thing you see when you see this, you think Enron? Who even thinks of Enron anymore? It's an energy tank from Mega Man, dude. Oh my goodness. Talk about not knowing your retro stuff. Mishael, thank you for re-upping your membership. He says, let's do it. Thank you, Mishael. I can't believe you just... he said Enron mug. I think of L. Ron Hubbard. Oh, yeah, an E makes you think of L. Ron Hubbard. Of course it does. Wow. Arkham says it was me. I was only 2 years old at the time. Oh, how nice. How'd you afford the postage? What is the best character in Marvel vs. Capcom? 1? Marvel vs. Capcom 1? Strider Hiryu. Hands down. Willow, I'll see you tomorrow. All right. Me too, Kagome. Kagome, you and I are of like mind on this. Kagome just says, when can we just go back to the normal schedule? When can we stop with this? Tonight. I promise you this is it. I might have, like I said, I might do a...
Oh, hold on. I'm going to only give shout outs to people that gave money. There's no point in me talking. I'm not a good enough streamer anymore. But I know somebody wasted their money already on the stream. Don't donate to the stream because I'm not even talking. Big ups Anonymous for the 666. Whoa, man. Big ups. He's gonna light himself on fire, hopefully. And Anonymous with the $3. Whoa, man. Thanks for the extreme positivity.
A random stream with like Rich. I actually would like to just have a nice... No, you don't. No. I'm just gonna matter-of-factly answer. No, there's no chance of a sleepover, Chris said. I'm sorry. Sorry about that. Didn't want to crush you there. Well, I had to crush you. I had to crush your dreams. What? People are saying there's 100 likes on the stream already. There are 100 likes on the stream already. We didn't do anything yet. Hold your likes until we do something. All right, celebratory bubble blow it is for you guys. We have almost 800 viewers in climbing. I want to start, but we keep getting more viewers. And we haven't done anything yet. Here you go. By the way, for the record, I actually invited Craig on the show tonight. Not to call in, but to actually, like, watch. So he might be watching. Okay. The Scrub did a $2 tip after the interview. This will be the last time I ever tip you. You have manipulated me. Excellent. Very nice. Thank you, Discrub. I don't even know what you're talking about. I really have no idea what you're speaking of, but thank you for tipping me to tell me you're never going to tip me. I really appreciate it when people pay me to say I will never pay you. It usually works out well in your, it's kind of one-sided in my favor, I would say. I'm not so sure, Here, I'm going to put you up there. Top tip for the night. That's a little bit of a one-sided, wow. Wowza. Wowza. No, I can't get Craig on because I didn't set anything up. I didn't confirm with him that he would want to come on either. I don't know if he's actually watching tonight or not. I'm just saying. I invited him. I don't know if he'll be here or not. But I wasn't preparing to do anything like this. If I would have done an interview. I have to mess around. What it is there's a software that they use for side scrollers, and I dabbled a little bit with it myself, preparing for the Side Scrollers podcast. So I kind of like it, and I'm thinking I might try to work with it and figure it out. So, no, I want it. Review Tech I want to have a conversation with, but he wasn't going to be like calling in tonight. I wanted to maybe just have him in the chat tonight to talk to him. But he said he can't make it because of his family, and I was like, that's totally cool. I get it, man. Totally get it. Anal Yard. That is an interesting name. Did a super chat says an AI? No, an Al. Get it? Anal, but he separated it. I'm so stupid. I didn't realize that's what he said. Mac did a super chat. He says, I'm not going to pay you either, Phil. Thank you, Mac, for sending me a super chat and not paying me. I really appreciate that. Thank you so very much. That's a very nice message. Okay, Mac. Thank you so much. I know you're joking. I actually think the scrub was serious, but you were joking. I get it. Okay. Shall we start? We're over 800 and climbing. Dude, should I wait till we hit 1,000 to start? I mean, at this rate, we're going to hit 1,000 if I wait longer. I don't want to wait longer. I'd like to get started, but we're almost at 1,000 now. We're at 815 and keeps going up. 829. I waited 5 seconds and it increased by like 15 more. All right, we're going to get started. I'm going to start recording, but the premise of the show is a little different than what I expected. Originally, I was going to do gameplay tonight. Then, what am I doing? I'm still getting ahead of myself. All right, basically, I have a lot to talk about because there's stuff you guys don't know that's happened behind the scenes that I want to talk about tonight. So you're going to know about it, and you deserve to know about it, especially after the interview yesterday, and what happened this morning, which I didn't have no idea about. I went into my first stream today completely not expecting anything, and basically got blindsided by my viewers spamming me with a bunch of stuff that I didn't know about. And I was like, nah, I don't think that happened. Or maybe you guys are being, harsh or whatever. But then my wife watched it. She was watching it. And then she told me exactly what happened. Oh, okay. Well, I haven't seen it yet. I personally have not seen it yet. But that's originally that's what this was going to be. And then something else happened. Yes. Originally, this was supposed to be me reacting. See, I got it set up. Here. Oh, stupid Xbox. See, I got it set up here. This is what it was going to be. This is going to be my stream tonight. But now I actually don't know if we're doing this or not. I guess it depends on how things go, right? Get rid of sub-only mode. Absolutely not Pefe Kofefe. If I turn off sub-only mode right now, there would be about 800 bots spamming the chat. So we're not doing that. Okay, I take it back. We have 600. How many subscribers do we have? 770. So we'd have like 750 bots spamming the chat with probably like racist stuff to get me banned. So we're not doing that. Okay. Everything sport coverage is super testing. We got to destroy them. We don't have to destroy anyone. This is not a destroying stream. Okay. Jade, you don't need to have a membership here. Absolutely not, sir. You get a membership wherever you think you like it. You like it, right? So Pepe is actually the top super chat or the latest super chatter. We're at 850 viewers. Dude, we got to get started. All right, we're going to get started. Let me just update the leaderboard. I swear we're going to get started now. This is ridiculous. Usually I wait for it to like level out. It's like not leveling out, so I better just get the show on the road. I got a $2 tip. They're planning on doing a review on the Super Mario Brothers movie when it's available on demand. I would like to see it in theaters with my wife, but we've already talked about it, and we don't want to go when it's new because we think there'd be way too many people, and it would be a pain in the ass. When a movie is new and you get so many people crammed in there, you get people making noise and babies crying and shit, Probably wait a couple weeks, maybe by like the end of April we can go see it, and then I can review it. I would definitely like to see it. It's probably like it's definitely the most interesting movie to hit theaters in a while. Dave Baxter says, wait until $50 in tips. Wait a minute. Oh, hold on. I forgot. We haven't hit $50 in tips yet, so I have to turn the camera off. When we hit $50 in tips, I'll turn the camera on for you guys. That's what certain streamers, that's what the popular streamers do these days, right? Sorry, I was making a joke. Okay. probably a bad joke. All right. Are we waiting now? Are we ready now? We're at 879 viewers and climbing. Good Lord. You guys are insane. All right, you ready? Because drama sells, and it's such bullshit that it does. I don't want to do this anymore. Tonight is the end of this. Here we go. Hello, everyone. Phil here, doing something that I didn't want to do, something that I didn't plan on doing whatsoever. All right, tonight is a stream that's completely random that originally was supposed to be gameplay. All right, like, I just want to get back to normality around here, but I'm not allowed to. So it's all right. Tonight, I basically am going to do something. I'm going to put an end to a lot of stuff tonight for once and for all, because basically I found myself in a situation that, I'll be honest with you, I'm not surprised I'm in this situation, but at the very same time, I'm disappointed for sure. But let's just say that this was not a shocker, nor is this something that has taken me by, oh my God, I can't believe it, nor was it not something that I had already planned. Because I pretty much knew what was going on all along. But let us begin, shall we? Ladies and gentlemen, today is Friday, March 17, 2023. Yesterday, I appeared on a podcast called SideScrollers. It was a 5-hour interview. A lot of people like to call it an interrogation. I will call it an interview because that's what it was scheduled to be. And I feel like, that's what it basically was. To give you the quick backstory, I am a fan of an old website called screwtack.com from the mid-2000s. This website used to put out daily gameplay content way before YouTube even really was a big thing. And they used to have a podcast on there called SideScrollers. And I loved it. I listened to SideScrollers. I used to listen to all the content, or watch all the content on the site. I was fans of those guys. I went out and met the people from screwtack.com at a convention called MagFest in 2007. This was long before I was ever a YouTuber, okay? They were awesome people. But when I became a YouTuber, I kind of lost touch with them. Never really watched their content anymore. I was too busy making my own, just like I fell out of watching a lot of people's content. I was friendly with a guy named Stuttering Craig. He was one of the two, at the time, one of the two co-owners. Later on, he became, I think, the sole owner of the company. And he was running a convention in 2013 called Screwtack Gaming Convention. And so they're looking for guests. I reached out, said I'd like to be a guest, and now I'm a YouTuber. Here I am years later, used to be a big fan of yours, and now I'm a YouTuber. Can I be a guest? And Craig was super nice, nothing but cordial, one of the nicest guys literally I've ever met. And at that time the internet was starting to turn against me with that whole "this is how you don't play" movement, and to have someone who was actually being nice to me was a rarity. Okay, that was the last time that I talked to Craig, 2013. All right, and it's been a decade. A lot changes in a decade, correct? So out of the blue, Craig emails me my business email, which is nice of him to actually figure out that there's ways to contact people via business emails when they list it publicly, but we don't have to criticize that tonight, I guess, with someone else. Anyway, so he emails me by email last month, the middle or early February, I would say. And he tells me, I'm rebooting SideScrollers, and your name came up as one of the earlier people that we'd like to have on the show as a guest. Would you like to be on the show? I took a look, and I was like, this would be interesting. Now, last year, in November, I had it up to here with the internet. The internet had completely been flooded with people who wanted to dump on me, okay? Talking shit about me, constantly regurgitating the exact same memes that they've been regurgitating about me for 5 years. We have evidence of this and that and this and that, and it's not true, all right? That's the whole thing in this whole situation is, the things that people are saying about me are either completely untrue or partially untrue, with the actual truth being so ridiculously not what they're saying it is, that you get fed up. And for a while, I just ignored it. Every once in a while, I would mention something on my stream sometimes. As I said yesterday, sometimes it's a little white lie, right? Like, instead of admitting that I'm playing a certain mobile game, say, I just don't play it at all. Why? It doesn't affect my streams. Why would I even bring it up or whatever? So anyway, all these memes going on, people always dropping me in a negative light, and it actually irked me. Moist Critical had said in one of his videos that he felt like I was one of the biggest e-beggars and all of this, and it pissed me off. I don't want to be known like that. So I said I would change my style, my content, and everything. I'd try to do it less, right? And at that point, I said, if people want to really talk shit about me, why won't they interview me? Why won't someone interview me? I want someone to interview me. Just give me a fair shake to talk to me, and if we have a fair conversation, at least I can tell you my side of the story. Right? So, originally I was working with a couple big YouTubers on possibly doing this. It never came to fruition because what ended up happening was essentially what it was going to end up being was something bigger than that. Instead of just being an interview, it was going to be, oh, here's the history of Dark Side Phil on the internet, the highs and lows and everything. And after kind of working through that and talking with a couple people, I was like, I really don't want to do that right now. It's too much for me. Especially now this year, I wanted to kind of, change some things up. And essentially, I wanted to continue to change and listen to my audience and do better content. I can't open a whole new channel called DSP Reacts and focus on React content and reviews and things if I'm embroiled in making a freaking documentary about myself. You understand? So I actually turned down the offers that I got from multiple different people and said, I'm going to move on from this. It's not a big deal.
Anonymous tipped $1.87. Tevin being a diva tonight.
When SideScrollers, I should say actually Stuttering Craig, when he I'm completely misspeaking. When Stuttering Craig emailed me in February, that is not what he offered me. He didn't say, hey, let's do an interview. He said, let's have you as a guest on our show. And to that I said, yes, let's do it. After he announced publicly that I was going to be on the show on March 1st, which I advised him not to, I outright told him, don't do this. This will not be good because I just want to be a guest on your show. But he did it anyway. Don't know why. He went against my advice. When he did it, the internet blew up. Oh my God, Phil's going to be on a show? Phil never goes on a show. I can't believe Phil's on a show. So what happens is all of my detractors, who make it literally the reason for their existence on the internet is to regurgitate the horrible negative memes about me and profit from it. Like literally that's what they do. There's entire channels and businesses based off of hating on Darkside Phil on YouTube. We all know this. This is not, it's news to me. Everyone knows there's a cycle of drama on YouTube that makes profit for everybody, correct? So they all reach out to him. Excuse me. And he entertains it all. Basically, he's like, whoa, I'm so blindsided. I didn't expect that this was going to happen when I invited Darkside Phil onto the show, right? That's what I warned him about, but he didn't listen to me. He didn't actually take it seriously, okay? So he gets bombarded, and all of a sudden, he's seeing a lot of attention that he's never seen before. Keep in mind, the SideScrollers podcast has just started. This show, on average, was pulling in between, I'd say around 200 viewers a show live. Afterwards you get a few thousand viewers every day on your show, with the on-demand views or whatever. So it's not a huge podcast. It's not a tiny podcast by any means. It's not like 2 viewers. But, it's a growing podcast. It's a work in progress. And he's trying to rebuild it from the ground up, which is very respectable, trying to bring it back after that long hiatus. And so he's basically sees, here's all these people who are now interested all of a sudden in my show, and they're basically telling me you absolutely must grill Phil. You can't just have Phil on your show as a guest. You have to grill Phil because we don't like him, and here's the reasons why, and here come all the memes, right? So Craig is bombarded with these memes for 2 weeks. He contacts me again. He basically says, actually I think I wrote to him. I said, I saw on the show today we were harassed basically by these people or whatever, and, I told you this was going to happen. And he basically says, yeah, in light of this, we want to do an interview. We don't want to have it be you a guest on the show like we normally have. Normally what their show is, it's a variety show. There's segments. There'd be a segment about news. There'd be a segment about everyone just shooting the shit. They have segments about people's collectibles at their house and what they do, and they show their collectibles. Fun stuff like that. Gaming and pop culture. It's a great show in that regard. So he says, I want you on as an interview instead. We have to basically have you on as an interview because I don't see how we can just have you on as a standard guest with all the hate against you on the internet. And I agreed to it. I'm like, yeah, I'm down for this because this is exactly what I wanted to do. Months ago. And I actually felt that these guys would be a good neutral party to actually essentially do the interview because I don't think they had any vested interest in either making me look bad or good. I was wrong. Okay? That's the problem, is I was wrong. I didn't understand until basically I found out exactly what was going on, which I have now. But they did have vested interest. It sucks that they did because I didn't know that they did. Okay? So, for the last 2 weeks, I'm under the impression that I'm going into this interview, and it's going to be a very long, very grilling interview. I'm going to give them my undivided attention. I gave them unlimited time, and I said, you can ask me absolutely, positively anything. Anything. Okay? Anything. I don't care what it is. Just ask it. And that way I can answer it. And we actually have a place where I've answered all these hard questions about all the negative shit that's been said about me over the years. So here I am, thinking this is going to be a show where if it's going to be a very long show, they're likely going to be doing segments about all the stuff. I thought for sure they'd be bringing back the racist stuff I said in 2010, how I got banned from all these different services and things and how that worked out. The history of me essentially making mistakes on YouTube and, all of that. All right, that's exactly what I thought. I thought it would keep going. I thought it would just keep going, like, through the history of all the messed up stuff. And what it would be is it would tell a narrative of how over the years I make mistakes. People call me out for the mistakes, right? I either really, really failed to live up to that and improve, or I did in some cases. But essentially, that's what I thought it was going to be. Okay, but that's not what it turned out being. We'll talk about that in a second. Okay, but so that was where it was left, and I was assured by Craig that there was not going to be any doxing, there was not going to be any harm to my family or anything like that as a result of being on this show or anything like that whatsoever. Now, you got to be a little skeptical, because as we're getting closer and closer to this interview, I start getting wind that that Craig is like directly talking to all of your detractors every day. Like he's talking to It's a Gundam. He's talking to these people who literally have entire giant video series about you that are all monetized and profitable, and the reason why they go down this rabbit hole is to make money. It's stupid, but that's why they do it. They know that the day that they talk about dark side feeling a negative light, it's big dollars for them because people like this internet drama, and that's who he's talking to. Okay, I'm like, no, I'm not aware of that. I figured he was bombarded by detractors or whatever, but what can you do, right? I mean, it's public record. He's talking with them on Twitter and everything, right? So basically, I'm going into the interview, and I'm trusting Craig. I am. Stuttering Craig, the owner of Screw Attack, and now the person who runs SideScrollers. I'm trusting him. This is going to be a fair interview. This is going to be unbiased, right? This is going to be neutral. That's a good journalistic interview, is a neutral interview, a neutral stance. You ask questions, you get answers. Then you make your judgments based on said answers, okay? So the interview lasted over 5 hours long. All right, I gave them 5.5. I even stayed extra to help out their patrons, because their patrons get extra. I stayed extra as a favor to them. Said I will stay late. All right, it's by far the most popular piece of content they've ever put on the internet. All right, and I'm talking about the SideScrollers show from now. I'm not talking about back in the day. I'm sure Screw Attack probably had way popular stuff. I'm talking about in the modern era. By far, you're talking 30,000+ views in less than 24 hours. The thing blew up and is getting bigger and bigger. You know, everyone clipping it, restreaming it, talking about it, getting a buzz. From what I'm going to understand, okay, and I don't know if this is true or not, because I didn't tell you guys this. I couldn't see the stream chat. Like, I purposely was not in the stream chat at all or paying any attention to it. I have no idea what happened. They made thousands upon thousands upon thousands of dollars on that show, okay? Who did they make it from? The detractors. The detractors were there. And every time that basically they were asking a prying question or, twisting a little more, there was more contributions coming in. Okay? That's what I've been told. I didn't sit there and count the dollars as they came in. That's what I've been told for people who actually were watching the stream. You could see it coming in. People were adding up to like, oh my God, it's thousands. That's thousands of dollars that came in. Okay?
Y'all ever seen a Volkswagen
what did I think about the show
Beetle
overall? I
with
talked about it on DSP
Y'all
Gaming
ever
yesterday as
seen
soon as
a
it ended.
Volkswagen
I felt that
Beetle?
it was a fair interview, because even though I'll admit, I think that Adam, who's one of the co-hosts, it was Adam and Craig that were interviewing me. I think that Adam was basically kind of very, very critical and or didn't believe me outright. I can tell you right now, I don't think Adam believed me at all. I think he thinks that I lied about everything I said out of my mouth. It kind of seemed that way, didn't it? Craig seemed more neutral. So it kind of it was like a good cop, bad cop interview, correct? And it ended, and I did my own content for the rest of the day. I was fine doing it that way. And that's where everyone thinks it ended, okay? Now, actually, that's not the case. And that's actually one of the things we're going to talk about tonight, is what actually happened, okay? Because that's not where it ended, because we have to talk about actually some of the topics discussed during that interview and where they led, because you guys don't know this, so I'm going to tell you right now. All right, one of the major things that happened during that podcast was discussion about a part 2, and that I would be back to keep answering questions, because I felt there was a lot of stuff that was left out. But we already went 5 hours. They're out of time. Fine. We don't have to keep going. We'll have a follow-up. All right? So I'm under the impression if you're going to do a follow-up, right, you're going to save further discussion about Dark Side Phil for the follow-up. You want, and it was said at the end of the show, you guys didn't hear this. It was off camera or whatever. But basically, it would be about a month or longer until there would be a part 2. That it would be at least like mid to late April, maybe early summer. It depended on their schedule, but they were very interested in having me back for a part 2. that they wanted this to happen, because I even said to them, I said, there's a lot of stuff we didn't cover today. Is you really harped on certain things like the WWE Champions thing, the $5,000 expenses thing, which I still don't understand because we really didn't fully explain it. We can talk about that tonight. But anyway, you harped on certain things. Then we had Keemstar on for like an hour, right? And it's like, so we kind of derailed, and we didn't really get to a lot of stuff that I think people would have liked to hear me address, okay? Or that I maybe would have liked to address. But after you're going for 5 hours, you forget about what you want to really talk about, correct? So that's where we left it, that it was supposed to be, I was going to do like a part 2, okay? But another big thing that happened during that interview was that there was essentially an opportunity, all right? An opportunity during the interview where I was told that if I were to send the actual screenshot of my WWE Champions mobile game account, can't even say it, disgusts me so much that this fucking thing is so stupidly important to people, I can't even say the words, that if I sent the screenshot of my actual account over to them, all right, like live, if I sent it to Craig, and it could just show that that's not my account that everyone thinks it is, that would be the end-all be-all of it, right? Now, I explained to them, no, I'm not willing to do that right now live, okay? And there's various reasons for that, as I tried to explain, but basically, let me put it this way. Number one, did I trust Craig yesterday? About 98%, all right? I really did. I trusted Craig about 98%. I'm not saying I trusted him 100%. Maybe there's always a chance, right, that this guy's going to try to screw me over somehow, right? But 98% trusted him, and it's going to be a gamble, right? The other thing is you got to factor in other things. There's actually been situations where, I've sent things to people who I trusted, and then things that were out of their control happened. I actually had, this is years ago. You guys don't know this, but there was someone who I had sent something to, and their account got supposedly hacked. Did it really get hacked or not? I don't know. It could have been bullshit. They could have been lying. And then all of a sudden, there you go. Fucking stuff's out there, right? So I'm not saying that anyone was ready to hack Craig's email or anything. I'm just saying, these thoughts are going through, and it's not safe, not 100% safe. Can I really trust this guy? Now, on the flip side of that, all right, as he's asking me to do this, all right, live on the show, in the back of my head, I'm thinking, I know that if I send this to this guy right now, the only person it may convince is him. That's it. That's literally it. And maybe his co-hosts, right? Because they believe him, or they'll say, Craig's not stupid. He'll be able to figure out if this is real or not, or whatever, right? But I don't think that sending that in any way, shape, or form would have actually made my detractors change their minds at all. That wasn't even why I went on the show. I didn't go on the show for the detractors at all. I just wanted to have one focal point where I've answered all of these questions. So now, if you want to hear my answers, go watch that show and leave me alone. I want to do my own thing over here, my own content. I don't want to have to be sitting here every night answering questions about this shit, okay? I just want it to be done with, right? So, in my mind, it's like, if I'm going to do this, I'm going to send him stuff. I'm going to do it, but I'm going to do it after the show, and I'm going to do it right. I'm going to make sure that there's no way that people can say that I faked this. Because what if I did send it to Craig, and then all of a sudden, that's photoshopped anyway. Phil was ready for that. Phil made a photoshopped, screen grab or whatever, right? You can say that too. You know what I'm saying? So I was going to say, definitive way to prove that what I'm sending him is real, all right? And I'm going to explain that in a moment, all right? So anyway, I didn't send him anything at all. Send him nothing during the show. Let me clarify that. I did not send him anything during the show. When we ended the show, the discussion was, after 5.5 hours of me giving them my time, all right, and fielding every question, even Keemstar, and playing a stupid clip from It's a Gundam that was a waste of everybody's time, and fielding all the nonsense that happened, right? The agreement was, wow, that went well, you know what I'm saying? And now, let's go ahead and talk about the follow-up or whatever, which we agreed, maybe a month and a half, maybe we'll see, all right? So, after the show ended, I did my 90-minute post-show. I went downstairs and I ate dinner with my wife, all right? So now it's around 6 p.m., and I said, you know what? I think I am going to send him it, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to send it to him so he knows I'm not faking. So for you guys might or might not know, because one of the questions that actually came up during the podcast, this was a really interesting one to me. They said to me, Craig said this specifically to me, how can you dispute all this when they say it's tied to your phone number? To which I said, how could it be tied to a phone number? I've never once, ever, on any mobile game I've ever played on my phone, not once have I ever entered my phone number. It's all tied to your Apple ID or your game account, because Apple has a game account in your phone, right? That's the actual thing that determines your account, because you could have a completely different phone number but still have the same Apple ID, and therefore you can still have your same games that transfer between phones and stuff. That's how it works, right? So I didn't understand the question when they were saying that to me. It didn't make sense, because that doesn't, how, again, it's bullshit. It's stuff that detractors make up. Oh, it's tied to a phone number. Well, can you fucking prove that? Because games aren't tied to phone numbers. They're not. They're tied to accounts, online accounts. So it doesn't make sense what they say. But again, don't question what they're saying. Question me, right? Anyway, so what I was going to do was I was going to send him my actual, Apple ID and my game account in my phone that lists every game I've ever played on that phone. Literally, actually lists every single game that I've ever played. I'm serious. It was going to have all of that listed, all right? And it was going to prove everything. It was going to prove account, because actually I usually have used the same account in all these games, the same name and everything. You know what I'm saying? I was going to send him the screen grab from WWE Champions, and I was going to actually send him what we had talked about on the show. I was going to send him a screen grab to show it's the same account that I actually use in the new Street Fighter game that just came out. And I actually was going to take another screen grab of an older game that I've played in the past, one that I've never even mentioned. I didn't even mention it on the show. I never mentioned it here. It's a game that I played. So here you go. Here's the same account that I use on all my games. Here it is. It can prove not only is there crossover between all of their games, but also here's the Apple ID it's tied to, and it shows the evidence, and here's the actual game account that's in the phone. I was going to send him literally all of that, okay? And it was around 6 p.m. that I sat down after dinner with my wife on the couch, and I'm about to do this. So I email Craig, and I say to him, are you ready for this? Because now you're going to get the full story. You ready for this? Here's what actually happened. I'm tired of the bullshit. This is literally, I'm reading you the email I sent him word for word. Ready? Hey Craig, I'm interested to hear your thoughts on how the show went. I hope that this was a big benefit for you guys. If so, this might have actually been the only time in history my infamy has actually held something. I know that you'll want to get back to normalcy, but I'm looking forward to hearing from you again about the possible next appearance. Now, what I did here is I shared some thoughts about what my viewers had been saying on my 90-minute decompress stream. Here you go. You ready? My viewers are telling me they think you and Adam were too harsh, but I disagree completely. As I told you on the podcast, you were nothing but fair. There is pretty much a 100% consensus that the Keemstar bit was intrusive, and it gave him free plugs for his own content, and it took away about an hour that could have been more on topic. I didn't mind, but that's the vibe my viewers are sharing with me. It would likely be best for a repeat appearance to just be us, to avoid people feeling that it's a surprise or a trick to shock me on the interview. Okay? And now, the key part of this whole message. How often do you actually check this email? Because I'm 50-50 on showing you my Champions account, especially because of what Keemstar said on the show. If you don't know what Keemstar said, it doesn't matter what you send to Craig, it's too late. It's literally what he said. Makes no sense, but, that's what he said. He says, I feel nobody would really believe, even if you vouch for me at this point, But I respect you, and I'm still considering it, despite the fact I'm incredibly scared that my info will once again leak and hurt me. Word for word, I just read it from my email. There it is, okay? I sent that again at 6:18 p.m. yesterday, all right? So the show, my show ended at 4. I uploaded, I had dinner with my wife, everything cleaned up, sat down on the couch, and I sent it at 6:18. All right? There you go. Now, you might say, well, why didn't you just send everything? Because, number one, again, I'm not 100% trustworthy yet, but I want him to say, yeah, I'm going to be right here tonight on the email, so you can send it, and I'll look at it. I'll immediately delete it. That way there's no risk. That's what we had said on the podcast, that if I'm going to send him all that information, he would immediately delete it. The moment it comes in, he would check it. Okay, there it is. There's the evidence. Got it. And immediately delete it, and it's safe, right? Because it's gone. So that's what I want to know. That's what I asked him. How often do you check this email? All right? I did not receive a response. Okay? Until today at 5:45 p.m. All right? So, we can pretend like that's where it was at that point, okay? So I sent him that last night, 6:18 p.m. Zero response yesterday. No response at all at that email address. So, last night, I do a 2-hour level 1 podcast. over on DSP Gaming. Of course, people are asking me more questions. At that point, I'm still feeling positive about it. I'm like, hey, you know, it's exactly how I wanted it to go. People kept telling me on the podcast last night that Craig and Adam were unfair to me. I will say this publicly again. I don't think that's the case. I think it was that was exactly how I expected the interview to go. I thought that's exactly how it was supposed to go. Okay? I didn't think they were going to believe me and be blown away by the fact that I sat on there and I really couldn't show them the definitive evidence. But I emailed Craig and said, I'm going to send you the evidence, basically. Are you monitoring this email? Okay? Read it word for word to you guys, right out of my email. Okay? So anyway, that's where we left it. All right? Overnight, nothing happens. In the morning, apparently they turn on their show. Now, here's where the bullshit starts. Okay? They had advertised all week long that on Friday we're going to do a decompression stream from the Dark Side Phil interview. We're all going to be playing Mario Kart together. It's going to be the whole show. It's going to be just be fun gameplay of us kind of messing around and playing Mario Kart to decompress from the drama that likely will have happened Thursday. This was advertised all week long. Is that what they did today on their podcast? Dark Side Phil Aftermath Side Scroller podcast. Let's see. 2.5 hours long, way longer than their show usually runs. 13,000 views. Gee, I wonder why. So what they had said they were doing all week, what I was under the impression they were doing all week, they decided not to do. All right, they decided to do something completely and utterly different this morning. Now, I did not watch this show. I went and did my own content this morning. I played Hogwarts Legacy on my stream, and I beat it over on DSP Gaming. The playthrough is complete. I'm happy because it was a really long game, and now it's done. And so I decided, you know, I'm back to normal, right? I won't even probably be talking to these guys. If Craig comes back at me and responds to the email, right, then, you know, we'll have a discussion about possibly sending him all the stuff or whatever to, you know, that he wanted on the show. I'm serious about it, right? So I'm streaming and people are like, Phil, did you just see that podcast they just did? I'm like, no. You know, again, to my knowledge, it's over. That was the interview. You know what I'm saying? I don't even know what what are you talking about? No, do you understand the whole show was dumping on you? Like, literally, every host came on and essentially said, they didn't believe a word you said, you're a filthy liar, you know, you're not that they were like totally saying what a scumbag or anything like that, but essentially, I guess, what the theme of the show was that they're all sorry for me because I'm such a person who apparently is really just a sad guy in a bad situation, and he's addicted, and, you know, he's a liar, and it's all bullshit, and essentially, it's funny, all right, because they're doing the show, all right, and apparently, when they're doing the show, every time a super chat comes in, it's literally from one of my detractors, and every super chat is something nasty, and they read it, and they all collectively laugh at it. Ha ha ha, that's funny. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Let's laugh at Phil because he's not here. Ha 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 ha. They didn't do that when I was on the show. They waited till I wasn't. That's funny, isn't it? Very funny. Ha ha ha. Right? And they're showing on for 2.5 hours. All right? Now, I got a question for Craig and the Side Scrollers crew. I really do have a genuine question. All right? Let's actually ask the question. We all know that my appearance on Side Scrollers is the most popular thing they've ever done, correct? It even brought in Keemstar. Big ass YouTuber. All right? Do you think that Keemstar would have ever appeared on the Side Scrollers podcast if I wasn't on there? Right? Okay. So they see, oh my God, this is the biggest thing we've ever done, and we just made an insane amount of money, thousands of dollars from detractors. So what do they decide to do the next day when I'm not there, which is not the agreement we had? They do the DSP Pylon show, where we're just going to sit there and we're going to take a big dump on him because he's not here to actually respond to any of it. All right? There's a difference between journalism and online drama for personal gain. It's cause and effect here. They saw the money rolling in on Thursday, and they decided instead of doing our Mario Kart show that was planned and we were supposed to be doing on Friday, instead, who cares about that? We're going to ride this gravy train on. We're going to do the Dump on Darkside Phil show. And it became a 2.5-hour clown show of them essentially taking in donation after donation after donation from every detractor under the sun to read it, laugh at me, make jokes about me, and then make money on it. Okay? So here's the question I have for Craig and the SideScrollers crew. If the Darkside Phil interview on Thursday only had 100 viewers, and if you had made $5 the whole show, would you have done the Darkside Phil Aftermath show on Friday? I would love to hear their answer. I'm sure they will. All right? But, you know, like I said, it's cause and effect. The reason that they did the show is because they wanted the money, right? Or else, if there's no profit there, why are they going to do it again? There's no point. They got to ride that popularity out while they have it, all right? This is literally the same thing that all of my detractors have done for years. They say, wait a minute, drama sells? Wait a minute, making fun of someone and you know, bringing them down at their own expense is profitable? Oh, well, who cares about morals, right? I mean, even though we promised Phil a completely fair shake on the interview, we didn't promise him we wouldn't destroy him the next day when he's definitely not there and not knowing we're going to do it, right? It's literally, it's being completely two-faced. It's completely unfair. If you're going to have another entire show about Darkside Phil, you should let Darkside Phil actually respond to your stuff. Not, oh, guess what? We had a whole show, and then after that, the beat-up show. The pummel Darkside Phil show when he's not here. That's not fair at all, okay? Let me give you some comparison here, all right? Yesterday on the podcast, Craig said something to me that actually really, really resonated with me, okay? He said, you know what, Phil? People who you've wronged in your past, whether or not you really think that saying, you know, you're sorry to them or making amends would ever change or do anything good for them, correct? Basically, it's still worth it to reach out and do the right thing. Do you want to know what I did last night? I actually DM'd that person in the Street Fighter community who I used to bully. I actually DM'd him on Twitter and I apologized. Now I know he doesn't care. I knew he wouldn't. But I apologized to him because I felt so bad after Craig saying that to me on the show. I was like, he's right. I should do that. Do you want to know what else I did? I went on and I publicly apologized to ReviewTech USA because I felt like even though I feel like he's unfair to me, it's not fair for me to then be unfair to him, which I do feel like I've been harsh to him recently with some of the stuff I said and did on my streams. And then you know, last night someone had told me his daughter is sick, and I felt so bad. I was like, dude, the last thing he needs is drama and stress around this time in his life. So I publicly apologized to the guy. And now I'd actually like to have him on the show to just have a civil conversation about stuff in the future. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I did when I got off the show. I thought, wow, out of the stuff that just happened, you know, Craig had some really good advice. I actually like that. I'm going to go run with that and try to be a better person. They felt the best thing to do with that show was to do a show to shit on me for 2.5 hours and make money on it. That's what they felt was the best thing they could possibly do out of a show like that. Someone giving them 5.5 hours of their time that normally I'd be working and making money. Instead, I'm on their show, you know, giving them insane amounts of views and popularity, getting Keemstar to show up on their show, giving them a giant boost, making what? People, I actually heard the number, and I can't confirm if this is real or not. I heard they made $20,000 yesterday alone in the one show. Now, I've never made $20,000 in one day in my life, and I never will. Apparently, they made it. Why did they make it? Because Darkside Phil was on their show, okay? So they see that, and instead, wow, that was pretty amazing. We'd like to have them on in a part 2. So let's say, okay, that's enough. We'll talk about him later. No, next day, it's Darkside Phil Part 2 without Darkside Phil. The show continues without me, completely unfairly, and they make a ton of money on it, okay? It's completely unfair. It's not integrity. It's just not. There's no integrity there at all. If there was integrity, say, listen, we had him on the show. He answered the questions. You judge for yourself what you think. All right, maybe we'll do a 10-minute segment where we all talk about what we thought, and then we move on. If we want him back, we'll talk about it when he's back. That way he can defend himself again, or we can have the conversation again. Not, immediately once it's over, okay, then now we beat them up. And again, do I really believe they made $20,000 in a day? No, I don't. Maybe they made a few $1,000. Even then, that's something they never would have made without me on the show. And if you're actually showing, oh, okay, wow, that's nice that Phil did this for us. We're gonna be nice and grateful. We won't beat them up the next day. Well, they did. They did a 2.5 hour beat up Phil show today. Okay, making more money constantly, right? Laughing. I actually heard, and we might, because we might react to it live here. They all did the ACK 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 laugh together in unison, which I don't do. I've literally never done an ACK 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 laugh. It's a detractor meme. You see, like that's funny. Oh, something that people say about me all the time that's terrible is funny, right? Right? Oh, it's hilarious. I don't even know where it comes from. It's just one of those memes, right? So anyway, I hear all this on my stream this morning, and I'm like, oh, that's... At first I didn't believe it. I thought people were basically over-exaggerating. I did. I thought people were making shit up, or maybe, what it is they want to start trouble. And I actually felt, and I defended those guys last night. I said, no, I feel like that interview was 100% fair. I do. I think that they, yes, was Adam harsh? He was. A lot of people thought he came off very abrasive and like a dick. All right, while Craig was more neutral and or seeming like a journalist, Adam was kind of being a jerk. I actually didn't feel that. At the end of the day, I was okay with all of them. I mean that, and I defended them. My audience was telling me the opposite, and I said, no, I think you guys are wrong. I think that they actually was fair. Okay, I did. All right. So anyway, when everyone's telling me this on my show today, I'm like, I don't believe it. I'll watch it for myself later or whatever. But over the course of the show, people were progressively getting worse and worse. So I no, Phil, you have to understand, this was really bad. Like, this was 1,000,000% a detractor show. Craig is saying he's going to go on detractor shows now.
$1.87. Guys, sorry
really?
we can't
Craig,
read your super chats.
the guy who literally said, I'm going to be neutral about this, is going to be a fair interview. Now he's going to appear on detractor show. So not only is it now, it's on their own content, that they're now, it's going to continue. It continues into other people's content as well, right? Right? Okay, this is interesting. So again, all this is happening, right? And I'm just doing my content. I get an email, all right, from a fan. I hope the fan, I'm not going to reveal the fan's name or anything, okay? But here's what the email I get from a fan today. I want to give you some feedback. I'm watching the Aftermath stream by Craig & Company. It's clear there was never any intention to have you as a normal guest. They're quite open to admitting they believe the detractors on every single issue possible, to the point they openly belittled and laughed at you all day long today. They openly said to your face that they contacted most of your detractors to get feedback. Every single super chat that mentioned something negative about you, they read out and believed without hesitation. It's clearly difficult to believe this wasn't their initial intention, and they lulled you into some kind of false sense of security over the previous week,
the
giving you the impression they wanted to be neutral. You basically went to a detractor stream with a friendly name,
wanted to
and the
spread
Keemstar
some
ambush
over
was
here.
just the cherry on
Big
top
ups.
of this. I might not be a big fan of yours, so here you go. This guy's even admitting he's not even a big fan. Even I can't ignore the fact they obviously just want to ride this detractor wave of popularity, and even say they plan to be guests on detractor streams in the future. The hefty donations that they're now getting during their streams show that they were just hoping to get these. Now they're basking on having grilled and exposed you to the world, and they plan to do it again and again and again, as long as you keep allowing it. Honestly, if you really think that they are your friends or even remotely impartial, you're sorely mistaken. You're just a lolcow and a liar to them. They openly have said this now. It's a viper's nest, not a single friendly hand to be found. Be careful if you really plan to appear on their podcast again. They'll go twice as hard. They claim to have only gone through half the questions that they have for you. Okay? They can't wait to eviscerate you again. The only good that you got out of this is that now you've kind of validated that maybe that Craig is now becoming a detractor, even after 10 years of history with the guy. Take this feedback as neutral. There you go. Okay? All right, that's an email I get during my first stream today. No, I didn't write that. It's from a fan. Well, I guess the person said I'm not even a big fan, right? So anyway, I hear all this, right? And basically, as I'm reading this, I'm like, dude, I got to see this stream for myself. I have to now. Like, I have to watch this for myself. I can't believe this is what I'm hearing, but why would people be saying this if this was not true? Okay? So I announced during my first stream, the late stream tonight, I said this on Twitter, and I said this on, posted on my channels, my late stream tonight will no longer be gameplay. Instead, I'm going to watch this, okay? We're going to watch this together, and we're going to see, for ourselves. Oh, here it's playing now. We're going to see for ourselves if everything that's been said is true. Okay? There you go. So I announced this. So now it's public that I'm doing this. Okay? So I go downstairs to have dinner. My wife is pissed. She's very upset. I say, what's going on? Hopefully nothing's happening bad in the house. She says, oh no, but I saw that you announced that you're going to watch their show from this morning. Did you watch it? I said, no, I haven't seen it yet. He said, oh, I did. She was not happy. And she only watched maybe 10, 15 minutes of it. And she said she couldn't even continue. She's like, literally, it's a shooting gallery against you. Like, literally, it's just, they're just 100% reading every super chat. And everyone is a detractor, a known detractor. And they're laughing at you and they're making fun of you the entire show. And I was like, wow, that is shocking to me, again, because I was led to believe these guys were going to be legit, right? And apparently this is not it. This is not what it was supposed to be. I was supposed to just be treated fairly. Now, fairly, if you want me to be an objective, right? That means that you're going to listen to answers, but you're not going to do this show after. You're going to, okay, listen, now you judge for yourself, and maybe you ask for 5-10 minutes on your show. What do you guys think? Here's what we think. Okay, moving on. It's a topic for later. He's going to be on again, right? Great. Okay. Now, that's not where it ends, ladies and gentlemen, because as I said, I was still fully intending that tonight we were going to sit here and we were going to react to this, which we still might do. But there's a new update, ladies and gentlemen. If you remember, I told you that I emailed Craig last night at 6:18 p.m. saying I had a 50-50 thought I wanted to send him all the evidence of my innocence. All I needed to know was how often he checked his email, because I want to be sure if I'm going to send this to him, he's going to check it, he's going to see it, see the evidence, and delete it right away. Right? And by the way, I already said, I know probably this won't change public opinion, but at least then you'll believe me. Right? He emails me back. Are you ready for this one? Are you ready for this? I don't think I was ready for this one when I read it. You ready for this? Here's a response I got at 5:45 p.m. today, 2 hours ago. I think the show went okay yesterday. We talked about it at linked on today's show as a debrief. That's what he called it, a debrief. You shitting on me for 2.5 hours is a debrief. Interesting. My debrief was saying, you guys did a great job interviewing me and defending you for 2 hours against my fans. That was my debrief. And then also apologizing to someone who I harmed in my past and apologizing publicly to Review Tech USA. That was my debrief from the show. Your debrief was a 2.5 hour Destroy Darkseid Phil show and make money on it. Okay, let's continue. I think we all left the interview mentally exhausted and feeling incredibly frustrated. At the end of the day, we want what's best for you. The things that are laid out about everything, the WWE mobile game, the bank stuff, it doesn't make sense. There's too much evidence saying it's yours, and your only evidence is you saying it's not. I'm going to address that in a second. I feel like we gave you multiple opportunities to turn this around, but you seem so dug in, even in the face of insanely detailed evidence. You wouldn't take it. Even with Keemstar coming on, I tried to lay out similarities you feel towards him and the way people feel about you based on things they've seen online, and it was tough. Like, that's not even a point. It has nothing to do with anything, having Keemstar on the show. It has nothing to do with any point at all. Honestly, I'm disappointed. Like I said, we want what's best for you. We very much do. You have to help yourself. When you're ready to take that step, I'll gladly help you on your journey. You deserve to get to level 2. I know you can do it. On your journey, you very much do. You have to help yourself. When you're ready to take that step, I'll gladly help you on your journey. You deserve to get to level 2. I know you can do it. That email proves that he went into it with 100% preconceived notions of what the truth was based on talking to detractors for 2 weeks. Right? I will give you full disclosure. I will give you absolutely full disclosure here because I want to be fair. After about a week of him directly talking to the detractors only, he emailed me once and he said, what would you like to see? Or excuse me, let me try that again. I misspoke. What would you like me to see? Right? He says, what would you like me to see before your interview? And I sent him my react to my Down the Rabbit Hole video, all right, from last year, which really covers my days of Street Fighter, my early days as a YouTuber, all the way to 2017, covers it all. And I reacted to all of it, and I essentially said, listen, I'm sorry for a lot of the wrong things I did. I admit that they were wrong. Here's some real bad misconceptions about a lot of that. Okay? So I sent him that video because I wanted to basically give him an idea of how there's been a ridiculous amount of misconceptions about me on the internet. And when I address them fairly, you see how they kind of, at least make sense. Not to say that I'm infallible. I may make a lot of mistakes. But at the same time, I'm changing for the better. Which they laughed at during the show yesterday, by the way. Oh, change, you're changing. Yeah, it's called human evolution. Do you not understand that someone today is not someone last year, is not someone 5 years ago, is not someone 10 years ago? It's a constant struggle to improve yourself. And when you make a mistake, you admit you made the mistake and you move on for the better. If you keep making the same mistake a million times, that's a different thing. They laughed at me when I actually admitted, like Adam was laughing about change and everything. Ha ha ha, right? So anyway, this email, essentially what this email says to me, all right? Now keep in mind, the last email I had to him was, man, I'm glad you guys made a lot of money, and I would like to actually send you the evidence of my innocence, but I need to know how often you check the email because, I want to be sure that you're going to get it and delete it right away. Did you hear a response to that anywhere in his email? Did he even mention it? No. Do you want to know why? Because he already believes that I'm guilty. He went into the interview believing I was guilty. 100%. He had a preconceived. He talked to detractors for 2 weeks. Some of them who he likes, because I hate to tell you this, I really feel like he loves. He absolutely loves, like, It's a Gundam, right? He loves It's a Gundam. He laughs at It's a Gundam. He thinks it's funny. He kept mentioning It's a Gundam, all right, on his shows over the past couple of weeks, that It's a Gundam is a troll of Dark Side Phil. So it's obvious he watches his content and shit, right? He loves this guy. Why do you think that of all the detractors, what's the first clip that they played in the interview and then they ran out of time? It's a Gundam. He's a fanboy of them, right? So anyway, he's been talking with these guys for weeks and weeks and weeks. And all he's listened to is them. I got an honest question for Craig and the SideScrollers. How many of my fans have you talked to? How many people who actually watch my content on a daily basis? How many people who like my content? Who would actually tell you why they tune into my content? Wouldn't it have been fascinating to maybe talk to someone and say, hey, why do you like Phil despite all the hate against him? Why do you believe the hate? What do you think? Right? Did they do any of that? No, they talked to every detractor. They literally talked to the people who benefit the absolute 100% most from me being the villain. And that's all they talked to. Right? There was no evidence they ever went out and actually gave me a fair shake. At all. It was just detractor. Because all the detractor questions we have to ask Phil, and then say, hey, Phil, what would you like to watch? Or what would you like us to watch? Watch the Down the Rabbit Hole. That's it. That's not a fair take. That you have 99% information from over here, 1% information from over here. Ask me questions. I told you I can't show you the stuff, right? I'm not going to show you my bank statements or whatever. And a lot of the questions they asked me, I'm going to be honest, were completely unprofessional because they weren't prepared for the questions. Can I give you an example here? When they're on a show and you say, Phil, tell us about the $5,000 of business expenses a month. What $5,000 of business expenses? Well, the ones that everyone knows about. What are you talking about? I want to know what is, are you talking about from my bankruptcy? Oh, yeah, is that what it is? He's like, turn to Adam, is that what it is? Yeah, it's from the, I need to know. What are you talking about? Right? And ultimately, they couldn't even answer the question. Yes, it's from the bankruptcy. Well, from what in the bankruptcy? Is this something that's listed from my tax return? Is this something that's listed on a generic form that was filled out, that was read off by the judge during the bankruptcy hearing? I don't even know what you're talking about. How can I answer a question when I've heard that thrown around a million times? $5,000 a month of business expenses. I don't know. I never saw that. I don't even know what you're talking about. When I went into a bankruptcy proceeding, I went in, okay? And what did I do? I gave them all the information they needed. My bankruptcy attorney filled it all out properly with all the data. We went in, it was presented to the bankruptcy people, right? Yes, that was, I guess, a public-facing form that was presented. And apparently somewhere in there, apparently one of the detractors say it says something about $5,000 in business expenses. Ladies and gentlemen, never ever have I spent $5,000 on just video games in 1 month. That's insane. I don't know where that number comes from. I'm not a bankruptcy attorney. I'm not a tax attorney. I'm not a judge who stamped my bankruptcy. That's not my job to know that, where that number came from. No, I don't have $5,000 in business expenses every month. I don't know. Okay? What I can tell you is it was 100% kosher according to the bankruptcy judge. Because again, because the trolls were harassing everyone involved with that bankruptcy so badly, I had to go in and I had to do, just listen to this, hours and hours and hours of work explaining away all the transactions that I did related to my business, not even related to my, like I was explaining everything so they would understand all of it. This is not something they have to do with anyone else, but because so many people were basically contacting the bankruptcy judge and saying, Phil's a liar, Phil's a fraud, all this. I had to go through all this. It was insanely stressful. It was one of the most complicated bankruptcies probably they've ever done. All right? Certainly was the only one where someone ever called in and impersonated one of my debtors. All right? Certainly. Okay? But the point is, you got me in the interview. The question is, explain the $5,000. Okay, what $5,000? They never even got around to explaining what they meant. So I try to say, I don't know. Is it maybe the mortgage? Is it, because I don't know, because my house is also where I work out of? Is it medical expenses? I don't know. Why would you ask me this question? That's a stupid question to ask someone in an interview. Like, I'm going to have the answers to this question. But to them, that's a valid question. So I answered it, right? And some of the other, again, the bank statements. The thing is with these bank statements, all right? I talked about it today on my show earlier. I'll talk about it again. You can say there's all this circumstantial evidence that says it's yours. Correct. And you could also say there's circumstantial evidence that it's not mine. Like the fact that there's all these transactions that are crazy big transactions for pets when I have one cat. One freaking cat. Not 10, not 20, not 100 dogs. I have one cat. How am I spending like $100 a week on pet supplies? What am I buying him? Golden pet fucking cat food? Like, what are you talking about? Right? That's just as circumstantial to prove my innocence as the things that prove my guilt. I already said it didn't, and again, I explained it to them, and they had they didn't understand what I was saying. When it comes to those mobile, apparently, not even mobile, it was iTunes transactions, right? They're saying, here's a bank account, right? And in that bank account, it's showing that there's these transactions coming out of iTunes. And I'm like, okay. And? Right? And like, the accusations against me from my detractors are that every day I make a bunch of money on my streams. People tip me. And that money goes into my PayPal account. And then immediately I go and I spend it all on mobile games. Well, if I did that, it would be coming out of my PayPal account, not out of my bank account. Why would I be doing transactions on money I made today on stream coming out of my bank account? My money doesn't go there. Think about how dumb it would be if I'm making all this money, it's going to my PayPal. Then I transfer the money from my PayPal to the bank account, right? And then I take the money out of the bank account. I'm losing money. When you transfer money from your PayPal to a bank account, there's all these fees involved. Why would I even do that? If that were, it doesn't make any sense. What they're saying, it logically makes no sense. But again, everything that they say that's circumstantial, correct? Circumstantial. Right? Can also be countered circumstantially. Because the truth is, when Craig wrote this email and he says we have all this evidence, there's no evidence. There is circumstantial evidence. There is no evidence without a shadow of a doubt of anything these people have said about me whatsoever. None. It doesn't exist. It's not provable because it's not true. So here's the thing, and here's where sadly this entire thing falls apart. All right? When they interviewed me yesterday, they were interviewing me from the perspective of I'm already guilty, they already believe it, and all they want to do is hit me with the question where I'm finally either going to reveal something that I didn't intend to and show that I'm guilty, or else I'm just going to confess. Adam was even saying it multiple times during the show to Craig. He says, Craig, it sounds like you're trying to get him to confess. And that's actually not right. Because he was. He wanted me to confess. You could tell from where the interview was going by the end. Did you notice? Did you really notice that during the interview, they were only harping on the 100% questions, right? That could not essentially really be like debunked without exposing myself. Correct? There's easily debunkable questions that could have been asked. None of those were asked. It was all the ones that the detractors have harped on because all they've done is talk to my detractors for 2 weeks. That was not a fair and balanced interview that was well researched. That was an interview that was all the tough questions right up front. Then get Keemstar in here, which tell me what that did absolutely nothing except gave them a popularity boost to have a big YouTuber. You know what I'm saying? And you know what I'm saying? All this is just bullshit. You have it up to a certain level, and it's like, I gave them the benefit of the doubt that this was them being objective. They were not. By the time that I got on their interview yesterday, they were 100% sold that I was guilty, and this was a phishing interview to try to get me with a gotcha thing, or, got him right there. There's the evidence. Now you're guilty. Now he'll admit it publicly on our show and we'll blow up. Or to just get me to admit that I was doing it. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, all right? Listen to me. It's not true. And I'm not going to admit something that's not true. There's a lot of things that I've done wrong in my life. A lot. I'm not going to admit things I haven't done. It doesn't matter how much circumstantial evidence there is. This would never, ever, ever fly anywhere legally at all because it's all bullshit. It's all circumstantial nonsense, okay? This email I got from Craig, literally word for word, is saying, I never trusted you. Okay? And that's why he says, does he even say, oh yeah, I'll send me the evidence? Doesn't want it. He doesn't want the evidence. He doesn't want what would have actually proven, right? That's absolutely ridiculous. That he's supposed to be a neutral party, and he just doesn't care. He doesn't want the evidence, Instead, I believe everything the detractors have said. Sorry. So anyway, I actually did respond to him. And my response was, well, I'm broadcasting tonight on DSP Reacts. I'm directly reacting to this. Watch if you like. I figured at least want to know what I have to say about it. And he says, okay, buddy, hope it's wildly successful. And I said, I appreciate that, but I'd just rather be playing games or chilling with my audience than wasting time on this. But now my hands are tied. I got to do something, right? I have to address it. To which he says, oh, just play games then. As Adam said yesterday, you do you and fuck everyone else. Good luck. Yes, because you would like that. Because you would actually like for me to not say anything and just take the punches, and you completely benefit out of this whole thing. That's what you would like. You'd like everyone to think, right, that you were the big innocent guy, you did the great job, the pat on the back, right? No, you didn't. You went into it in the completely wrong fashion. You listened to the wrong people for 2 weeks, and I answered every question, gave you 5.5 hours of my time. Who else would have done a 5.5 hour interview for you with your little podcast? And I'm not insulting it because I'm small too, but who in their right mind would have done a 5.5 hour interview for you? And you went into it completely in the wrong manner. I thought I was being interviewed fairly. Your actions directly today on your show and in this email prove you never did. You never had an intention of giving me a fair shake. A professional would have said the interview's done. Maybe we do a 5-10 minute decompress session today about it. We move on. We do our Mario Kart, whatever. Maybe we'll have Phil back in the future for more. Now, keep riding the money gravy train that we just got from all the detractors. That's literally what he's done. That's disgusting. What was I talking about yesterday? I was talking about something I like to call on the internet. It's called a misery broker. It's someone who literally, when someone has a bad day, they have a good day. They make money off of talking about other people's misery. You have literally turned the SideScrollers podcast, which used to be the show that was supposed to be the #1 gaming and entertainment podcast on planet Earth, and you turned it into the Dark Side Phil shit show where you profit from my misery. You failed. You destroyed your own show. Wow. Amazing. Because right now what you've got temporary popularity based on the negativity being thrown towards me. Congratulations. I hope you enjoy it. You're making a lot of money, that's for sure. Congratulations, right? I certainly haven't seen any benefit like that from this, nor was that my intention. But it sure seems that way when you're doing an entire show today and you're still rolling into the gravy train, right? So, hey, you be you. And again, with the hilarious stab here, we want to get you to level 2. You want to get me to level 2. You want me to be like you? You want me to stoop to your level? So you want me to have someone on a show, interview them, and the next day do an entire show shitting on them for profit. That's what you want me to do. You want me to be like you. I will never be like you. That's not me. I've never done that, and I never will. I don't make that shit, right? I don't. I'm not, I'm not Keemstar. I'm not gonna. I don't. Again, why was Keemstar on the show yesterday? Pretty obvious, right? You wish you could be him. Why else do you think he's on the show? That guy is fucking reprehensible. Everyone knows it. Everyone knows the guy has hurt far more people than he's ever helped. And any moment that he pretends like he's doing something to help someone, look how he's doing it. Oh, I'm helping Wings and Boogie by paying them money to beat each other up in a boxing match. That's insane. You're out of your mind, right? And you want to be like that. That's who you want to be. You're telling me that's how you need to be successful. That's how the internet works. No. That's how this low level of internet works. And the thing is, there's a monstrous amount of people who are successful doing really immoral, underhanded things on the internet. Okay? Tons. And what you essentially are telling me is that's what you think I should be, and that's what you sure as hell want to be. Well, go ahead, and you can be that. Leave me the fuck out of it. I want nothing to do with being that. I never do. I just want to play games, talk to my audience, have a good time, and have nice, chill, meaningful, good time. I said yesterday, meaningful content for my... what does that mean? Well, when people tell me that when they came to my show, they actually felt relaxed, they had a good time that day, they had a bad time, they come watch my content, they had a conversation with me, and, to them that didn't even click, that I said that. Meaningful content. Yeah, meaningful. Like I didn't shit on someone for 4 hours and make them look like a villain on the internet, and then I made a bunch of money doing it because, I don't care about hurting people, like apparently you did today. What else can I say? It's a vile business being on YouTube. And what's hilarious is something that Adam kept saying yesterday, right? Something that Adam kept saying yesterday that was very, 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 very interesting. He kept saying, dude, it's the internet, it's not real, it's the internet, it's not real, it's the internet. No. For some people, the internet is their life. The internet is my life, dude. Like, this is my job, 6 days a week, full time, I'm in this office. This is it. This is, how I make my living. You think it's all jokes because you don't make your living on the internet. I do. That's, no, it should not be allowed. Maybe the internet is bad. Oh, that's just how the internet is. No, the internet shouldn't be like that. The internet shouldn't be people just shitting on each other for profit. How do you not understand that we can aspire to be better? That we can aspire for something good or something better than what we have, this shit show. We don't want an endless shit show on the internet, right? I went on your show and I decided I'm going to actually grow and reach out and do things. You decided to shit on me for a whole show afterward. Like, do you see the discrepancy there, the difference? I grew, you went the opposite direction for profits. But it's fine, because I can't make anyone be a better person. I can't make anyone, have a moral compass. Sorry, I can't. All right? The whole funny part, and I'll end it like this, and then if you want, we'll do some reacting to actually the show here. Did anyone on that show go into it with an actual thought in their mind that I was innocent? That's the question. Because if they did, I feel like it would have went a lot differently. I do. I feel like if you actually went into it saying, hey, Phil was innocent, or could be innocent, right? Then it would have been fine. That never happened. That wasn't the intention. You could tell that. You could tell that because I already had said I wasn't going to say much or anything new, right? At all. I wasn't. It was just going to be stuff that I've already talked about and reiterated because I don't have anything new to say because I'm innocent, but I can't expose myself. And then when I finally tell them, all right, I'll do it, I'm thinking of doing it, oh, I don't want it anymore. Oh, okay. So you didn't care to begin with. I mean, let's be honest. You didn't care to begin with, or else you would, There was no integrity there, all right? There was no integrity there. Huskers fan, you're already banned from DSP Gaming, and now you're banned from here. Congratulations. Real winner today. All right. Anyway. So, I think now it is time. We'll do a little bit of reacting. I'm not going to do this all night. We'll skim through because their show's long as shit. Their show's like, an hour and a half. Excuse me, 2.5 hours. I don't have 2.5 hours. I got like an hour. So we'll skim through it. We'll watch a little bit of it, react a little bit to it. I'm sure there's going to be a bunch of nonsense. I have a few tips to take a look at. They're probably all troll tips. Let's see. Yep, there's one. There we go. There's another. Yep. All right, this one might not be a troll tip. So Alex sent me $5. He says it took balls for you to go on that podcast and answer their questions, even stayed on when Keem came on. He says what Craig and everyone did today is scummy and underhanded. It shows they can't be trusted. I would recommend staying away from them, but it's your call. Thank you, Alex, for the tip. I appreciate that. There's a couple other tips that came in, but again, they might be trolls. Let me take a look quick. Yep, there you go. And just saying, all right, just tipped me $1 and says, yeah, we were all saying yesterday it kind of felt like it was kind of a backstabbing or not fair. I don't think the interview was, because they made it seem like it was neutral, but now we know it's not. I mean, it's proven, I mean, evidence. I just read it. That he's saying, no, I never believed you. Like, he literally says that in the interview. There's so much evidence. Well, you saw the evidence, which it's not. It's circumstantial evidence. It's not factual proof. It's circumstantial evidence. You saw the evidence before the interview, so you already were convinced. You didn't see evidence after the interview. You saw it before. So you've already been convinced, and you had no intention of actually believing me. It's scummy. Wow, that's a huge super chat from Seraph. Says, I'm actually a long-time detractor, but their treatment of you has let me sick to my stomach. They use your trust, backstab you, use you for profit, and they'll keep milking DSP drama for money now while pretending that they wanted to help. Yeah. You know, just like Keem. Keem just wants to help everyone. Yeah, he really wants to help everyone by basically embarrassing them and making them look the worst possible way, but he pays them to do it. Like, that's okay, right? No, it's not. Absolutely not. Okay. Anyway. I guess we'll do a little bit of reacting. Like I said, got about an hour here, and we'll do what we can. Here we go. So we're gonna skip the intro. We're trying. I'll fast forward like a couple minutes because they probably do an intro here, right? It's I hear nothing. That's not good. Why do I not hear anything? Hold on.
For SideScrollers on YouTube.
Do you guys hear anything? Oh, there it is. Me, stuttering. It was muted for some reason. Okay, let's fast forward. Let's get everyone on the show. Blah, 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 blah. There we go. So they talk about the guests, and here we go.
Base F Monday, guys, and Darth Call, Quarter Black Garrett, Flawedzilla, Andreas Exert.
All right, so it doesn't do with anything.
Thank you so much. Appreciate the show.
Well, I'm covering Adam's face, and there's nothing I can do about that.
TJ Gamebox says SideScrollers have open DMs with me and for any support. Well, I appreciate that, TJ, and I'm sure we'll be in touch very soon for sure. Jason came in as a member for 5 months. Says also, if you're on the Patreon, make sure to fill out the survey for the SideScrollers feud.
All right, so let's skip ahead. Oh, let's see what this one says.
Thanks again for the interview yesterday. Definitely a new fan in me. Let's go. Rise.
Oh, Rise FM. Yeah, he's a troll. I recognize the name.
One day at a time, baby. One day at a time. And Joe came in. Says props to you guys, Adam and Craig, for the interview yesterday. You guys were
Toxic Crusaders game. All right, cool. Ignore that. Fast forward. Here's a giant one.
Evan, what's up, dog?
Evan?
Says,
all right, no, this is legit. Okay, that's Invigelis. He's a normal fan. Let's actually, they're still not talking about me, so let's get to the actual part.
SideScrollers needs that.
Oh, there you go.
They really do.
Darkseid to
bill,
flow.
the electric bill, the internet bill. All true, all true.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong.
Not wrong at all. Not wrong. Look at this. Anatard, Lord of Derps, says Adam should change his name to Giga Chad.
He could.
Okay.
I want
Eyebrow
some Dragon
stuff.
Punch. Down
There we go.
Says, great job with the East Coast Italian style interview with the robust style questions and Keemstar style appearance.
Yeah, you know, shout out to Keem for jumping on, and honestly,
shout out to Keem for jumping on in an interview he had absolutely nothing to do with and derailing it completely because he added nothing to it. But then he promoted his product. Okay, why are they giving a shout out to Keemstar? Because Keemstar got them even more attention. When Keem showed up, all of a sudden even more people jumped on, and they want that notoriety now. They think, oh, you said Keemstar was on our show. Keemstar was on the show because of me. Keemstar doesn't know who you are and never would have been on the show if it wasn't me on your show. Shout out to Keemstar. Okay.
Being really respectful. Like I don't know when Craig was like, oh, we got a special guest. Is it okay?
Can I move my camera down here?
Oh shit! Is it finally gonna go sour? Because I felt like the whole time, it was tense. Like, it was a tense interview. I wasn't letting off the steam the whole time.
You want to know what the funny part is? It wasn't tense at all. Like, for me, there was a normal day. Like, seriously, didn't you hear at the end of the interview? I was like, let's keep going. I was like, let's just keep going. I'm fine. But they were like, nah, we gotta eat and shit. I was like, no, let's keep going. We didn't answer all the questions that you guys, I know that people want answered. For me, it was fine. I mean, maybe for them it was tense, right?
It's just not who I am. But then Keem came on and he said, I'll be respectful in private chat. And like he said, and he was. It was actually really cordial. And, I have some things to say about that. But shout out to Keem for joining. I'll talk about it later.
For sure.
That was the most calm I've ever seen him.
Yeah, it was great. It was great. Justin Kimmon says habitual liars will often admit to part of their
Just listen to this.
but not the whole thing. In order to appear honest, Phil was doing that all day.
Yes, because the accusations that get thrown at me by detractors are partially true, and then they take a part of that and turn it into something that's not, and that's how they claim oh, don't you see that the evidence is that this part was true, so the whole statement must be true. No, half of it was true. And then you made up the other half, but somehow now the whole statement's true. That's what they do. That's how the detractors have always made up shit about me. For example, and I know people will say, well, this one's already been disproven. Of course, but it's a great example. The escort story. Was it true that someone flew in to visit me? Yes. Was it true that we made brownies together? Yes. Was it true? This and that and all that. But then what you do is you take the things that are true and you turn it to the half that's not true. Oh, well, it was an escort that Phil paid for to fly in, which never happened, you see? But that's, again, that gets thrown away. It only goes to the statements that can't be disproven or I can't disprove without exposing myself or my family to risk. And then, oh, well, those are the true ones then, see? Habitual, Phil will admit to someone, not the other. I admit to what's actually true. And then I'm going to tell you what part isn't.
Like Drake.
But again, they went into the interview 100% believing that everything was true. So of course they're going to think that it's all I'm lying constantly, right?
Truly
I think that's one of those things that
I can't stop laughing at work.
We were talking about
God
body
bless
language
Giga
before the
Chad
show.
Adam and
Body
Tevin
language.
Base
People's
God.
body language, and most of the time when I was talking to the camera and not necessarily looking at the screen itself. So I wasn't. It's different when you talk to somebody in person and you can read how they're looking, how they're interacting, if they're leaning back, if they're leaning forward, read their body language. But it's a lot different when it's online because I'm looking here, whereas I'd have to be looking here if I was looking at Phil the entire time. And if I'm doing that, I'm not, So I'll be interested to kind of take a look to see how.
What's funny is someone just said you look visibly distressed. You were rocking a bit. I literally rock every single day on my stream because, as you know, I'm uncomfortable if I sit still because of my back injury. This is something, watch every one of my streams and I'm rocking. Everyone even criticizes me for it. Can't you sit still, right? I mean, yes, correct. It's 100% truth that this happens all the time. If you make jokes about it, rocking back and forth, that's a meme, correct? So yeah, but outside of that, it was pretty much normal, except after you're sitting there for a few hours and there hasn't been a bathroom break or nothing and your legs are feeling tense, you're going to feel like shit, but I still pushed through it. I was ready to go further. Body language. No, body language is a tell. Like, for example, you ask me a tough question, and immediately before I answer the question, I'm like going like this, oh man, because I'm racking my brain for an answer. Did that ever happen? I mean, I don't think it did, but, that would be body language. Not, because he was, possibly moving or whatever. I don't know.
Comes together, and once, as you said, Travis, the body language experts kind of get a hold of everything.
Who?
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating, I'll just say. I love watching the body language experts.
The Wandering Travel Vlog says, on a scale of 99% to 100%.
There you go. This is another thing. I just skipped
sure
this
are you
one.
that
Because he's just joking about they don't believe that the account is not mine, right?
About himself, like all of his personal expenses that no one cared about, no one talked about, and like talk about his wife's restraining order, which he seemed very apprehensive at first to talk about. Before the show, he didn't want to talk about it, and then he said, he's like, fuck it, I'll talk about this, and then, but like, you're not gonna just show your username on a...
He told me to do it. Wow, what a disingenuous asshole he's being right now. He's being a 100% disingenuous asshole because you guys didn't know what happened before the show. Before the show, we were talking about exactly, what'll be brought up. And they said, what are things that you are off the table or whatever? And I was like, nothing. And they were like, well, we're not going to bring up anything with your wife. And I was like, but why not? People talk shit about my wife. They talk about shit about how we met. They say horrible, horrible things about me and her, you know, all the time. Why not bring it up? And that motherfucker right there said to me, then bring it up. He's like, he's like, well, for example, what? And I told him the story. And he's like, well, then you know what? Bring it up. His exact words were, bring it up because I hate shit like that. I hate to hear shit like that. And the truth should come out then. He said that to me before the show started. So now it's okay to talk about that, but why wouldn't you show something else? You told me to talk about it.
On a mobile app? It's not him, everyone. You know what I mean? Like,
and I already explained in this show why. Because just showing you any screen grab doesn't mean anything. You have to corroborate that it's real. So what I was going to do, because I didn't know he was going to ask me that on the show, I was going to say, okay, if he really wants this, if he's serious about it, I'm going to send him not only the screen grab from WWE Champions, I'm going to show that it's the same account I use in other games, all the same name, all with everything on them, and I was going to show him my Apple ID and the game account all together. Now that's pretty much indisputable proof. If you had all of that and you're looking at it, you're like, okay, it literally lines up, boom, bada boom, bada boom, bada boom. That's what I was going to show him, and I emailed him after the show. That 6:18 p.m. yesterday. That's exactly what I was going to do. I was just waiting for him to respond back saying, yeah, I'm at the email. Why? You're going to send it? Yeah, I'm going to send it. No, he literally didn't do it. He at that point, he was already 100% believing that I wasn't going to do it and I was lying. So he doesn't even want to see it.
Really?
I think
that?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. It was fucking weird. And then he was saying, like, I'm not addicted to this mobile game, but I was addicted to the previous mobile version of the game that people claim I'm addicted to.
No, not the previous version. That's not even the previous version. They're completely different games. Supercard and Champions are completely different games. Supercard is one of those card style games, and this is completely different games. Wrong. Just because it's WWE, it's not the same game. But yeah, I mean, so I'm admitting to the actual thing I did wrong, which is where the whole meme came from. The meme of the WWE Champions thing came from the fact that there's documented evidence on the internet. I used to play WWE Supercard. I used to post up about it. Same thing with Dokkan Battle. I used to play it and post up about it, like on Twitter and shit. I would post up, look what I just got. Look, look at this pull. So obviously that's 100% documented stuff. Yes, I did it. That's the truth. Why would, of course I'm going to admit to what I did. What do you think I'm going to do? What are you, stupid?
And also this other game that I was addicted to, but I had a problem, but I beat that addiction and I'm good now. Like, it's fine. Like, come on, dude. Really?
What do you mean? What about it? What about it? Because people don't ever improve or change? Never. People never actually overcome problems in their life. That's apparently. Dude, I used to be 240 pounds. Now I'm just over 200. I overcame that problem in my life. I used to be a raging alcoholic where every night I used to drink myself into a stupor. Right? And then I stopped doing that shit. Like, how are you going to tell me people don't change over time and get better? If you admit your faults from the past and you overcome them, that's something that should be applauded, not criticized or be, oh, no one can ever improve. This is the same guy on the show who's laughing when I say, well, I'm changing now. I'm trying to be better. Ha, 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 ha. No, it's not funny. You're an idiot. People do change for the better.
It's your username.
I think that's, I think it shouldn't be lost that we greatly appreciate Phil coming on the show and being so open about things.
And then that should be it. We greatly appreciate it. All right, let's move on.
And on that note, major props for staying the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
Like, honestly, I was shocked, and I said this to him. I don't know if we were still live before I dipped out after I said this. I was like, bro, props for staying. Like, you got some major balls for dealing with stern interviewers, because we didn't go easy on,
which is what I was there for. And the reason I stayed is because I'm telling the truth. Do you think no, really? Okay, now we gotta be real. Hold on one fucking second here. If someone is guilty, why the fuck would they stick around for 5.5 hours? Are you crazy? Why would they even agree to the interview? Why would they do it? It doesn't make any fucking sense. That's what I mean. Like that's why for so long, people said Phil would never do the interview, right? Never. He would never do it. And I said, fine. Eventually, I'm gonna fucking do it because I had enough of this shit. I had people saying this about me constantly. I'm gonna do it. So I sit for 5.5 hours. Oh, just guilty. Like, what? What do you think I was there for? Why do you think I could take it? Why do you think I could
talk to
take it for so
Keem,
long?
He clearly had issues with, and to have it, he didn't come in here thinking like, all right, I'm gonna have to deal with talking to Keemstar as well.
Yeah, because that was a waste of everyone's time.
And then the freaking Gundam clip, and he stayed, and it's like, you know what? All right, dude can take some punches. So
out of the you guys, did all of you think he would leave early or leave at some point? Because I did.
No.
Whoa.
Phil is an interesting dude, right? He's an interesting dude in that he's been dealing with this for a long time. You know, like we dealt with
10 fucking years.
The overwhelming swarm of insanity for 2 weeks, and he's been dealing with it for a decade. And
well, that's because all of you didn't believe that we were gonna be freaking do a good interview. But I'm not upset because a lot of you have apologized and said we were wrong.
That's big too. Apologizing is big.
Yes, a lot of people.
So, okay, let's go. Because that's,
you can objectively look and see the detractors aren't the monsters that do.
They're not the monsters, really?
Well, thank you so much.
Some of them are.
Oh, okay. That was fair.
I was asked about it last night. And,
that was fair.
And they said, well, I would say in any fandom, there are people who can look at things logically, and those who take things to the next level, right? In any fandom, whether that's you're talking about Phil, Marvel, or the Dallas Mavericks, right? Like there are people who can look at things logically, and then there's some people who just take it a step too far. There's gonna be people in our community that do that. There's gonna be people in every community.
All right, well, this is boring. This is fucking boring.
You weren't letting him slide either, and I don't think you're getting enough credit for the work that you put in for that interview. So I think our combination of you being prepared with really good questions and me just like soaking in what was happening and just, calling it as I see it, You
knew just enough. You knew just enough to where you could say like, well, that's not right. And I knew way too much.
There you go. I knew way too much. No, you didn't know. Craig, you didn't know. You were told things that were supposed to be considered circumstantial evidence, and you were supposed to formulate an opinion. You didn't know anything. All you knew was what people had said about me. Now you have evidence, just what they said about me and all their circumstantial bullshit. You didn't know anything. That's the problem. He went in to this interview, I know everything. So now we're going to ask, and hopefully we get the confession. Instead of, I'm going in, here's what I heard from this side, I actually did research on this side, and now we're going to meet in the middle, and we're going to have the interview. It was 1,000,000% I listened only to the detractor side, and then asked me about one documentary, and that was it. That's completely different, right? Completely different.
To me, it seemed like Craig had the substance and Adam had the style of the interview, and that's just, you know what I mean? And not that you didn't have any substance either, but that's the way it...
Craig, you have no style.
Or that you don't have any style.
All right. Continue.
Did yesterday. Absolutely. The Pounder says, does it cost $5,000 a month for each?
So here we go. It doesn't make any sense.
Nope.
It does not. No.
It's like... That's a laughable
simple no.
Yeah. Simple no. It costs time after the initial investment of getting your webcam.
All right, on to the next.
That's a long bike ride.
Dark side fail. Yeah, did you go on a 5-hour bike ride? That's insane.
He's like, I don't want this bike ride to end because I still got more to listen to.
Listen to on a bike. Okay.
Gamer2 says.
Oh, here we go. I'm toxic on my own streams. I ban anyone who brings evidence that contradicts his narrative. He lied about literally everything yesterday. There you go. Look at all that. Look at all that corroborating evidence of that statement. But they're going to keep reading it, right? Anything that's associated with money, they're going to read.
Toxic on his own streams and ban anyone who brings evidence that contradicts the narrative. He lied about literally everything yesterday.
You don't have to tell me, Gamer.
Sophie says, thank you so much.
What does this mean? Phil looks like he's going through puberty backwards and sweating like nuts. I didn't sweat once. I literally didn't sweat at all. Did you ever even see me like wipe my forehead? There was zero sweating, and I don't even know what that means. But do you see they're reading everything? Just read everything so that we can make fun of Phil. This is literally the Phil shit show.
Yeah, Craig and Adam.
Shit on Phil the entire show.
Like he was going through puberty backwards.
I didn't sweat. I wasn't sweating at all. In fact, it was nice and cool yesterday. Today, it was hot. in this office. But yesterday I was sweating and I was in here for 5.5 hours, right? What are you talking about?
Never know.
Almond John says, is it technically the third time SideScrollers show has been brought back to life?
Yes, it was. Okay.
Well, I think that if I was to change the intro, people would riot. But yeah, it's very similar to it, and that's mainly a mistake.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Something news industry would want from you.
That's good point. He's got a good point. That's true.
The problem is it's too long. Like, if we can sit here and react to the whole show, but it's way too long. I'm not going to stick around for all night, so I have to skip a lot, and there's not a lot going on here. Right?
Breaking news.
I'm pretty sure Yellow Flash is booked. We need to look at the chat, but I know we were talking, so let me triple check. Hold on.
Mr. Knox, how you doing? Mr. Knox says, was DSP stupid or desperate for any form of clout to be a part of the interview?
You tell me, what clout did I get out of the interview? Zero clout. What benefit did I get? Did I make a lot of money? No, they didn't pay me any of that money that they made. Did I get any positive press from the interview? No, not at all, right? Nothing at all. It was supposed to be me being a guest on their show. It wasn't supposed to be an interview to begin with. I was doing them a favor, right? A favor.
Interview. Either way, this is freaking gold. Yeah, that, I don't know. I think that he likes our show. He said he watches our show, and we have a lot of fun on this show. And I think he desperately wants to be relevant and desperately wants to be successful, and just does not know how to do it properly.
Despite the fact that I literally said on the show, I have no aspirations to be a big YouTuber. I have no aspirations to be successful. All I want to do is put out content for my audience and make a living doing it. Meaningful content for a small group is what I want. That's what I actually like more. I literally said this on the show, and he thinks the opposite. Well, maybe if you would take that fucking hat off and take the cotton out of your ears, you'd hear what I actually said in your own interview.
In this world. And I mean, you got, if you've done the amount of shit that he's done without being honest and holding yourself accountable, he's never going to be able to shed that stigma that he has.
How was I never honest or held myself accountable? Did you not see me react to my own Down the Rabbit Hole, react to the John Rambo and Howard video from last year, and literally fess up to so many mistakes that I have made? Right? Like, what are you talking of? You're talking about, here's what he's talking about. WWE Champions. Like, literally, that's what he's talking about. That's it. It's like they took one issue out of the entire history of everything. They took one fucking thing, right? They took one joke from a stream last summer. It's a joke that's completely out of context to my normal content. I don't usually joke like that. It was a joke that was misinterpreted by a lot of negative people being negatively saying it was a racist joke. Wasn't intended that way. It's still a dark joke. It's definitely still too dark. It's not in my normal style. Well, that's him every stream then. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are you talking about? Right? What are you speaking? What? None of what they're saying makes sense. It's like they weren't paying any attention.
It's impossible. Right now, unless he owns up to it, it'll never happen.
Own up to what? To the one thing? You're literally harping on one fucking thing. You ignored everything else.
Because everyone will always hold that against him. And, you know, he just wants to, like, pretend like all of it, oh no, it's all in my past. Like, let me just start fresh. And it's never going to happen, dude. You right. Can't start fresh because the internet is forever. And all your shit's on the internet.
Yeah, but so because people have done things in the past that are bad, you can never forgive them and never believe that they ever got better. That's what he's saying. Wow, you're an awesome person, Adam. Like, really? Let me make sure to not look at your past and find anything you've ever done, man. Holy shit. No one drudge up his past, right? Like, what are you talking about? You're not supposed to fucking ever improve and be better from your past, according to this guy. You can never, ever, like, wow. That's interesting.
Own your shit. It's just going to keep piling on you.
Right. I think the closest he was going to get would have been after the show.
Yesterday.
Right.
This was the closest he ever had to finally resetting, and he chose not to confirm with you, Craig, and he chose to fucking talk shit on Keemstar after the show. And it's like, bro, what the...
Because Keemstar's a piece of shit. We said we were going to do it on the show. It doesn't mean shit. Keemstar is a piece of shit. No one likes him. All right? People deal with Keemstar because they want clout or they want money. All right? That's why. I can say whatever I want about him. I just talked shit. He talked shit about me too. Way more than I've ever talked shit about him. You're out of your mind. I'm supposed to kiss his butt because I was happy. I want nothing to do with the guy. I already said this multiple times. I want absolutely nothing to do with that man at all. Like I said, if I ever had a business arrangement with Keemstar, he would literally try to control me for the rest of my life. He would literally like a puppeteer with strings. He's like, well, I helped fill out that one time, so now he's beholden to me for the rest of the life, right? That's the kind of guy he is. He's ultra controlling. Why do you think when he tried to control me with getting me to do this show, and I would not play by his rules, right? I would not just do exactly what he wanted, right? Drop my entire stream to answer the phone for him when I didn't even know it was him, correct? He's so upset because he wants to be in control of everything at all times. Why in the fuck would I ever want to go be in business with someone like that? Why do they like him so much? Are you stupid? Have you not done any kind of research on this man on the internet that's factual? And that's the difference. They'll say, oh, Keemstar and Phil are the same. They both get the hate. No. The things Keemstar has done are well publicly documented, and they're not circumstantial evidence. He fucking talked shit about mental illness to people like, people like Etika and what happened there. He's falsely accused people on the internet and he literally factually proven he's orchestrated events, dramatic events that weren't real to get stuff, popularity for his content. It's factually proven. The stuff you're accusing me of is not factually proven. It's bullshit. Bullshit. There's a difference. Hated for bullshit, hated for facts. It's not rocket science unless you like the guy because you want to kiss his butt because you like riding on the clout that you have having him on your show. Let's be honest here.
What the fuck is wrong with you? Anyway, I know that's smart. I got more to say. I'm just...
Say, just so you know, Flash will be...
The funny part, again, is that none of this was said when I was there. Do you understand? Why do you say this behind my back? Right? Why is this said... Where? I was there. I was fucking there. If you have things to say to me, say it to my face. Why did you wait till the next day? You know? It doesn't make any sense at all. None. Except we wanted to profit.
On the show April 7th.
Ooh.
So
Nice.
So
My sister's birthday.
All right, nice. We'll
Happy birthday.
in a private Discord. Yeah, that viewer actually came in yesterday and last night when I was talking about this a little bit, and that was actually I was actually going to bring them up during the stream, but just didn't have an opportunity. So
Who?
Yeah. Craig is aware of, and Adam's aware of like 90% of all of this stuff.
I know way too much
nothing.
about Phil. Way too much.
This is just, again, they took every super chat, read it out, and just, yes, it's all true, 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 yes, it's all true. That's not professional. I'm not there. I'm not there. You had me on the show.
And streaming, they can't finish it. Like a show that goes like horribly wrong after what, like 6 seasons. But you don't keep
I think it's more like Jersey Shore. Anyway, watching this is like Jersey Shore. But you'd probably watch Jersey Shore. It's probably your favorite show.
$17.38. Yeah, baby.
Yeah,
like I said,
Get a good
10 out of
ROI
10
on
interview.
your
Dude
house for
Phil's
sure.
good man. Prayer
all
hands
right,
in
let's see. I think we got
chat.
a
Trolls
few
have
more.
won.
I'm still-
Folded hands, folded
They're
hands,
never going to end.
folded
This is the
hands.
whole show is just reading negative super chats about me.
Mr. Doctor Inspector.
Okay, one actually had nothing to do with me. I can't believe
We'll
it,
probably
right?
pay taxes on it first before we spend it.
The 1651. That's an inside joke with the. Rise FN says Adam.
Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Just keep going. Let me just, for the sake of it, let me fast forward a bit. Let's go like 20 minutes forward and let's see what they're talking about. Okay?
Inner peace or whatever, you know.
Right. I 100% agree. 100% agree.
Me too. Yeah, I hope so.
Here we go.
Darkseid to flow
This
says,
is 20 minutes later. It continues, right? 20 minutes later, this is the whole show. The whole show is just about me.
Everyone wants to know, what are the chances you'll appear on That Being Said or other Detractor stream? I've told, I've been in talks with That Being Said. I'll definitely appear on their show, 100%. 100%. I just gotta lock down a time. Coming up, I'm gonna be on Tuesday Night Main Event on Tuesday, coming up as well. So that's
Great
gonna be really
show.
cool.
Great show.
Talking to Jimmy
Decent
about
gamer.
that.
Don't know what that is. Anyway.
Start fresh. If you don't hold your, it's impossible.
Here we
to
go,
start
here we
fresh
go.
if you don't hold yourself accountable in any way. Congrats for the great work, guys.
I'm gonna skip ahead even further. Here we go.
Agile.
Jade, have a good night.
I think that's why he's still sitting at, like World 1-1. So,
well, and he has such a high view of himself. You know, I said it to him, illusion of grandeur, man. Like, you really think that you're this freaking king on this pedestal that everyone needs to worship you.
What the fuck are you talking about? I'm a king on a pedestal that needs to be worshipped. We explained what the King of Hate moniker meant, right? We did. We actually went through it on the show. That has nothing to do with anything like that whatsoever, right? I said I'm a small-time guy. I'm a flawed. You know, everything I said on the show was to explain that I have absolutely no big thoughts or aspirations about myself or my content. Well, you see, it's a giant king, and everyone should kiss his butt. Yes, you're right. That's why I take it every opportunity to always be on top of everything. Right? I totally don't. What a real wow. If you want to talk about people who unprepared, this guy knows absolutely nothing about me whatsoever. Zero besides the hate that's come in. That's what he hears. He knows nothing about me or my content whatsoever.
You had it really well for a long time because there was no competition. You got into YouTube
this is correct,
early, man. Like, good shit. But you didn't continue to evolve with the
this
internet.
Is all correct.
You stayed stagnant, like thinking that you were worth people's attention.
Correct. I've talked about all this publicly in the Down the Rabbit Hole and other places. 100% correct. I've admitted to this.
And you weren't.
Correct.
You have to adjust and cater to your audience, and he didn't.
Correct.
His audience slowly grew in the wrong direction by people making fun of him, and instead of owning it and using it like Keem talked about, that's what he does. He's like, I got the most detractors, and I use them. They're my fans. They make me more money because of the hate.
But he makes shit content that's harmful to others. That's how he got over it. He doesn't make gameplay videos, Adam. He doesn't interact with his audience in a nice, positive way. He's a jerk. He hurts people to make money. Everything he does is deriding others, making fun of others, bringing others down, and then making money off of it. He's like, he has a giant chessboard of what he considers the world of lolcows, right? Or anyone who's having a problem, and he moves the pieces around the chessboard, and he watches money fly off the chessboard into his pockets. That's how he made his money. How are you okay with that?
Bitter.
Tell me, and again, what I said is the difference between me and Keem, I've never hurt anyone with my content. Who did I hurt by making a bad Let's Play? Who did I hurt, right? With his stuff? Nothing. This guy's constantly hurting people.
No, out on his own audience when they didn't support him anymore. And it was just like, he just got worse and worse and worse. It's just like, bro, it's so obvious, like, but he can't see it.
What are you talking? What? Dude, this guy is a fucking dunce. He did nothing. He literally didn't do any research at all. Like, what are you talking about? I outright admitted it. We've outright talked about it on streams in React events. You fucking tremendous black hole of emptiness in your brain. It's documented that I fucking talked about it. Why is no one countering? No, actually, fair enough, he did say this because no one did the research. No one here did the research. It was just, we only listened to what the detractors said. And according to the detractors, he never grew, he never admitted, nothing. They only listened to the detractors. What a bunch of fucking idiots.
You got a point, and I think what Keem was right, too. It's one of them things, like, I think if he would have owned up to his mistakes as they happened, as they came along, it would have been way different.
Correct.
But instead, he got to a point where he denied, and it's so much now, it's just a mountain.
Well, it depends. Cause I out of all these people, I think Travis is the most, I hate to say it, the guy who thinks the best about this shit. And he probably, you know what I mean? Like, what he's saying kind of makes sense, except yes and no, because yeah, he's absolutely right. When I made mistakes and things went wrong, I was always like a pig-headed idiot, and I wouldn't admit that I did anything wrong. That was old Phil. Today, with you guys call me out on stuff, and all the time. So you're right. Let's change it. You know what I'm saying? Like Travis, I think out of all these people, is the voice of reason. A lot of the time, Craig is just kind of the host, but he's kind of like the figurehead. But when you listen to all of them talk, Travis has some good takes, in my opinion.
He ever let it go? How could he admit? Because he has to admit to so much all at once. You know what I'm saying? It's just ridiculous now. It's so much.
I'll say this. I've been doing this longer than Phil, and
there's
a certain time.
By the way, guys, there's a lot of tips and things coming in. I'm absolutely going to shout them out before the end of the stream, which is probably in about half an hour. So we're not watching this whole show. This is 2.5 hours of just ragging on me. I can't watch 2.5 hours of this shit. But I think I'm proving my point here. No, how unfair this was.
Where you need to eat humble pie, where somebody needs to go like, hey, dude, like, look, Screw Attack was a very big deal in its time.
Correct.
Right? During its time, it was a big deal. We did billions of views on the internet.
Yep.
Right? Like, it was insane. But that was it.
Right.
That was long gone. And
whenever do I say today I'm big or I'm popular or I'm you know what? Never at all. It's completely the opposite.
Relevant online. I'm a piece of sand in this giant, vast ocean. Right.
Oh yeah.
And I think that's important to understand and for to be humbled at a point. And that happened to me. That's happened to me where and I don't think that's happened to Phil.
What are you talking about? Oh my! Again, they watched nothing. They literally watched nothing. They've watched no content of mine. Anything within the last few years, they only watched detractor highlights. There's no way they could say shit like this and actually watched my content. It's not possible. It's just not possible. And they're supposed to be objective interviewers. They watched nothing. They did not. They did all the negative research and none of the positive. Again, did they ask a certain person, any one person who's a fan of my content, what do you like about Phil? What's the positives about him? Why do you watch him if he has all this hate again? They didn't do that. They fucking just went and watched every detractor. They talked to. It's a Gundam. Yeah, you're really gonna get an intelligent discussion out of that guy. I'm sure. Wow. They're literally every word they're saying.
And I hope that yesterday was an opportunity for him, but I don't think he's going to take that.
It was an opportunity, but
Right,
he's so stubborn that he probably is sitting there thinking that we fucked him over. Like, we totally fucked him.
No, the interview didn't fuck me.
No,
This
dude.
is what fucked me. Right here. This is what fucked me, you idiot. Not the interview. The interview was fine. The interview was exactly as I expected it to go. But the day when you decided I'm just going to do a second profitable stream shitting on the guy that's not there to stick up for himself, that's where you fucked me over.
We were giving you the realest opportunity you have ever had to win back your audience.
Again, how? By saying I did something I didn't do. You came into the interview 100% believing I was guilty. That's not an interview. It's not a legit interview. You fucked up. You told me one thing. I came in with the notion of what you told me. You completely lied to me. You just proved it with that statement. Well, yesterday was we gave him that opportunity. You can't give someone an opportunity unless you already think they're guilty. You see what I'm saying? Like, you fucked up horribly with this interview. You don't understand that now all of your integrity is gone. Anyone who goes on your show, anything for an interview like this could never trust you ever again. You're really, like, thank God I didn't send them anything. Really, like, what the fuck?
To actually evolve and level up. But he
level
didn't do it
up
because he's so stubborn.
Oh my God.
Dude, all right. Well, there it is.
What Floor says, it was a train wreck.
Same day. Here we go. Let's skip ahead again. Right? All right, let's try here.
Have you noticed his blabs? And I ordered no show socks.
No. Are they finally done? Was that it?
His expenses. He doesn't keep track of them. He's got them written down.
I got them all written right here. Trav, you know the funny thing is there, you know that paper was just blank. It was blank.
Sure.
The paper right here with all my expenses written on it? Right here, motherfucker? Right here? The paper with writing all over it? Here. Ready? It's literally still at my fucking desk, you idiot. God, these people, again, you want to talk about disingenuous. They didn't believe a word I said. Here, I just want to make sure that I don't have personal accounts on here. Right? I'm trying to think, like, because I don't want you to see what accounts I have, right? Obviously. Can I show you this paper? Not really. Right off the bat, there's like 2 accounts that are personal accounts, you guys should know about. Fuck. Because I wish I could have folded it. Yeah. Already, because all my utility companies' names are on here and everything. Maybe I have to fold it a certain way. Not that I should have to do this. Right? Here, maybe if I do a crazy folding job, right? And this is really stupid, but just to show how dumb they are, okay? I'm literally just going to show you one tiny part. All right, one tiny part of it. Nah, you know, I could cut it up maybe. Again, I'm trying to show you without, again, so Phil wants to prove what he's saying is true, but even just to show you this paper has personal shit on it that can expose, but you understand what I'm saying now about proving innocence? Like, literally, I'm like, right here, well, here's a utility company, you can't show you the name of the company, right? Here's, you know, here's this, here's the account, I can't show you, if you see this, you're gonna, fucking people will do shit, you know? Literally, because I wrote all the names. Instead of putting, like, garbage removal, I put the name of the company. I can't show you that. So, sucks. But this is the fucking paper right here with all of it on it. But I think you understand the point. Even that, I was going to read it off one by one. Like, the only thing I shows website charging mortgage probably is the only thing on here that I could show you that doesn't have anything on there that you should know about, right? Yeah. Taking a look. Jesus. Because everything else puts me in exposure, right? 2.5 says any earnest person would understand why you can't show it. Like, even if I fold it this way, right? Like this. And fucking like this. Right? Like this. It's like origami. I have to fold it 400 times to even show anything that can be shown. Right? Here. I'm going to try this. Just to show that I'm not full of shit. Right? So... What is that? What is that account? Okay, that's okay, I guess. That's okay. What is that? Hulu. You can see Hulu. Alright? So here we go. Alright? So, just to... I'll pre-read it. It's the website that I have, my website, dspgaming.com, the mortgage payment, my phone bill, which I'm going to cover, the name of the company, and my car insurance. Okay? Oh, you can't... Oh, there you go. Can you kind of see the writing? Oh, my God, you can't see it. The camera won't even adjust. Yeah. Fuck. Well, you can't see it. You saw writing. You see writing. Okay, you can see writing. You see I'm not full of it. There's fucking writing on the paper right there. I can't... The camera won't do it. But there you go. That's literally every month. Paper. My expenses. That I'm going to read to them. And the point they're making, all right? Here's the point they're making, because we can address this, all right? I know, you can't see shit. I wasn't going to prove nothing. The point they're making is, you know, they asked, what are $5,000 a month in business expenses? I don't even know where that comes from, because I don't know what they're talking about. You understand? Well, I don't get it. I don't even know what they're talking about. All right? I don't, you know, I have no clue what they're speaking of. Because I don't know if that's from the bankruptcy report, if that's a tax return, if that's data that was taken from a tax return and transferred to a bankruptcy report. I don't know what that entails, because I don't know what's considered business income one way or another for taxes versus, you know, bankruptcy report. I have no clue. I'm not a legal expert on this shit. I would never be able to answer that question for anyone. So instead I said, here's what I can do. I can literally pull out my monthly expenses and read through this, so you guys can know exactly what I spend every month. Would you like to hear it now? Because they wouldn't let me do it. They cut me off. Here's my monthly expenses. Are you ready for this? First of all, there's a reminder on here that at the beginning of every month I should, you know, cash out what I make on Patreon and then send my Patreon private DMs for people who are owed their perks. We've got Hulu, Comcast, which is my internet. Everyone knows that. My monthly condo dues, my Game Pass subscription, YouTube Premium. I have a note on here to pay federal taxes every month. My garbage removal, my water bill, my website charges, my mortgage, my phone bill, my car insurance. I still have monthly payments to Amazon for a few things I bought last year that are almost done. Payments to attorneys, okay? Medical payments that I'm doing ongoing every month. My back tax payments that I do every month. My car payment that I do every month. My electric bill, my health insurance. And then I have notes at the bottom of things that are important. And for example, be sure to prepare for your dues next month or whatever. Like, that's it. And then I have a note at the top. Every, like, quarterly I have to do business taxes for the state. It's quarterly. So I have a note of what month that I have to pay those. Okay? Like, literally, that's it. That's what I pay every month. And, of course, not on there would be, for example, you know, if I have to buy a specific game, stuff like that, something comes up, that I have to spend on. Of course, there's nothing on there like groceries. That's weekly. That's normal stuff. But this is my list of expenses every month, right? So I don't know where the numbers come from. How the fuck would I know? Why am I expected to know that? That information on that bankruptcy report is not supposed to be something that's supposed to be public. You know what I mean? No one goes into that shit. You know, like I said, that was the most ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous bankruptcy ever. Even the judge admitted it, said, I've never seen anything like this before. This circus that it became, right? Anyway, let me put this back. Yes, my fake piece of paper. Fucking idiot. But you see what I mean? Like, even something as easy as that. You think, oh, that's easy. That's, you know, it's not a big deal. It is. That's exposure. Right now, if I showed you the name of companies that I'm paying, utility companies and shit, that could hurt me. They've done it before. Years ago, they called my electric company, tried to turn on my electricity. Right? Right in the middle of my work week. Like, now, that would have been terrible if I didn't have the notification that was going to happen. Right? So. Oh, Stuttering Craig wrote me an email. That's nice. Craig, apparently right now you're ripping us a new asshole. What do you think I was going to do? Do you think I was going to be happy of what you did today? Your actions are heinous, dude. You literally came at the interview completely unfairly. You didn't approach it objectively. You admitted it in your email to me. All you did was sit and listen to detractors. Then you sat and took money from detractors. And then you sat and took money from detractors again. This is not an interview. This is not professional. This is not what a professional would want to do. You literally are happy, right? You are happy, very happy that you got this. Don't lie now. Come on. I mean, seriously, dude. You're so excited that this has happened for you, right? Anyway. Yes, the paper was blank.
Tickle Bruno came in with the $55.
See? So keep reading the negative stuff because he keeps doing it, right?
He says, goes without saying, great job the interview. You really brought up a good point about DSP's mental health. I think we're dealing with someone that's a few sandwiches short of a picnic. Normal thought process goes from A to B to C. Instead, his process goes from G to hey to blue to hey Macarena. I think he needs to get help first before he tries to fix relationships around him. There's only so much someone can take before it sends them to a dark place. Hopefully, he finds clarity.
If it were true that my mental health was bad, right? Why do you think that is, Craig? Maybe it's because when I have an opportunity that I actually think I'm going to be treated nicely or fairly, I still don't get treated nicely or fairly, right? Again, there was nothing wrong with the interview. If you had left it at that interview, and that was the end-all, be-all of it, and that was it, that's it, right? It would have been done, and it would have been over with. Instead, you did this. This is completely underhanded, dishonest, shooting gallery, attack Phil, take money to shit on him constantly. This is wrong, what you're doing here.
And I think that's probably one of the biggest things from yesterday is I know personally, and I know everybody here wants what's best for him as a human.
So what are you doing? So what's best for me is to sit here for 2.5 hours and take payments from my detractors and literally regurgitate the negative memes about me. This is the best thing for me? This is what's best for you, bro. Let's be honest here. This whole thing was all about you. You reached out for a fun guest on your show. You hit the gold mine with the amount of drama, and you capitalized on it. You've banked on it, right? Or else this would have been Mario Kart, Craig. This was Mario Kart. See the four of you playing Mario Kart right now? Isn't this a great stream that you planned on? No, you literally are capitalizing on the pain of others. 1,000,000%. It's fucked up, dude.
I want Phil to be in a good place. And I think that's the hardest thing about it is, like, how do you say that to somebody? Be like, dude, listen.
All right, enough of this. I'm just curious if we go like another 20 minutes and they're still doing it. Let's go to this nice big super chat.
Tell you what, I'm literally 45 minutes behind on the super chats. I want to give you, Adam, an opportunity, and we will read all these super chats, all direct donations. We'll read.
Here we go. Adam's gonna go off. This will be hilarious.
Adam, the opportunity to kind of say what you wanted to say, your overall thoughts about the interview, because you're the one person that we haven't really heard from after yesterday, and I think you're the person people probably want to hear from most.
Please listen to Adam's rant.
I don't even know how to start to really give my thoughts on it. I'm almost. That's fine.
No, I did not pre-watch this. I don't know what you're about to say.
I'm going to scroll the super chats on the bottom so they get acknowledged while you're talking, and just know that we see them and we're reading them and we acknowledge them and we thank you. So the floor is yours, though, Adam. So.
Okay, so I've traveled around a lot in the world. I've met a lot of people in my life, a lot of people that use and lie to get ahead. And it feels like that's kind of the world we live in right now. You know, people don't want to work hard for easy living. People want the easy path to easy living.
I've definitely had the easiest path to an easy living, guys. Let me tell you, this has been the easiest, least bumpy ride. I've had no hurdles and no problems. It's just been an easy street all along the way. Right.
And life is a challenge. You know, you have to work to be successful. The most successful people work their ass off to become successful. And I feel like most of these internet personalities, they try to get the easy path. And a lot of the people that are successful in this world work their ass off. Like, say what you will about Tim Pool, that dude works his fucking ass off and deserves the success that he's made, right? I mean, it doesn't matter what happened between him and I. That's irrelevant. Like, he works his ass off, is very knowledgeable about what he does, and earned his success. That's
how does that have to do with me?
Right? Someone like DSP, he just wants that success without any of the hard work.
I want all that success without any of the hard work. I haven't worked hard. I'm one of the most, I won't say I'm the most, I'm one of the most prolific gaming content creators in history. Over 100,000 videos, 15 years of almost every day full-time putting out gameplay videos, set schedules, right? This guy has absolutely, positively no knowledge of me whatsoever. Zero. And they're giving him an avenue to just spout nonsense. He literally knows nothing about me. I lost friendships and relationships because I was addicted to work. I was addicted to putting out so many videos in a day, right? The reason why I actually got the popularity I did early was because I was the guy who was beating games so fast and immediately getting those playthroughs out within 2-3 days. Like, what are you speaking of? You have absolutely no concept of anything. You went into the interview with zero knowledge and you walked out with all the negative associations. All you listened to were the bad things about me. What you're saying is factually disproven, but you don't care.
Or he thinks that he's working hard. I work 6 days a week from... He tried to lay out this whole thing that he works all day and 12 hours. He only gets an hour with his wife. Like, bro, that's a fucking problem. Yeah. You should spend more time with your wife. You're right. Spend more time doing other things.
You're right.
And then
making
yourself right. I turned into a fucking therapist yesterday, and I'm not a therapist. I'm just a logical based person.
Big ups Philip Burnell for the $1. I am feeling a little shell shocked right now.
I said it yesterday. My friends call me honest asshole because I'm always honest with them. But they appreciate that with me because I'm going to be honest. Like, if you're doing some shit that I think is stupid, I'm going to call you out on it. I'm going to tell you, like, you're being a fucking idiot. Be smart with your money. Stop.
Again, I had no issue with the interview. The interview was fine. When I got out of that interview, I defended these guys and said I thought the interview was fine. This segment, this whole show is fucked up and wrong.
$1 on a freaking mobile game, $1 is too much. If you can't afford to fucking eat or pay your rent,
no shit,
or pay fucking electricity bills, what the fuck are you wasting money?
I'm not spending $1 on it when I can't pay my bills. What are you talking about? Where's the evidence of that? Right? When did I ever say this? The question they had asked me was, "What did you spend on games this month?" I said, like, probably $15. You know, and they said, and I said it wasn't even on WWE Champions. It was on the new Street Fighter game. I did like those daily $1 or whatever. Right? This month this didn't happen. I have no money. Like, what are you talking about? Right?
You shouldn't spend a cent. So it's like, even that he even admitted that he's spending any amount of money on that shit was too much. It's like, come on, dude. be smart about your money. It was so clear throughout yesterday that he's a fucking idiot when it comes to spending money. Yeah, I said it, Phil. I'm not.
Oh, I don't care.
I'm just being brutally honest.
Say what you want about that.
Asshole, all right, you get what you get when you're talking to me. All right, you came and clearly, fuck, that was a bad pun too. Jeez. You know what I mean? Like, you came on our show, and things happened, right? So
don't care about what happened on the show.
You're hiding something, and people are making really good points that you're probably scared you're going to get in trouble from going through that bankruptcy. You said yesterday the bankruptcy saved you. Like, everything was going to be good from now on. Twitch was paying you well, and these fucking assholes ruined your shit on Twitch because you say racist shit. And it's like, all right, you do. Like, all right.
No, that's not what happened at all. I didn't get banned from Twitch because I say racist shit. I never said racist shit on Twitch. It never happened. They banned me for things that happened a decade ago. Completely out of context. It's like something you did from your past when you were young and you were an immature idiot. And by the way, it was allowed back then. And now you're getting banned from things today for it. Like, what are you talking about? When do I say this stuff constantly? What are you this guy has no idea what he's speaking of. None.
Those fucking jokes. But don't be surprised when you get booted off the platform, who are very clearly in the woke, man. Twitch is... I don't like Twitch. I don't like they fucked over the partner program. It's not even worth being a partner anymore. And they have the freaking a deer on their freaking head of their... I don't know what the hell it's called. Like, who gets to be on? Like, I think it's a they. No, it's a deer. It's a deer self. I don't know what the fuck they...
By the way, we have a lot of contributions that we'll be shouting out soon, just so you know, because I can't keep going all night. I just wanted to hear what he had to say, and he doesn't have much to say. So it's all like, lack of knowledge, talking out of the ass, don't even know what I'm talking about. Same shit detractors say, because that's all he had. The knowledge he has is what the detractors told him. He hasn't watched content. He doesn't know anything about me. It's pretty sad, actually.
That shit is crazy. But that's who's working at Twitch now. So what, are you surprised that your whole Twitch career just got flopped because some people called you out for making some racist jokes?
I was on Twitch for 4.5 years. And then it happened. It wasn't like I started on Twitch and I got banned. I was on there for 4.5 years, and I never did a damn thing on there to get banned. And then they removed me from the partner program. How do you know the difference? Don't you understand the difference? It was a concerted effort. How is it that it also happened at Twitch and other places all at the same time? I told him this on the show, but they don't listen. God.
Fine. Make some racist jokes. Do it. Be you. Don't fucking try to act like you've changed. Own who you are.
Don't make racist jokes, you idiot.
Bitch. Fucking be the person you want to be and fucking own it. Find a platform that's going to allow you to be that person. All right? I gave you 2 great ideas for a show, right? This is how you don't game. Use it to your...
Way too old for too late for that. That would have worked when the This Is How You Don't Play movement started, a decade ago. That definitely would have worked. But then I admit 100% I was stupid. I was absolutely dumb and did not capitalize on it like I should have. Instead, I got angry. That is my fault. But again, I've already publicly admitted this. He doesn't know that because he didn't do any research.
Advantage. Own who you are, all right? Put that fucking box of tissues behind you, because you did wank on screen, all right? Fucking own it.
I did.
You're never going to catch me fucking pulling my dick out live, because I'm not a fucking idiot, all right? You made the mistake. You were...
This is hilarious, because this guy done dumb shit. Probably not that bad, but he's probably done some really dumb shit. Like, you got to really think, like, what are you doing? You're just setting yourself up for a fall, dude. Because everyone who said shit about shit like this to me, then they get exposed years later. It's not me that does it, but then they get exposed years later. It's way worse. Remember Pro Jared? Remember when he tweeted about me for no good reason? What happened to him? I mean, dude, you can't be fucking saying shit like that. That was just dumb.
Own it. All right? I'm sick of people that are just like, I'm a victim. I'm a victim. Yes, being a victim happens.
Molo Viking says, actually, he's already done worse. He was booted off of one of the most popular shows on YouTube to do this show instead. Really? I know nothing about this man. I know absolutely nothing about him. So you're saying he was on a popular YouTube show, he got kicked off, and now he's on this show, but he's going to laugh at me and make fun of me because I made a stupid mistake, huh?
But you're choosing to remain a victim and using it to milk your subscribers, the people that support you. You know what? I have no respect for people who take advantage of the people who support them. I love my chat.
And I love my chat. I love the great conversations that we have every single day. That's why I come to stream every day, to have nice personal conversations with the people who I spend time with all day long, right?
The reason why I'm successful and I'm able to sit in my house and talk about my opinions on live all online.
Me too.
It's not that hard of a job. It's fun. I fucking love it.
Me too.
I get to play video games, and people watch me and pay me. Play video games.
Correct.
You get to do the same. You lucky fucking asshole.
You're right.
How dare you fucking bitch about it?
Who's bitching about it? I'm not bitching about the content I put out. I'm bitching about all the shit around it that I have nothing to do with. That's what I'm bitching about. All the nonsense that people have made up about me. Right? Who's complaining about? I love my job. I love the games I play. I love my audience. What are you speaking of?
All right. I'm sick of it. Stop being a fucking victim.
I'm not. Listen, I'm not a victim. I outright said on your show, no one should be contributing to me because they feel bad because people are hating on me. No one. I don't want no pity party on the internet. If you're supporting me, support me because you like my content and you like me. That's it. I don't want people coming in. We don't have pity party streams and shit. We don't. So what are you talking about? You're lecturing the wrong person.
Your shit. All right, I'm done.
You lectured the wrong person. Literally every point you made was wrong. Congratulations, Adam! Adam, with the most uninformed rant of the year award. Yes, Adam. So everyone, applaud this man. Most uninformed man I've ever heard talk about me. Actually, like my detractors intentionally are uninformed and say wrong things. This man just made no effort to be informed whatsoever before he went off. I mean, that's pretty impressive. I don't think I've ever really seen someone as misinformed about me and then actually pretend like they knew what they were talking about. Right? Wow. But again, doing it on the show that I'm not on, so I can't counter it. That's pretty impressively amazing, isn't it?
Get it out. I love it. Like, I think that at the end of the day, look, there are common themes on this show, right? Common sense and responsibility. Right? Those have been a common theme from the start, and everything you said rings true with those. Like, we are so freaking lucky to be able to do that.
Correct?
Dude.
We all are. Anyone making content on the internet is insanely lucky. I've said this a million times. The only reason I'm popular is because I started when I did. If I had started later, I never would have had absolutely anyone at all who would have watched me.
Lucky.
Right?
I love my life. I love doing what I do.
This guy sounds just like me, what he's saying. Which proves he never watched me if he thinks that we're different. We're literally like kindred spirits in this regard with how much we love what we do. But he just wants to insult me because everyone else says I'm a shithead. Good job, Adam.
Fucking house. I love my house, and that's all thanks to you guys. Like
this sounds exactly like me.
Online,
every day
all around the globe. I got people all in different countries that are like, man, you're fucking great. Thank you for doing what you do. Shout out from Panama. Shout out from Ireland. Shout out from fucking wherever. And it's like, this is fucking awesome. Like, I got people all around the globe trying to support me, and it's like, I will never look at them like a dollar sign. I've
correct, and I don't either.
Do that,
right?
And I have zero respect for it. There's many people in this circle that do that, and it's like, man, as soon as you do that, the audience knows.
Mm-hmm. That's why I need to change for the better. I need to stop with the e-begging shit. I know that. I'm trying my best. That's why when I fall back on my old ways and when I have my fans emailing me and shit saying, dude, what are you doing? I appreciate that. And it's happened recently, and it really pisses me off. It does. You know what I mean? It really pisses me off that I do it. And I got to get better at it because I'm in a situation, unlike him, who probably, he's not financially tight. I am incredibly financially tight because of all the shit I've been through over the years. That's something I absolutely need to get better. I don't see my viewers as dollar signs. I don't say, oh, turn on that stream and let the dough start rolling. It's like, no, I want to turn on my stream and have fun, play a game, have a conversation, do a fun podcast. That's what I want to do. And then the money comes along with that. But again, this is something I've reiterated a million times in my own content. This guy knows nothing about me. He's lecturing no one. He's literally lecturing the wall at this point, right?
Feel it. They can sense it when you don't give a shit about them anymore, and then you start guilting them. Like, dude, you can't guilt your audience. They're gonna support you if you're worth supporting, okay? And you cease being worthy of their support when you see them as dollar signs instead of people that live fucking lives. That's life. As I said, life is tough. All right, they're choosing to.
I'm not gonna listen to the rest of it, dude. He doesn't even know what he's talking about. He doesn't know me. I mean, it's so bad. Like, you're yelling at someone who agrees with you. It's like you walked into a church and you yelled out, "God is great." Yes, Adam. Anyway.
Like many skeptical detractors on Twitter, you guys shut me the F up and got me got me hat in hand. You guys crushed it. This is a great intro to Side Scrollers, and want to see what's. Echidna says DSP said he promised his wife he would quit mobile games. Admitted he sank money into WWE. Might cause a lot more trouble than just embarrassment.
What?
Well, that would actually make sense as why he can't let his username get out, because he said that it would harm his family if his username got out. It's like that actually. So he could be being honest.
They're making new conspiracies up now. Oh my god, I got a headache. I got a fucking headache, dude. I got a serious headache. Yes, what I said, just to clarify, because now people want me to clarify on that statement, what I said was I stopped playing mobile games like I used to. Remember, I admitted I used to play WWE Supercard, I used to play Dokkan Battle, I used to spend insane amounts of money on them. I know, I admitted this. When I got with Cat, that was the end of that. When I got with Cat, that was it.
The entire
More
time.
important things.
The entire point of the show. Lion Robot says, I was wrong. The Side Scrollers crushed it yesterday and also gave us one help.
All right, well, there's really nothing else to say. This is the whole thing, right? There's literally nothing else to address, correct?
Help, right, for sure. And I think that when you have any sort of family member or community member or even friend, you just, you can be harsh to them while spouting the truth.
Well, it's like the problem with...
All right, because I got to start wrapping up with my own shit. My stream usually ends around this time. So, here's the deal. Because I need to come to a conclusion here, and I actually have something to say. All right? Here's how this all ends, okay? All right? Here's how all this ends. It's this simple. Okay? Because I'm done with this now. All right? No, I'm not going to Duty Stream. Duty Stream can kiss my ass, okay? Here's the deal. All right? Here's how we end it. You gave me you promised me one thing, you gave me something else, right? I thought from what I was doing when I was sitting there that it actually was legit. It was not. It was 100% coming from the wrong direction. Only talk to detractors. It was really, really disingenuous what Craig and his people did there to me, okay? And the thing is, I'll be honest with you guys. Do you want to know the truth? This was all expected. 100%. It was. Basically what I wanted to do, this is similar to last year, which we didn't talk about, which I said I wanted to talk about on that interview, and they never brought it up. This is incredibly similar to the situation where I had car repairs last year, and I wanted to test the waters and see, depending on what I mentioned to you guys publicly, what would happen, correct? So last year my car broke down. I mentioned it on a stream, and basically what happened is all of my detractors use their bullshit, identity theft information, okay? And basically, what I've seen is, the more information you give, they'll do whatever, and they hurt me. They actually use identity theft to find the documentation of the car repair that I did. Did it matter? No, it didn't matter at all, right? It had no purpose, but it was a test. If I just give a little bit of information out, what will happen? What happened is people use identity theft for no good reason to try to find out all my shit online. All right? So, the test was successful. And that's what I said. It's like, man, if I give out my information or whatever, it doesn't even matter who I give it to. It's going to backfire. But in the case of this interview, this was also a test. These guys were supposed to be, okay? These guys were supposed to be neutral. They told me they were neutral. Like, that was the thing. That was crazy, coming in from neutral perspective, fair interview, and that's definitely not what it was. But I believed them. I was like, let's give this a shot, right? Right? Let's give it a shot. Let's see what happens. I told you, I went in, did I trust Craig? Yeah, probably about 98%, but I always had this inkling in the back of my head that this is what it was going to be. I did. I had this inkling in the back of my head that that's exactly what it was going to be, all right? And that's exactly what it ended up being. It ended up being, we're going to do an interview, but then immediately benefit. And then what are we going to do? We're going to, the next day, crap on him for an entire stream. And just benefit again. Just to let the money keep rolling in. Literally, not going to read. You have people on your show crapping on me, know nothing about me, did zero research, right? But that's okay, as long as you make money, as long as the money's rolling in. Keep reading the super chats, right? So congratulations. Congratulations to Craig right? You proved who you really are, along with your group there. You know, disingenuous, and it's messed up. It's pretty messed up, all right? Not once, you did not go into that interview even thinking that I was going to be innocent at any moment. You actually went in with all the preconceived notions from the detractors, all right? So it's fucked up. And it is what it is, but you know what? You live and you learn, right? And this was a test for me. It really was. It was a test to see what would happen if I did something like this. It went pretty much the worst that you could expect, right? Let's be honest here. Pretty much. But that's to be expected when it comes to me. No one giving me a fair shake or anything, right? So, it's this simple, all right? Because we're going to do a few shout-outs here in a second for contributions. I'll read through them. Moving forward, excuse me, all right? I have no aspirations to be in anyone's interview or anything like this about this shit, all right? At all. Zero. Because I don't know if I could trust anyone. If, you know, these guys were supposed to be neutral. How could I possibly trust anyone moving forward, right? It's just, it's crazy to think how it turned out after the fact, right? But I don't know. How could you trust anyone? It just seems everyone out there is just, they want to use me to get a rise, to get popularity, right? That's 1,000,000% that's what this is. And I've had it. I'm not going to let other people use me in their shit like this. You want to make content about me, then, you know, do it in your own content, your own streams or whatever. Crap on me nonstop. Profit is what it's all about, right? My misery is your benefit. I can't stop you from doing that. I can't. But I'm going to take the moral high ground. I'm going to make better content than that. I'm not going to be that, all right? Moving forward. I haven't really focused on that to begin with. I'm not going to make my misery, your misery my benefit, right? Moving forward, if I want to talk to someone, they're going to be on my show. You understand? So if someone actually, I have something interesting I want to speak to. Like, for example, I mentioned earlier, ReviewTech USA is someone I would very much like to speak with and have a civil conversation about. Like just talking with this guy back and forth civilly about everything, about our history and the vitriol between us, and kind of squash the beef, because I actually feel like that's something I need to do. That's important right now. I think that would be something very productive that would help. You know what I'm saying? I would 1,000,000% do it if it means that at the very, very least, right? It's not going to be something that's then going to be turned into non-stop levels of profit for other people by exploiting me. And literally, that's what that was. This is exploitation. There's a difference between I did an interview and it was objective, and then the exploitation stream is the next day, where you make the money rolling in on it. I'm shitting on me the whole stream. And literally, everything you're saying is wrong. Oh, this about Phil, that about Phil. Wrong. Oh, he had nothing on the page. Page is right there. Everything's written. All my expenses. Like, everything you say is wrong. But that's fine, because you're on your show. There's no one to counter you. That was the most wrong thing that could have possibly happened. Literally. That was one of the most wrong things that you could have done, is had that show with no opportunity for me to counter any of it. That's just, I can't believe it. That was so backhand. So that, you want to talk about, I'm in a pit of snakes. Are you kidding me? Really? After I give you 5.5 hours of my time, that's how you thank me? Wow. And all that money you made on that fucking show, right? The biggest show you've ever had, right? But that's how you do it. You have a whole show that's just crapping on me. Like, wow, amazing, right? Just stupendous. I defended them last night, saying that it was fair or whatever, right? Anyway, I'm done. This is the end of my stream. I'm going to do shout-outs and we're going to get out of here. So, by the way, yes, I will, like I already said, I'm planning to have people here on DSP Reacts to have conversations with people, all right? I would love to have a conversation with Rich and maybe a few others. I already have a couple other people who I'm interested in and or lined up. And, that likely will happen. I don't know exactly when. With Rich, I'd actually like to do it soon, but I don't know, when that would happen. I'm sure he'll contact me. Yeah, I mean, there you have it. I'm done with this. This is the end of it. I'm happy now that because again, the bait was set for this to happen. It happened. So now I know I will never get a fair shake. It's never going to happen. There will never be a fair shake for Darkside Phil. People see too much in the possibility of benefiting from making fun of me, right? Than the offset of, just do it fairly. So since the benefit outweighs the morality part of the equation, I won't put myself into the position of risk. You understand? There's no point. So I'm not going to do that any further. I'm just going to do my own content, and I'm going to have people on my show if they want to have conversations, and that's it. Fair enough? Like, that's dumb. I'm just not going to do nothing else. I'm not wasting my time. This is it. This is the end all be all. I address the nonsense. You come on my stream, you bring up nonsense, you're out of here, right? I'm just done with it. I'm not putting up with any of this bullshit anymore, okay? It's just, I can't. I can't entertain your narrative of bullshit anymore. I just can't. I'm not. It's not worth my time. I'm too old for this shit. I just want to make my content for my audience and move on. Now I had to waste another stream tonight to watch that, to watch them beat me up. For what? So, I'll do some tip shout outs here. I mean, 90% of the super chats tonight were pretty toxic. I didn't really pay attention to much of them because they were so toxic. I'll take a quick look at these tips here. I don't even know what that means. Something to $1.50 saying trolls are whales donating hundreds of dollars. I don't even know what that means. Are you talking about on their stream? So someone to me $1.50 says, I'm not your biggest fan. I agree Adam was scummy today. Dude has a massive superiority complex. Like, who is he to fix someone's life with shitty advice? There you go. There you go. And by the way, I told you I'm done with this. I'm not retorting to anything. I'm not responding to anything further. I'm done. Tomorrow we're back to standard content. No more drama shit on the internet. I'm done with it, man. Dollar tip. Troll again. Ignore this. Here we go. Sasuke man. Wow, that's a... I don't know how to pronounce this. Sasuke, maybe it's supposed to be Sasuke, but it's with a Q instead of a K. Says, it's a $5 tip, by the way. He says, nasty how they trashed you after that interview. Props for sticking, with it and everything. Yeah, hold on here. There we go. Okay, here. And there's another $5 tip. Hiseo just did a $5 tip. He says, "Man, I'm glad I missed the event. I don't know if I should have attended it and watched it after this. I mean, literally the event is 5 hours of them grilling me answering their questions with the answers you guys have already heard. There was a few other things that you probably have never heard, but it's not too much significant, addition of anything. And then, now their post-day show crapping on me for 2.5 hours and making money doing it. So there you go, right?" Jim Martini Shaken Not Stirred did a tip that says, I agree Adam is passive aggressive. He's getting all his info from detractors. My only criticism is, are you not going to read the super chats? I could go through them, but I'm not reading the negative ones. Like there's a million troll super chats tonight. Someone just tipped me $1, says, I'm actually an ex-con. I don't know if this is true or not. This is an ex-con, and your question was, according to society, if you do something wrong, should you pay for it forever? According to society, yes. Especially if you're an ex-con, good luck 20 years later even trying to get a certain kind of job or whatever. I mean, I guess that's a good point, but the difference is, saying something really stupid on the internet versus you went to jail for a crime, a serious crime, is a little different. But then again, even, maybe there should be at some level there's forgiveness, right? You'd think. So what Super Chats did and didn't I read here? Let's go through them quickly. Let's see. I did that one. Did that one. Did that one. Did that one. The last one I did was Bloom Kit. What was the last one I shouted out? Seraph? Where is Seraph? Is it even here? There's Seraph. So that's the last one I did. Okay. So Corlaw Devil did a super chat and said, hold on. Now it scrolled. This is pissing me off because I'm trying to read them. I gotta find it again. It scrolled and completely screwed my whole thing up here. Where is Seraph? Because it was there's Seraph. Okay. So Crowlot Devil did a super chat. Trolls are mad you're more successful than them. It's not about levels of success, but they certainly know that all this drama that was created this week is going to benefit them. Why do you think that they're giving the side-scrollers money? Of course, that's why they're giving the side-scrollers money. Let's see here. Sweaty Gaming Productions did a $20 super chat saying real men are not sensitive. Well, there you go. I didn't know that. Radical Jaws re-upped his membership. Sorry, Phil, about this. Hope that you're doing okay. Listen to me. I'm fine. Tomorrow we are back to normal stuff. Tomorrow we got a podcast. We got React stuff on this channel. You know, we've got all the normal stuff coming up. It's not a big deal. It really isn't to me. It's like, for 5.5 hours, you know, yeah, because nothing's a big deal to me, man. It's just, I'm done with this nonsense. Cara Blanca did a super chat. Thank you for that. Only Iced Infinite did a super chat. Says, debate them and have destiny prepare you. No. Danny the Foot did a super chat. Says, you're cherry picking. Yeah, what can I do? I can't watch 2.5 hours. My stream's about to end. I can't do 2.5 hours of reacting to their show, shooting me the entire time. Bloom Kid did a super chat. Says, they read all the super chats on their show, though. Right, but if the entire thing is insulting to me, do you think that's fair? Do you think it's fair to have a show where the entire show is attacking someone who's not there, who was a 5.5 hour guest on your show the day before? Does that make any sense? Right? In any universe, does that make sense to do? No. Not at all. Gary the super chat says, you thought we were going to be a regular on there? I was supposed to be. I was supposed to be a guest. A guest. Not someone to be grilled, interrogated, and treated like a criminal who needs to confess. I was supposed to be a guest on the show. And that's what they did to me. You know? That's how they, the interview is fine, only to find out they had ulterior motives all along. Isn't that nice? Radical Jaws had gifted a membership. Congrats to the person who got it. It was... doesn't say. Whoever got it, congrats. Two last names did a super chat. He says, RTU mod here. Adam makes me sick to my stomach. Well, there you go. Danny the Foot did a super chat. He says, you're doing what detractors say you do by picking what you want to hear. It was a 2.5 hour show. I don't have 2.5 hours. My stream only goes till 9:15. It's 9:38. Two last names in a super chat. Any earnest person understands why you can't show anything. Exactly. Let's see here. It's troll, ignore that. Troll, ignore that. Troll, ignore that. Broseph says, Adam is a former male model and he went gay for pay. I don't believe that. I'm not going to listen to slander about that. That's bullshit. That's stupid. Let's see here. I don't even know what that means. So Uzi Gohard did a super chat says, I think you're messing up being confrontational. You had a chance to make connections. I think you blew it. Wait, dude. They interviewed me for 5.5 hours. I did exactly what they wanted, correct? And then they shat on me for 2.5 hours the next day. Why am I being confrontational? What are you talking about? They did this to me first. And then I reacted appropriately. Defensively, saying, you're out of your minds doing this to me. How are you saying what are you talking about? You know? Anyway, let's see here. Andy did a super chat. Says, let's see. I follow Rich. I'm not a fan of yours. I do support you here. Adam is anti-woke. He's a nut that just learned about you. What he's saying is unfair. I don't care about anyone streaming with anyone. Nobody cares. Okay. Goober, I don't know if I saw your super chat. Oh, no, Goober, your super chat was stupid. And Cody is saying, look, you chew on your lip. My lip is very dry right now. It's been dry all day, actually. I think it's because the air is kind of blowing out of my lips tonight. They dry out sometimes. It happens, right?
But he is a dinosaur.
All right, guys, so I'm going to leave it at this. Not more tips came in. I heard their troll tips are skipping. Let's see. Your name is Hate Army?
The Hate Army stands with you thick and thin.
Good vibes to the Hate Army.
Yep.
Ignore that. Okay, guys, I'm back. So I got a big announcement. I already just posted it. So Big Papa Phil took me $2. It's sad these guys decided to cash in on you instead of being neutral. I was enjoying their content for years, as many others. Keep your head up because your true fans will always appreciate you. Yeah, and it's sad. Guys who made good content, but they never made content like this before. That's for sure, right? They literally never made any content like what they made about me. Like I said, if there wasn't money involved, would they have been playing Mario Kart today? Or would they have been, you know what I'm saying? Why did they do that today? Because there's money. It's the only reason. Literally 100% the only reason.
Like Mario Kart together.
And apparently,
Oh, I got another $2 tip.
Wanted to keep writing this drama wave
from Radical 𝕍s, letting you know.
And do a whole show about me again.
It was Hybrid who got my member gift. Thank you. Congrats, Hybrid. Be sure to thank Radical 𝕍s. I feel like your pain today is I got a stupid. I have Post Nasal Drip now tonight.
No, apparently it was the whole show.
I'm sorry to hear that. I hate Post Nasal Drip. It's awful. Post Nasal Drip is really bad. And I don't wish it on anyone, right?
2.5 hours. From what this person said, I don't know if it's true or not. This person is concerned.
Okay.
A super detailed email.
And
literally the whole show.
Is that it? No, there was another super chat, a big one.
It wasn't even like
Mike did a super chat. He says, "I'm spreading the love." Thank you, Mike, for the big super chat. That's a huge one, actually. It was about $20. Sheriff earlier did that really big one too. Thank you, guys.
Basically, the detractors.
All right, guys, we're gonna wrap it up. In conclusion,
read every single one of them in
the 2-hour shit show stream that I didn't want to do tonight. It's very simple.
This is what I guess.
All right.
Email.
Moving forward, I'm not appearing on anyone's show. Don't ask me to.
Okay.
I've already addressed all the bullshit to the best of my ability. I'm done with it. There's no point bringing it up ever again.
Okay.
Let all these idiots talk about it on their own content and leave me out of it. I'm here to put out fun gameplay, interactive podcasting, react content, and have a fun time with my small audience. I'm happy with that. All right, I'm very happy with that, and I will continue to do that and enjoy that for as long as I can. All right, and I hope that you guys will continue to join me for all this content moving forward. I appreciate that. All right, the experiment worked because this was an experiment to see if someone could actually treat me fairly and neutrally. They did not. It was completely one-sided, as evidenced by who they spoke with, how they approached it.
It's simple.
The emails I just got from Craig, I mean, it's all evidence, even what they're saying on the show. One-sided stuff, they don't even know the truth about what they're saying. They're literally speaking things that are factually untrue about me, as if they're factually true with an audience, a captive audience. You know, it's messed up. No one to retort or say, what are you talking about, that's wrong. You know, it's fucked up. So I'm done with it. I'm not entertaining being in an interview like this ever again. There's no point. All right. However, if you want to appear on my, over here and do a nice civil conversation or interview or whatever with me, and we go back and forth. We have that's what I mean. Like, if I have Rich on from ViewTech USA, I don't want to interview the guy and grill him about shit. I just want to have a conversation. Just shoot the shit with him. Talk with him a little bit back and forth. If he asks me something I don't want to answer, I won't. If I ask him something he doesn't want to answer, he won't. Just be civil with each other. You know what I'm saying? That's it. It doesn't have to be some crazy, over-the-top, dramatic stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Why are you believing everything they say
there you go.
Value? Instead of being skeptical of everything. It sounds to me like they weren't.
So Goober, yeah, sorry. And then Dead Dog Productions did a super chat. It's been a while since I said hello. It's been around watching and liking your stuff on demand. Shame to hear about this and them screwing you over. What can you do? The dollar signs are too powerful for a lot of people, man. What else can I say? Slayer's here tonight. We upped his membership. I joined the stream not expecting this reaction. Even if I was not a fan, I can see that this aftermath criticism is totally unwarranted. I was just wondering, did you finish Hogwarts? We did. We did. Sadly, we didn't finish everything. You're probably going to be disappointed. All right.
I want to
Slayer
myself
because the ending was disappointing. Let me put it this way: the story ending was great. I actually liked the story ending, but I didn't get to do all the side content. You'll see if you watch the end of the playthrough. I'm curious if people will want to see me play it again to do like an epilogue stream. But I didn't get everything done because of the way that they set up the post game content. Anyway,
I have to.
All right, everyone. Thank you all for listening. Hope you enjoyed the stream. I'm done with the drama. By the way, we had an insane amount of likes on the stream. We had a crazy amount of support. Thank you all for that. I really appreciate that. Jones the Bones of the super chat says they're super biased. I went to their stream. I thumbed it down. You don't have to do that. The best way to avoid the bullshit, all right, is to just ignore it. We're not talking about it anymore. We're not going to pay attention to it. It is what it is. Just ignore the nonsense. Okay, guys? I mean it. Just let's do our own thing on my channels and just ignore the hate train that they continue to make about me. There's no point in entertaining any of it. I cannot get a fair shake anywhere. This has been proven now. No matter what, those detractors will follow along and give the incentive that they're going to be nasty to me no matter what, and they can't resist. They just can't resist it. So
I do. I would rather watch it than you guys.
All right, everyone.
Watch and make judgments.
Everyone, please have a good evening, and
I'm sure
thanks for watching. Actually, hold on a second.
I'm sure they'll watch.
Thanks for watching.
Clap back or whatever. Who cares?
Okay.
I have the right
We're
to
done.
do this.
We're done, guys. I got to set up.
Which sounds like what they're
let me think about that. What do I got to do?
So I have to set up for the show podcast. All right. But if that's actually what happened,
don't worry, I'll give a shout out to the people that gave me money. DSP didn't give a shout out to, like, I don't know, fucking $200 worth of super chats, shit ton of gifted subs. Look at all of these 1999s and these 20s and shit. 55 fucking RSs and shit. You're gonna do a Patreon post show and do shoutouts. Like the people who just got mad at.
Okay.
What a
I'm gonna
interesting
tell you guys
DSP
what
stream.
happened before.
Big ups Anonymous for the 666 earlier. Anonymous for $1.87. Yosef the 333. Anonymous the 187. JB the Behemoth the 1069. Anonymous the 187. Anonymous the 187. DSP Historical Society 187. Yosef the 333.
Let's see.
Daluz the 1017.
We're gonna watch it together.
Philip Burnell for the dollar. And Philip Burnell for the dollar. These fucking people booted up. And now they're talking to Keemstar. So I'll play this until they done streaming. And then I'll end this stream. Dude, I'm having so much fun. Hopefully you all do.
$17.38. Yeah, baby. Like I said, 10 out of 10 interview. Dude feels good, man.
Just in my
Prayer hands.
Hopefully that wasn't playing the whole time, but it probably was.
Folded hands, folded hands, folded
We didn't get a chance
hands.
to get to that yesterday, and that's kind of the crazy thing. So, kind of where it's at.
Hey, Craig. Hey, Craig.
Yes.
So I'm a detractor. I pump out content of Phil, and
Sure do.
I'm one of his critical ones, and I admit it. If he would have taken the opportunity that you gave him yesterday and admit it, and came on and said, "Yeah, I'm addicted to this. It's a problem." I've been saying it all day today. I wouldn't bring it up again in any of my videos.
I think
because
it's
he
done.
admitted. Yeah, it's done. Okay, go get your help. Go get your help. Go get yourself fixed. And I will give you a break. I will not bring it up ever again. Now, if, in a few months or 6 months or whatever, he's doing the same thing all over again, then that's something different. But just the mere fact that he stood up, was accountable, even after all of these years lying about it, even though he stood up, I would say, okay, there's no point in browbeating this guy. Let's leave him alone on this issue and let him get the help. And hopefully he gets the help. So,
that is where this whole community comes from. All these people that are obsessed with DSP and like roasting him and picking on him, it all comes from a place of people being like, no, I'm not going to let you lie. I know you're lying. I'm going to pick on you. All this energy, it comes from that. Him being dishonest, him begging for money. All right. And people wanting justice.
I think that, the idea, I see it. So you got to pay your bills, right? And I think that's the thing with Phil is, I gotta make sure I cover these taxes. I got to make sure I cover these, whatever, my whatever bills it is. That's fine. We all get it. But there are people who literally track the revenue that he makes from his streams on a stream to stream basis. I mean, Phil tracks it with a counter on it. And, they say that he makes, based off of the math that Phil provides, over 100K a year. Some say up to 120K a year. And, after taxes, I get it. Let's say you take 30K of that and you pay taxes with it or whatever. So he has 70K left to cover his stuff, right? That still doesn't add up. Like, look, I'm a streamer. I've worked online for 17 years. I've been doing this for a long time. I know that my business expenses start and stop from the second I wake up and I sit down. Once I cover the cost of my camera, once I cover the cost of my lights and my computer, I'm good. Like the cost is my time. It doesn't cost me anything outside of maybe a few assets here and there. But it's I think that's the thing that really bothers people is that when you're I know that's the thing that really bothers people is that when you people feel like they're entitled to know a little bit more about where their money's going when you're consistently saying standing there with their hand out. And I get that's the big argument with Phil, and it will always be the argument with Phil. My thing is like, you can ask, you can have your hand out all the time, but you got to at least reinvest it back into your content, and give people an opportunity to see where their money's going. So, it is what it is. So,
especially to be so entitled like that when like the average American, I think makes like $30,000 a year or something like that, right. Or $50,000 a year. It's not like half of that. Like what? Right. This guy. No, it's like, again, I know very little about Phil, but like I understand everything now. I know why there's this hate wave on him, and it's been on him for years. It's because of this bullshit. He is not a real person. He is not genuine. He is not honest. He's a scammer. I just see a scammer.
Well, even today, coming back, I mean, it goes back to, you're saying he's addicted to being a victim, right? So what did he do immediately today? He became the victim again. And the irony of all this is that, folks like Duty and the detractor community, like I am not a detractor, right? I gathered information, but the reality is that I heard, look, Phil's going to turn on you. He's going to throw you under the bus. Phil's going to, after the stream, he's going to do. I heard that from dozens of people who were like, look, you don't understand. We've seen this game played, many, many times before. And they're right. They're right. And at a certain point, it's like, it's no longer fool me once, shame on me. It's now, it's now a trend. And apparently, and we're just the next part of it. And, so it is what it is, I guess. So.
And I think he purposely. I just, this is my thought. Just knowing Phil and seeing what he's done in the past, is that he saw that this did not go well. He tried to commit to a second interview, and I think this is kind of his way of making sure that doesn't happen. So today, when he's done, he'll sit back and say, "I'm never going back on the podcast. I'm never going to talk to whatever. They mistreated me." And I think it was just his way of getting out of actually sending you proof of the WWE Champion stuff and just not answering any difficult questions. So that's
right.
My thought.
I'm so upset that this podcast didn't happen, because look at how much would have unfolded with him having these conversations with like Boogie and Wings. Like people shit on Boogie and Wings like all the time. They would have noticed right away that like Boogie and Wings have their problems and they can be picked on or whatever, but ESP is something completely different. Like, and look, I put out a tweet today with those two doing the boxing match. I mean, this is a big step for them, right? They're on level 2, in my opinion. They're doing something different. They're trying something, they got a new revenue stream other than like, streaming and begging for money. Phil is always going to be on level 1. He just is. He is. I understand why this like meme that I made or whatever, or analogy that I made became a meme, because it's so goddamn true. It's insane.
You're still on mission 1.
Yeah, there's
searching all along.
There's 100% truth to it, and I think that I guess Phil got upset. Duty, you said that Phil got upset at that phrasing that I used, the level 1 thing in the email, and. It's once again, it's not meant to be derogatory or meaningful. It's meant to just relate. And I understood the analogy that you threw out, Keem. But once again, I think when you deal with somebody who is, I think that Phil sees himself as the underdog, right? And that's the thing, is when he goes, oh, look, I'm a small streamer, and you continuously says, I'm the little guy here, right? So in my mind, I think that Phil sees himself as an underdog, and he saw what happened yesterday, was the idea that, he felt that he came in doing us a favor, and that ultimately we treated him poorly, which, by the way, like in every interaction up until like tonight, he was like, it was great. It was awesome. It was perfect. I mean, the email he sent to me last night was really, really nice. He says, oh, thank you, honey. My wife is finally, are you watching the stream? Okay. My wife, we're living it. my wife, just so you know, my wife is enthralled with this whole thing right now. It's insane. Oh Lord. Anyways. Yeah, it's just amazing. It's funny. He said, in his email to me after the show yesterday, says, I know you'll want to get back to normalcy, but I'm looking forward to hearing from you again about the possible next appearance. My viewers are telling me that they think you and Adam were too harsh, but I disagree completely. As I told you on the podcast, you are nothing but fair, and there's pretty much a 100% consensus that the Keemstar bit was intrusive, gave him free plugs for his own content, and took away about an hour that we should have been more on topic. I didn't mind. But that's the vibe my viewers are sharing with me. I would likely be best for a repeat appearance to just be us, to avoid people feeling like it was a surprise or trick to shock me. So like leading up to that, I mean, like you said, everything was great. He said everything was fair, and I agree. I thought we were extremely fair, but once again tonight, all of a sudden, things turn sour, and he is the victim again. And once again,
you both kept reiterating that you want the best for him. You want good things for him. And that's why you were asking these hard questions and grilling him, is because you wanted him to come clean, because that is the best for him.
Right.
And it's just so frustrating. And for me, I have never said anything about DSP without being provoked. He's provoked me every single time, unless you want to count 2016 when I covered a legitimate news story happening on the platform. I've never went at this dude unless he provoked me, unless he's saying something about me, and then I respond on Twitter. Then I make a Twitter video. Then I put out a tweet. And like right now, he's talking shit about me, so I come on this live stream. I'm always in response of what he's saying.
Right. Do you? So it's very obvious that the thing that I got out of your interaction with him yesterday was that you were just kind of done with him. Like you're done with you think he's really hard to work with, and you kind of understand why he's in the place he's at right now. He's just kind of difficult.
If he wanted to do the podcast with Wings and Boogie, there'd be strong contracts. I'd still do it, because at the end of the day, I know it's going to be a hit. It's
business, right? Yeah.
There would have to be like some strong contracts. Like, if he was difficult to work with, we would all have, me, Boogie, and Wings would have 75% of the company. It would be, we'd have to put like some type of voting system, right? Where he wouldn't be able to just like not show up or get his feelings hurt and run away. Like, we'd have to set up something that we're all agreeing to go in and do this show, and people aren't going to get like emotionally butthurt and just run away from the project and hurt the project, right? So, there'd have to be some strict contracts that we all sign to make sure that the show is a success and nobody can destroy it.
Well, it's what's interesting is that, like, you're looking at this from a business perspective, and Phil's looking at it from a very personal perspective. At least that's what I got out of it, and I may be wrong, but you generally businessmen are able to separate business and personal feelings. You see that all the time, and I actually think that's really smart. And I would be interested if Phil, apparently Phil doesn't want to come on our podcast anymore. Okay, so it'd be interesting to see if the offer, if he did reach back out to you and say like, I don't know. You tell me. Would he have to reach out? Would he have to apologize to you first and just be like, "Look, man, I was a bonehead. I'm sorry. I screwed up," or could you just move on?
Like it's business. It is business in some sense, but it's really comes from a place of like, I love the internet. I love this entertainment space. I love what I do, and so that's why I would invest stupid money into something silly like this, right? Yes, I know it would make money, but I can take $150,000 and put it into a different company that will make way more money. You know what I mean?
Right.
There's way other opportunities that I'm aware of, that I know of. You know what I mean? It has to come from a place of love to do something as silly as this. So it's not just business, but could you ask the question again?
Just pretty much, is there an opportunity, or do you think that Phil would Phil need to apologize to you prior to having any sort of conversation?
No, I don't. This personal stuff will never get in the way of entertainment. It'll never get in the way of entertainment. Him hurting my feelings and not picking up the calls, or him going on his live stream saying I'm the most evil person in the world. It's like, what does that mean? That means nothing to me. There's a million people on Twitter saying the same thing as Phil right now. I could care less. At the end of the day, I'm in mansions, multiple mansions. I could care less. Like, what's really important? What's really important is the security and future of like my family and the people I love and friends. Like, these are the things that are important to me. This nonsense is my entertainment,
Right.
Hey, Real quick, can I just ask a question if you don't mind, Keemstar? So, have you considered possibly replacing a DSP with another locale for the podcast, or maybe just consider doing it with Wings and Boogie?
It's so hard when I came up with this concept, right? I knew very little about DSP. It's like I've thought about it so much and I've invested so much mental time. Like, guys, I know this is sad to say and admit right now, but I probably have like, I don't know, at least 7 straight hours docked in my brain of thinking about this and how it could work. And like, that's a lot of time when you really like think about it. And I don't think there could be anyone else other than those 3 that would make this work, to be honest.
You know, the thing with Phil was he took offense to you wanting to call it like the lolcow podcast. He's like, that's just offensive, and it's like, okay, you know, I don't think that's necessarily, you know, like a deal breaker. The idea of like what the title of the podcast is going to be. So, yeah, it's tough, man. It's tough. You know, a lot of people were talking to us about whether there was going to be a part 2, and you know, when I talked to Adam and Blabs and Travis about potential part 2, you know, the consensus we had was we didn't necessarily want to have a part 2 if it was just going to be the same ring around bullshit as yesterday. It needed to be something with substance, and the only substance would really be if Phil was like, yeah, let's talk about WWE Legends, or let's actually talk about you know, this bank stuff that is definitely not mine, but is clearly mine. You know, I think that's pretty much the only way we would have done a second part after sitting down and talking with the team about it. So I don't think a second part would have happened at all. So maybe, like I said, maybe the podcast with Boogie may happen. So, by the way, speaking of, I was DMing with Boogie earlier. We're talking about having him on the show. I think that'd be super fun leading up to the boxing match you guys are going to have with Wings. So.
Yeah, that'll be real good.
Just to forewarn you, Craig, you're probably going to get bombarded with just about as many DMs and Twitters from the Boogie detractors as well. Just a quick heads up.
Okay. Well, we'll figure it out. I mean, like I said, I try to be fair to myself, the person I'm interviewing, and the audience, and I'm sure I'll do many hours of research leading up to that as well, if and when that happens.
The only way I'm willing to probably talk to Phil again is if I can talk to him in person. I'll get on a plane. I'll fly first class all the way to the other side of the country where he's at, and I'll meet him at a coffee shop or something. And I want to sit and talk to a real person. I can't do this online stuff because he's not real. That's not a real person. That is an act. I am an expert in online entertainment, and that is not a real person. That is you're looking at a character. This is not a legitimate person. I would have to speak to him face to face to have a real conversation. It's the only way.
If you were to let's put together a little plan here, right? Like, let's put together just a real outline. Are you willing to offer Phil money for that interview? Because I think that's the way he would accept it, based off of you know, the idea of, you know, supplementing one day of his streaming time.
Absolutely not. I would demand that there's no cameras. I want to go talk to him with no cameras. I want to talk to the real person.
Nice.
I know that's going to make people upset in the chat or whatever, but no, that is the only way I will talk to him. I'll spend first class ticket across the state right now. I'll spend like $5,000 just to have a private conversation with him. I want to talk to a person, not this character, not this act.
I think that says a lot, to be honest with you. The idea that you don't even want cameras attached to it, I think that's pretty cool. I'd be interested to see.
Keemstar, but to be honest, I don't think it's a character. I think that's him. Phil and DSP are the same person. And it comes off with everything he does in his life. I mean, maybe I might be wrong, and God bless you if you can go and see and maybe tell us, oh, he's nothing like what we think he is. But, you know, he's been a content creator for 15 years, and he has over 100,000 videos on YouTube. And I don't think there's anything more. I think what we see is who he is.
Maybe off camera he isn't a different person, but that's the only chance I have to get to like the real person. Even if he's in his mind playing this character or whatever, even off camera, at the end of the day, there is a real person in there somewhere. But this is an act. That is not a real. He is acting like a victim, like clearly, right? He is lying about the WWE stuff, right? And if it's lies and it's acting, then it is a character. It's not real. It's not legitimate. You know, it's not a real person.
Duty, why do you? I mean, Phil's watching right now, by the way. Like his name pulled up in my chat. So, like Phil, if you're watching, like if you want to join the conversation, if you're up for it, I mean, Keem, Duty, if you're up for it, I mean, I don't know if you guys.
I'm more than happy for it. He's always welcome on my streams.
Phil, like I just said that I wouldn't talk to you again unless it's in person, but I will talk to you in this setting with Craig and everyone else here. And again, it's not coming from a place of hostility. It's just how I see it. These are my genuine thoughts, and a lot of people seem to agree with me.
Well, if you want to, Phil, just email me, and I'll get you the call-in information. We'll get you Discord and install that stuff. So, well, look, I think that I don't know. I think the thing that's most frustrating for me is like. We're all coming at this from different angles, right? Duty, you're looking at this from an entertainment perspective. You look at Phil as something that is fun to watch. You look at from a kind of car wreck perspective, right? You kind of see it as this thing that is entertaining for you and the detractors to watch. Keem, you look at this as this can't be real. Like this person can't. This is so a character. It's so ridiculous that it's got to be fake. And I look at this as like, a guy that I feel bad for. I hope that he is able to get things in order, and a guy who saw some success early on and didn't change or innovate, and is still in that same spot. And as his audience has slowly dwindled, he's been more and more reliant on kind of the tactics of deceiving them, and that sucks. So I think we're all looking at this from three very different perspectives, and it's real interesting. And at the end of the day, I think that it's going to be on Phil. Like we said this on the podcast, said this today. It's going to be on Phil. And until Phil kind of looks himself in the mirror and be like, yeah, like I got to do something. I got to change. I got to do this. And nothing's going to be different. Nothing's going to be different. And
email him.
Do you guys think he's close to hitting rock bottom?
I don't know. Rock bottom's different for every single person. So I don't know. I don't think Phil's anywhere close to rock bottom personally. I think.
Oh, I don't think he's close to even remotely close to rock bottom. I think it's an act. Yeah. I think he's living comfortably.
I think that. Oh, go ahead.
When he's doing those streams, and I seen it personally, right? Like he wasn't getting on the phone call. I wasn't having a conversation with him, right? And then 2 weeks went by, and I was like, "Damn, this sucks. I really like this idea or whatever." And somehow it came in the feed on my recommended that he was live. So I clicked on his stream, and as soon as I clicked on it, he was like, "Yeah, guys, the water bill's coming up, the rent's coming up. I need donations. You got to help me." And I just lost it. I'm not on camera. I'm in the privacy of my own home, and I'm like screaming at my computer. I'm like, I cannot believe that this is happening right now. But to further my point, it is an act. There's no way. If those people didn't donate to him that month, all his bills would be paid. They would be paid. I don't believe that he's really that close to not having rent paid and stuff. I don't believe it anymore.
I think that that's when you hit rock bottom, is when you can't pay the bills, right? And whether that's a month from now, whether that's 2 months from now, whether that's 6 months from now. And I asked this question yesterday, and I thought that it made him uncomfortable, which wasn't meant to. But I asked him if I felt like his audience was enabling his lifestyle by apparently, and I don't know a whole lot about this, but apparently his audience, the vast majority of his revenue comes from 4 or 5 whales who are big donators, and they support him. That's great. That's awesome. Like, I don't really care how people spend their money. If they want to spend their money, that's awesome. But if those whales decided to no longer donate, and all of a sudden the tips disappear, what happens? How quickly does it take to figure out another game plan on this? And Phil kind of took offense to that. I felt the idea of like, are these people enabling your lifestyle? And as we established, it's not a healthy lifestyle at all.
Agreed. And one of the things that I had talked about was why he wanted to come on your podcast is because he, just like you stated, he does have a set of people that actually support him. But the issue with Phil is he's belligerent and things like this pop up that people just leave. After a while, they get tired of his game and they do leave. So he needs to continuously kind of replenish those set of viewers that support. And it is a small amount of people, and they do give a lot. And I think, in my opinion, he went on your podcast to try to broaden his brand out to a different group of people, maybe someone like-minded, like he stated about you, that you guys are like-minded. And he was hoping that maybe he can get some attention, bring some folks from your podcast to watch his streams, and hopefully a few of them would eventually become whales and support him. So he continually does this every 6 months. I mean, I know you guys don't watch it that closely, but you see a pattern with him. And when I heard he was going to be on your podcast, I said, okay, this sounds like he's just looking to replenish, his income source with people willing to tip the guy. And I was a little bit upset because I said to myself, okay, this is the pattern that's been going on for so many years. Something has to stop. Something has to break for him to realize he can't continue this way and make a change.
Dude, if you think about it, if a little girl's dog needed surgery and she had to raise money for it, she was asking for help online, fine. If somebody was sick, if there was a death in a family, a car accident, and they were raising money for a funeral, fine. I get that. We all understand that. We would all see that and we'd be like, oh, that sucks, right? But when you see a grown man, video game posters in the background multiple times a month online begging to get his bills paid, I mean, a grown man, it's like he has to have some type of fetish or something of being a victim and being ridiculed and being mocked. There's some type of addiction here,
right? And we've talked about the addiction side of it as well. And when it goes back to the idea of addiction, the word, when you're addicted, you don't realize that you're addicted. You know what I mean? Or that in sometimes you just don't know how to quit. You think of any sort of smoker or somebody who's addicted to alcohol, an alcoholic or drugs or whatever it may be. And it's very hard to admit that you're addicted. And I think that's kind of the craziest thing about all this is, I felt that during our conversation yesterday, during the 5-hour conversation we had with him, like I said, I went in with an open mind. I went in with a lot of things to talk about, a lot of questions to ask, and throughout the questioning, what I heard from his answers was a lot of doublespeak and a lot of runaround. And the conclusion that I came to was that based off of his answers and his inability to answer some answers, and was that it's like 100% he was lying on certain situations based off of what he was and was not saying, and he just really can't even if he is, I don't think that he thinks he's lying though. I think that's the biggest thing is I don't think he thinks he's lying at all. And that's the hardest thing. I think that goes back to the addiction side of it. So
I got a question. If one of these whales that is donating money over and over again because he's saying that he needs money for rent, if they stop donating to him and then they realize like this is a scam, this is a BS, couldn't they file a lawsuit against him? And when like through the court process, they'd have to pull the records and find out at that time how much money he had in his bank account, how much the bills were. Was he being honest or was he committing fraud? You know?
No, I don't think so. Because people have recourse. If you feel like you were misrepresented and you tipped, you can go to PayPal and file a whatever that's called, a chargeback.
Chargeback.
And the same thing with YouTube. Yeah. So there's kind of mediation. And when I think the YouTube terms of service for super chats, it actually has verbiage in there that you agree to remediation or arbitration or whatever that case is. So I don't really see that. Now, if you're doing like a fundraiser or something like that, and you're saying it's going to this and it doesn't, that's different. But him just
that's what I'm saying. Cause like there's so many stories of like, I don't know, somebody faked an illness and raised a bunch of money on GoFundMe and whatnot. And like they got criminally charged and sued for doing that, right? If he's saying this over and over again that he needs money to pay his rent and the money's not going to his rent, it's going to like video games or something like that, it's fraud, isn't it? We need to get a lawyer in here. Craig, let's get a lawyer on the show.
Get Nick Rekieta in here. Where's Nick Rekieta at?
It's like fraud.
Yeah, I don't know.
It depends on the scenario. It depends on the scenario. But like I said, people do have recourse. They can do a chargeback through PayPal or YouTube.
I think that, there have been, as you said, Keem, there have been many times where people have used a certain platform for that. I don't know if YouTube is necessarily one of those platforms where people have said, people will say, we go to GoFundMe, and I'm sure GoFundMe has something in their TOS about the money, making sure it's used for a certain cause or whatever it may be. But I don't know if YouTube or Twitch or PayPal have those as well. I think kind of once your money's gone, it's probably gone. But it's worth asking for sure. I'm not a legal person. I don't know. So, man, it's slippery though, man. It's slippery because I just go back to I really need to pay this. I really need to pay this. And, generally, like I said, I think once somebody gives you their money, it's up to you to do with it what you say. And that goes back to the trust you have with your audience and the audience's trust in you. But
the whales, do people know the whales? Are they are they, is their government name public? Are they public online or are they just hidden? Are they anonymous?
So, and by the way, you guys are saying that DSP emailed me. He has not emailed me. I do not see an email. I have my email open right now. Phil has not emailed me. I do not have anything in my inbox from Phil about this right now. So
make sure it's the right DSP because there are a couple detractor sock accounts that look very similar to his name.
Mm-hmm.
Is he live right now, or did he end his live stream? Because people were saying that he was watching, and then I went and looked, and I can't see that he's live.
I could check.
Yeah,
if you could check real quick, because what I would like to do is I'd like to interview his top donators. If I could confirm like who they really are, I'd love to interview them.
Right.
I think his podcast is done.
Duty, can you talk a little about that? Because that's something that, people wanted me to bring that up yesterday during the interview. And that's something that I shied away from because I felt the interview should have been about Phil and not his viewers, right? I think people have the right to view and watch whoever they want for whatever reason they want. But obviously, there is some critiques about some of his viewers in particular. Do you want to talk about that a little bit?
Sure. So the main one is a gentleman named Derek, who seems to be very problematic to Phil. This is a guy that goes on the streams every day and just interacts with Phil on stream. And, he seems to be a bit of a nuisance to most people. The issue with him is that the guy has been known for some very shady things. If you actually go to his Twitter account, the guy is into some very shady stuff, and I don't want to get specific in it, but some of it does involve CP. Is it Derek IP? I believe that's his Twitter account.
I'll let you guys share it in the
in the chat. So and he's been, if you look at he has a channel on YouTube where he used to do videos, and just some of the content he has and he subscribes to is just very shady. So he's the one guy that you probably heard about, Craig. And then as it relates to his whales, there are roughly about 4 or 5 of them. There's this one person called 1 Minute Man who's just this. He's never on stream. He's never there. But the guy gives Phil about over $7,000 a year in tips. He every day comes on and drops $20 to $30 every single day. And I think people think he's a previous whale, someone that I think his name used to be Planet Jeff, and then he something happened with him, and then he just renamed himself. That seems to be a recurring issue, is where they kind of rename themselves after a while when they kind of get caught or get exposed, and there are a couple other ones that just come out. But again, Phil relies on this this cycle. Where every couple months, he may get a new whale that comes in and start supporting, and then they either get tired or move on to something else, and then he just has to replenish it.
Could you do me a favor? Could you check if that Derek guy is still on Twitter? Because I'm looking at what the chat is saying his ad is, and it doesn't exist. And I'm wondering if he just deleted his Twitter.
Yeah. Let me check here.
I see screenshots of this guy's Twitter, so I know.
Oh yeah.
I'll say this, man. I looked at the guy's YouTube channel and his saved playlists and stuff, and nope.
Interesting. Okay, I did find it. Yeah. He's got a wild Twitter account.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and
his YouTube is just as bad, and he's very problematic. And it's like, why do you allow someone to be on your stream that can blow back on you? I mean, I know most streamers aren't responsible for what people do in their their chat and who watches, but I mean, someone like this, I mean, this is a bit creepy, and we always wonder why. The guy doesn't donate. All he does is talk to Phil and talks about WWE and whatever else.
This is not a top donator.
No, he gives nothing to Phil. He gives nothing at all to Phil. And we are always curious, like, why do you defend him? And of course, he has instituted a policy where if you bully him or say anything inappropriate to him, you're banned. So it's just that kind of very weird behavior that Phil does. There was another person called Timbo. I don't think he's there anymore, or he probably changed his name. He changed his name. He was kind of one of the older whales. He had another guy called OIC, Only Iced Coffee, who was just a nut. He would go around doxing people that harass Phil. Anyone that would harass Phil, he had this weird obsession. He would go around doxing people. It just seems like a circus. I mean, it's just a pure circus. And I always call it the vortex of doo-doo that surrounds Phil. And it just seems like everyone around him, he just attracts that weirdness.
Well, I'm going to be the whale hunter. I want to talk to every single one of these people. I want to do an interview with them.
I can send you
the $50,000 I was going to give to Phil. I'll take a little chunk of that and figure out who these people are.
Well, you know where that money's going to go back to, right?
True. Maybe that's a bad idea. I'll figure out a way to do it where that doesn't happen. There'll be some strict contracts or something, but
yeah.
I want to go.
I'm sorry. The Timbo guy, real quick. This guy's on his 5th bankruptcy, and Phil knows it. And instead of saying, "Hey, dude, stop giving me money," he keeps giving him. He keeps giving. I don't know if he's been giving him money for it. I haven't seen him much, but those are the type of people that Phil attracts and that donate. And it's like, dude, this guy's talking in chat about his bankruptcies, And yet he's wailing out and giving the Phil. And like if that were me, I'd be like, dude, don't save your money, like keep it, like you got to fix your own life. Don't give me money. But Phil is just like, hey, thank you, keep it going, keep it rolling.
How do you know he's on his fifth bankruptcy? That's
he talks about it. He talks about it on stream.
Fifth
on his stream.
Bankruptcy? Like, are you at a certain point?
Yeah.
Like,
you see? Do you see my?
But Craig, you got to understand that these guys, they look at the internet like a metaverse, right? And they're playing characters. Like, there's no way this guy's on a fifth bankruptcy. That is probably not true.
I'm sorry. It's probably third or something. But this guy's
he's probably saying that. He's probably saying that so he can identify with Phil. Like, can be bankruptcy buddies together. It might all be a lie,
Right. Yeah, there's truth in that.
It may be, but there's even this gentleman that's homeless and that he's talked on stream and talked to Phil and kind of gave him his sob story. And because Phil cries about money and needing to pay his bills, he drops money. At one point, there was one time where he dropped $200 because Phil had this big bill that was coming up and he didn't have money to take his wife out for a meal, grocery shopping, pet supply shopping, all the things he does on his day off. And the guy dropped a $200 dono on him. And it's like, you read the story and you say to yourself, okay, this guy's homeless. He just dropped $200. Maybe I should tell him not to do that, or maybe charge it back, or, whatever the case is. But not Phil. Phil just say thank you and just move on.
You know what? I think I'm not going to offer any of these people money. Everyone's saying because that guy really did file 3 bankruptcies, they're saying it's like true, 100% true. And that's a public record. Obviously, when you file bankruptcy, it's like completely public. Like there's no hiding. Maybe I'll reach out to that guy and like interview him. Because I need to be in these whales' house, right? I need to be at their kitchen table with them with a camera on and have a real conversation and understand this world and make a documentary, like an inside documentary of what's happening here. Because I'm so intrigued. There are things in this world that are more important than money. And it's stuff like this. Like, I need to get to the bottom of this.
Would you, in a documentary like that, would you, would it just be about his audience members, or would it be about Phil as well?
Be about Phil and what's going on here. And if Phil wanted to be in the documentary, of course, 100%, right? But if he doesn't, I don't need Phil. Phil has offered so much content online, which can be used in fair use. Like, I don't need Phil. I'll interview his whales.
That is, that'd be interesting, man.
And Keem, if you guys need that information, there are a couple really good detractors that really have the information down pack, and they can definitely provide that. So,
me and you are in Twitter DMs, so you can just keep sending me all this information so I can get a hold of these people.
Yep, I'll do that. I'll touch base with the folks that really have the information down pack, and we can definitely send that to you.
I think you're onto something with this whale hunter idea of just finding giant donators for all streamers and such, and then just hunting them down and be like, what do you do for a living? See how many of them are actually going through bankruptcy. But
can you see me sitting down with one of these guys, cup of coffee, and just being like, what is it about DSP Phil that intrigues you? Why are you in his stream every day? And just to get that answer. I've noticed, people have tracked online that you've donated like 7,000 over the year of 2022. Where does that money come from? Can you afford that? And that answer, like, imagine having that, dude. Like, I want to know these answers more than I want to know what's these UFOs are that the government has filmed. Like, I want to know this. What is the answer to this stuff?
Oh my goodness. I'll tell you, like, I always go back to, I feel like I know the answer to a lot of that is at the end of the day, people identify with who they watch, right? They see a little bit of themselves in the people that they watch, whether it's on Twitch or YouTube or whatever, whether it's on NBC or ABC. They identify and they find people likable. Which was really ironic because as I was prepping for the interview, I was talking with a fun podcast, and they said to me, like, I challenge you to watch 10 minutes of Phil, and you tell me if it's entertaining or not, right? And their thought is like, nobody could potentially find this entertaining. And, you know, my response is, yeah, somebody will clearly find this entertaining in some way, shape, or form. Because, you know, at the end of the day, some people like, you know, feet. Some people they like all sorts of different things, right? People have their different fetishes, the different things that they like. Some people like car wrecks, and like Call of Duty over here. he likes the day-to-day car wrecks, so of DSP. So
yes, I do. So real quick on this, So I think someone that you may be interested to interview, if you can get a hold of them, is someone named Panda Lee. That was DSP's ex-girlfriend. And
make sure you
I'll
DM me every single one of these names. Like, tell me, of course, for the stream, but like DM me just so I have a full list of like people to investigate and, you know, reach out to. And I just so if anyone's seeing this, I don't want my words to be twisted. I will never harass, stalk, like do any of that stuff. That's not who I am. I'll reach out to them and be like, hey, are you down for an interview? You know, can we talk about this? Like, I don't want Phil to take what I'm saying and have him twist it into like he's stalking me. He's, you know what I mean? Because it would not. Everyone has a right to do an interview with someone else if they agree to it, you know. But how do you know if they're going to agree to it? You got to ask them. You know, hey, would you mind asking or answering some questions? So I can already see him twisting this into me stalking him now.
So, you know who It's a Gundam is? Are you familiar with that, Keem?
No, guys, I know nothing about this DSP world. Okay. I really don't.
So there's a great channel called It's a Gundam, and he's interested in coming on. He is a big detractor, and he's a channel at about a million subscribers on YouTube. So do you think you guys comfortable if we bring him on as well?
Sure.
Cool.
I don't mind. Yeah, It's a Gundam. He is a connoisseur of the DSP lore, but he does bigger things. We love to refer him as Papa Gundam, so he could definitely join.
Okay, let me get his Discord information. And
is this the guy that confronted DSP at the end of your stream or something?
Yeah. So at the end of the stream, we had an audio clip. That was from him, and he's a pretty big detractor. He makes fun of him in a lot of his videos, but he did like a 3-hour long video about a previous interview that DSP had done, where he just kind of broke it down, and I think it has a few million views. It's pretty funny, man. So let me see if I can get him in. All right, I think I have it. Give me just 1 second. I'm going to send you guys the message. Duty. I'm gonna hop out, send you his information, and then you can set up a new call. Does that sound good?
And I hope I don't screw it up. Okay, I'll try.
Okay. Hang tight. All right, hang tight. That's funny. I'm still in. Hold on. I'm hopping out. All right. Working. Hang tight. Hang tight. Stand by, G2s. Look, guys, if you just pop it in, I see all the super chats. I'll get to those at the tail end. I appreciate you guys. This was not planned at all. You guys know that. This is crazy. You're going to sleep? Okay. All right. Okay. All right. I won't. All right. This is just crazy. This is crazy, y'all. Welcome. Okay. Hank, stand by. This is the internet at its worst right here. Let's see. Let's see. All right. Jeez. Oh Lord. Stand by, guys. I know this is not very exciting looking at me doing this, but this is me at work. Hang tight. All right. Oh my gosh, this is just insane. Let's see. Add him. Hey guys, I have a. Hey, sorry about that. Sorry to interrupt. I have Gundam ready. Can I add him to this call? What is the best way to do that? Hang tight. Little guy icon. And, oh, yep, got him. Got it. All right, he should be added. Here we go. All right. Joining us, we have Gundam, Duty, and Keemstar all on the same stream. Who's having fun?
Nice to meet you.
Oh, what's shaking?
Apparently you're the expert on DSP.
Like a jackass, I had 2 audio things on.
You got us, Gundam?
You sound good, Gundam.
Test.
He'll get it.
There we go.
All right, you there,
No,
buddy?
it's not just
so
you.
sorry.
Craig and myself also had to change our audio settings as soon as we joined.
Discord does this every goddamn time, and it makes
really
me look like a
does.
douchebag. Keem, nice to meet you, brother. I was trying to get a hold of you since the day I started. Ironically, I was following a troll Twitter.
Really?
I was like, Keem, I'm your new boy. I'm the hottest thing in town.
I hear that you are an expert in DSP. What did you think of interview on side scrollers and whatnot?
I'm not really an expert on DSP. I'm going to be real. The best guy of all times is Almighty Tevin. I'm a content creator that fell down a rabbit hole, and I just can't stop falling. The stream was absolutely brilliant. It started off slow at first, and then all of a sudden, Craig just goes, good cop, and Adam's bad cop, and they beat the living hell out of Phil for 5 hours straight. It was glorious.
Well, you got to keep in mind that the last thing we wanted to do was like, you got to open up with some soft questions, right? You tell us about yourself, tell us who you are, because you have to get your subject comfortable, right? And that was the whole idea. And that's one thing that I've heard from people is like, it's kind of started slow, but it picked up really quick, and that was the idea. So,
well, you did it masterfully.
Well, thank you.
I didn't see it that way, honestly, Craig. I didn't see it like a trap or good cop or bad cop. I just saw a good, fair interview. That's all I saw. Obviously, like people that hate DSP, they're going to be like, oh, you guys owned him. You beat him up. It's like, no, that was fair. That was fair on every level. That was a fair interview. Well, you guys weren't screaming over him. You guys weren't hitting him with false allegations and like, you know, just you guys were being fair. I thought it was so perfectly done, to be honest.
Come on, Keem, it's 2023. Reality is a Debbie Downer and being fair is bad. If you say anything like, oh, trans women, something kids, you're canceled in this world we live in.
I still think it was fair.
Well, it was fair, definitely, no doubt. But Phil was not ready for fair. He was looking for softball questions.
I think that's what a lot of people expected. And but Phil, I will give Phil 100% credit. He said nothing was off the table. He wanted this to be like the magnum opus of Phil. The idea that everybody can point to this interview and it'll be done. And you know, after 5 hours, we legitimately, I mean, I had 3 pages of questions ready to go. I got through about a page and a half. We could legitimately have done another 3 5-hour parts with him because we barely scratched the surface. There's so much to go into. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like it's going to happen now.
Yeah, there won't be a number 2 for this Lord of the Rings.
There will not be number 2.
Gundam, I actually know who you are now. You're the one that like got copy stricken by Pokimane.
Pokimane,
right?
she loves me. We're best friends.
Now I know who you are. That's crazy. But I am going right where you have been because now I'm hooked on this Phil stuff. I want to interview his whales. That's the next step. I want to make a whole
if you want Derek, I will find him. Me and my assistant, we got bored like 2 nights ago. And I'm like, how can we find Derek? And she's like, well, it looks like Derek goes to, can we say like cam sites he goes to or no?
Oh,
please don't.
No.
Please don't.
No.
Please don't.
He goes to these campsites and he like goes in the room and he harasses these girls. It's absolutely insane. Like, Mary Kate and Ashley Olsen, please say my name while you stuff that overly sized, can I say the D word that's a phallic piece or no?
We already know what it is.
We know where you're going with.
Yeah. Derek is just going absolutely insane in there till the women have to like ignore him. And he's like, I'm crying in chat. I'm crying because you can't say my name. If you want him, we'll just have to like get any one of these e-girls online and Derek will show up. You can lure him. They're like bait.
Interesting. Well, that'll be easy.
I want to be there for that, please.
It got so bad where he started harassing porn stars, and they forced him to make apology videos. You can actually see some of them.
Oh my God! Can we watch an apology video on stream?
Hey, dude, did DSP react to the apology video, or was that fake?
No, he did. Which apology video? I'm sorry.
The Derek apology video, because I saw like a thumbnail for it on YouTube.
No,
I'm convinced now that I cannot do a documentary. This would have to be a docu-series.
Oh yeah, you'll lose your life.
We're talking about like 20 hours of like on the edge of your seat. Like, this is Tiger King.
Yes.
2.0.
Oh my God. How much do I have to invest to make money?
I'm down. I'm so down. And
I'll invest too.
Okay. Yeah, Craig's sitting on 20 grand.
Yeah, right. After yesterday's stream, that's right. It was big money, as we all saw.
Oh, DSP hates you, dude.
I heard.
Craig made money, and that's it. The second you make money and you didn't offer Phil anything, it's over. You're dead to him.
Yeah, that's what I heard. I didn't watch the stream, but apparently he ripped us new buttholes, and you know, it is what it is. You know, it's honestly it's disappointing to me, and it's sad, but at the same time, you know, just once again, all the detractors, they said this was going to happen, and they were right. And it is.
It's too bad. When you gave me the email, you shot me the email. You want in on the next DSP thing? I'm like, this is not happening now. If I'm in the mix.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that was the idea. Was the next opportunity was to bring in all the detractors who are in on the nitty gritty, and you know, I think it would have been interesting for sure. But just judging based off of, I guess, the way he acted tonight or the way he responded to the initial interview, that certainly is. He has no interest in coming back on. So that sucks.
Yeah, you're number one on the shit list.
And once again, like, I don't really know why. I guess for being fair and asking questions. And and then decompressing the next day and realizing that, like it was very frustrating to be lied to for 5 hours. And
listen, I loved everything about it, but the second you brought in Keem, it was over.
Well, I'll tell you what, that was a credit to our mods for making that happen. That was awesome. But
oh, God bless him.
I thought he was gonna call you a scumbag and just walk off and just shut off the stream. Seriously.
Do you guys know how well behaved I was? Because there's Dan Keem and then there's Keemstar, right? Keemstar wanted to be Keemstar. Keemstar wanted to call this broke loser e-bagger. Like, I wanted to go off, and I'm just sitting there like a good little boy, like, no, this is what happened.
Yeah, you bit your tongue and you did good. You did good.
I was surprised.
God, this is crazy. So what did Gundam, you said you wanted to talk about something?
Oh, I just came on to give Keem the idea how to lure out Derek. I'm all for that. I want to know how this dude operates, because his whole life revolves around like crazy pornography, talking about men's penises, wrestling.
TP.
Yes. Did you hear? I can't even say it. There's so much about Derek you just can't say. Ah, Christ. Have you heard about Rainbow Fellatio?
I don't even know what the hell's happening right now. What the hell are we talking about?
Derek is
We're talking about Derek.
I was dumb enough to check what's up with Derek? Why is everyone on about this Derek guy? What is he doing? And I go on his Twitter timeline, and it's the most degenerate stuff I've ever seen in my life. And then Phil calls me a perverted scumbag. And I'm like, this is your top guy.
Oh. Well, if Phil is protecting Derek so much, is there some weird stuff between the two of them that they're protecting each other's secrets? I don't want to allude to.
We have a couple of working theories. Like, one of the working theories is that the gentleman we talked about, 1 Minute Man, who never goes on stream, that gives Phil $7,000 a year.
Oh wow!
Yeah, there's a theory that Derek's parents are actually 1 Minute Man and
no
pay
way.
Phil to babysit Derek. That's one theory.
Okay, that
Dude,
is wild.
It's like what happens with look, I've exposed so many pedos online, especially in the Minecraft community through my almost 10 years now on Dromler. What I always found out is that their closest friends a lot of time get busted too. Like, these guys are in group chats, they figure out that they're both into kids or whatever, and they make a friend group and they hold each other's secrets and they stick up for each other and shit like that. I'm just putting this out there. I have no idea if this is true. I know very little about DSP and his audience, but is it possible that it's something like that? Maybe it isn't even CP. Maybe it's Phil has this weird kink or something, and Derek does too. And
Derek is his porn dealer,
and they hold each other's secrets, right? Maybe it's not even anything criminally, but could it be something like that?
Here's my honest to God theory. If I recall correctly, Derek was giving DSP money when he was underage using his parents' credit cards. And maybe, there's some humanity left in Phil, and he saw that it's sweet and endearing, and he's like, come, boy, I shall take you on as my squire, and we shall watch shitty Wulong playthroughs together or something.
Why does the chat keep saying scat? What?
Scat? Is Derek into that?
Dude, the chat is spamming it in SideScrollers and in this one too. They keep talking about scat.
I'm not looking that up. I've seen enough of Derek's timeline.
I think we're okay with that. Yeah. I don't have any interest in exploring that. I don't have a whole lot of interest in exploring Derek, but I'll tell you, that seems like it's right up Keemstar's alley right there. That's interesting.
Yeah, and it's not just him. Keem, I mentioned earlier, a person called Pandely, who used to be DSP's girlfriend. It is documented, and we have a lot of information out there that DSP groomed this person, where because I think she was about 18 when she moved in with Phil.
So they're saying 17 in the chat.
Well, she was 17 when he slid into her DMs and had that conversation. So we know that I believe she was 18 when they moved in together. So the assumption is, okay, how long were you guys talking? And was she a minor at the time? And I know you got that question, Craig, to ask him about the Panda Lee stuff.
Right. Has Panda Lee ever done an interview or anything?
No, she like unplugged from the net once she got away from Phil.
If there's a way to get a hold of her, I'll talk to her. Like, I would love to know her story.
We have her name. We have her name and stuff. I don't want to say it here, but I can send you that information.
Yeah, I don't want to dox anybody at all. Right. Yeah.
I was gonna say, call me crazy, but I don't think DSP has enough charisma to groom anyone. He can't even groom himself, for God's sakes.
Well, I think maybe it kind of a little starstruck, thinking the person has a little bit of money, none of that.
Okay, DSP did have money for a minute.
A little bit, but I mean, you watch somebody on the internet, you see, you just people make assumptions, especially when you're 17 years old. I mean, you're a little bit more impressionable, so.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like that's something that I didn't necessarily want to touch. And I'll let you guys kind of dig into that, man, because a lot of people in the chat are like, hey man, leave her alone, because apparently she was like a nice she was a victim of the circumstance, I guess. That's the vibe that I'm getting from the chat. So
I'm just here for the lulz, nothing more.
Oh, yeah, she shouldn't be harassed, but dude, I'd love to reach out to her and be like, hey, are you down to like tell your story of what happened with all this?
Do you have photos of DSP's home?
And we have tons of people. I mean, there's John and Howard. These were two of DSP's friends that were part of his content, and essentially they wrote him off because he's such a shit friend. And there's documentaries. I could provide you that information as well.
Well, so let's talk about that real quick, right? Because we talked about Phil, kind of his lifestyle. I go back to that, the 6 hours a day, 6 days a week, 12 hours a day type of thing, and how that's not conducive to having any sort of life outside of producing content. It's not healthy. So I've heard these names. I heard these names a lot leading up to this. Like, so they were his friends and they just abandoned him altogether, or what?
Oh, I figured he was going to handle this.
Yeah, so he essentially lived in Connecticut previously, and then he decided he was going to move out to where he currently lives right now. But a little bit before that, they had they worked on a couple projects. There were some issues with money where they felt like DSP was making money, he wasn't paying them. It's a lot of stuff. I mean, we could talk about it for an hour.
Yeah, Howard was pissed.
Oh yeah. And they what they essentially did was they did a video. I think there's only the audio portion out there, but essentially they just called Phil out for being a terrible human being, and they just said, we want nothing to do with you anymore. And yeah, I mean, I could provide you that info.
Yeah, honestly, it's more than I care to get into personally, but I think if you're doing a documentary, you probably want to dig into that for sure. But like I said, I'm not going to be the one producing any sort of documentary. I think after this, we'll be done talking DSP for a good long while, probably forever on SideScrollers. So that is my ultimate goal from this. This is the final chapter. It's funny because you go back to like, I just knew that we were getting a flamethrower put on us by Phil tonight, and just like, okay, well, let's just go live. Keemstar said, let's go live, and started talking duty, and here we are talking about X's and all sorts of stuff. So this has been quite the rabbit hole to go down for sure. So
I guess doing a documentary and like reaching out to these people around him and asking him if they want to do an interview or whatever, that's totally fair. Like any journalist can do that. I run a news media outlet. That's totally fair. But like, if he wants to twist this and be like, oh, well, he's stalking me, he's doing this and he's doing that, it's like, you were publicly on your show unprovoked multiple times, like fucking talking all kinds of crazy shit about me. So you can't act like, me trying to find the truth of your real situation, makes you a victim or something like that. It's like, dude, you talk shit about me, I'm going to make a piece of content and interview people around you to see what they have to say.
you know, good or bad.
And what would it be called?
Level 1.
I think after this, I think after this, he's in the tutorial phase. Maybe a tutorial.
This is crazy, man. The last, I'll tell you this, the last 2 days have been, well, the 2 weeks leading up to this were something entirely different than the last 2 days. And the last 2 days have been something else. It has been, it's been interesting to see the reaction to this. And it's like pulling back an infinitely big onion that you'll never get to the center to. And I think that's the best way to describe it. You'll never get to the middle of this.
It'll all end with Phil having a stroke live on stream and dying. That's how I see him going out, to be honest.
What at what age?
Oh my God, who knows? It's not like Phil's in the best shape ever. Maybe his 60s?
Hey Gundam, I disagree. The man is gonna be out there scamming your great grandkids. He's gonna be. He's gonna
outlive me.
Yes, he's gonna be asking your great grandkids for a $1 tip.
I'd roll over in my grave.
Now that I have a better perspective on Phil with like him playing this character and you know this victim character and just him lying, I'm really wondering about the camera being on situation, you know, when he was fapping or whatever. Like, did he do that on purpose? Is it possible that he did that on purpose? If he has this humiliation kink, right, where he wants to go on stream and beg for money and like he's literally baiting people to pick on him. Did he do that on purpose? I'm curious.
That was one of the original theories when it happened. I personally believe that this is who DSP is, and he's also come to the realization that what else could he do to make this money? Like the only other option besides begging is working harder. And this is a guy who doesn't even want to walk around the block for fitness.
I don't know. It's interesting because even the idea that is a theory is crazy. But I've seen crazier things on the internet to try to gain publicity.
But he also made sure with Machinima that they took down those videos. And he originally reached out to Keem in a tweet, but you didn't get it. I still have a copy of it. It's like 2016. And DSP is like, if you really want to know what's happened, contact me. So it's kind of surprising to see DSP go from trying to talk to Keem specifically to use the jerk off thing to boost himself to absolutely hating you.
I don't think Phil's that clever.
No.
To hatch this out. No way.
I don't know where this hatred like comes from to me. Like
you made money.
It just
the hatred to me or the hatred to Phil?
Oh no, Phil
to Keem.
hates me.
Oh,
look,
yeah.
It's unprovoked hate towards me. Very unprovoked hate towards me. And I'm like so curious. Like why? Like where does this come from?
Let's be real. You're successful and you roasted him on Twitter after he came for you. That's it.
But he came. But that's the important thing. He came for me first. Like
it
why?
doesn't matter. Phil's the hero. You're the villain.
Oh. Well, unfortunately, he's never going to be able to fight the final boss of the internet because he can't get past level 1.
DSP is his own final boss.
You know, it's funny you say that because that's actually like pretty much exactly what I said to Phil in email tonight. I just said like, look, man, you know, and I tweeted something to that effect as well. I just said like, look, I don't even know exactly what I tweeted, but it was, I said, I've had a lot of folks reach out about the DSP interview. Thank you. We asked a lot of tough, fair and tough questions, and ultimately we want Phil to succeed. It just seems like he's standing in his own way. I'll be rooting for him, and I hope you do too. I think that's that's like the biggest takeaway from all this. Is I feel like Phil is his biggest detractor, and
yes,
and that's the thing that continuously is he's the one standing in his way from taking that next step. So
I don't know if you guys really know the lore between me and Wings of Redemption, but Wings of Redemption is like one of the oldest people I've known on the internet. I've known Wings for like 15 years. We have always been enemies. We have never gotten along. we've never been on good terms. You know, there was a moment in 2011 where I did this
Call of Duty days
show with Elkie David, a billionaire. It was called Billionaires Challenge. It was the first Call of Duty event with 100,000 live concurrent viewers. It was like my little project that I did, and Wings was a part of it. And we were on somewhat good terms that year. That's it. Like, through our whole history, me and Wings have never got along. Wings doxed me on Machinima. Me and Wings were fighting, and Sark was like the head guy at Machinima, but back then, this is like 2010 maybe. He's interviewing me and Wings, and he's trying to make peace happen, like on Machinima. And in the interview, Wings goes, "Do you live at this address?" And he starts reading out my address. So like, we've never got along. So when I brought the Lolcal podcast to Boogie, and then Boogie brought it to Wings, Wings didn't care about any beef between me and him. He was like, "I'm down." Like, you know what I mean?
Get that money, pimp.
For me and DSP to have no history, no beef back and forth really, and him to be like, "No, I hate that guy. He's a bad guy." It's like, that's, you hit it nail on the head, Craig. Like, he is his own worst enemy.
I hope that he eventually realizes that. Do I think that's going to happen? No. Like I said, this has been a script that apparently has been played out many times, and I think the saddest thing for me is he was a fan of what I did, a decade ago, 15 years ago, when I had Screw Attack, and I ran this website called Screw Attack. It was pretty popular in the gaming space. We had a great community, and he was a community member there, and that's kind of how he got his start in content. And he's always like, he's always I guess admired my work, and over the various projects that I've done and those things like that, which is why he wanted to come on the show to begin with. And now it feels like I've done him dirty. And but I think that I honestly feel, and I could be totally off, but I honestly feel that if you just look at the 5 hours we spent together objectively, I don't see how anybody can potentially look at it that way. And even if you were to watch the post show we did today, I don't see how anybody can see that. Yes, we were frustrated about the situation, and the same things that we said on stream, I said to him in email. These are things that I would say to him in person, but we just had time to digest a little bit more. But now, once again, we are the bad guys. Who is the victim? It's Phil. Phil's the victim. So, and like I said, I was told this was going to happen. I was told this was going to happen by dozens of people. Look, he's going to turn on you. He's going to make you the bad guy. He's gonna rat you out. He's gonna make you seem really like an asshole. Guess what? Here we are, and it sucks.
Oh, Boogie and Wings Redemption are gonna box each other in London. All right, all paid for a trip, and they're getting a check. All right, and they're gonna box each other. It's gonna be viewed free, absolutely free. You don't even have to spend money to watch this fight. All right, on YouTube, on the Misfits channel. It's going to be on the prelims, the undercard of KSI's next fight. This is the real deal. This is a big deal. There's going to be 20,000, 40,000 people in that arena packed to watch this fight. And when those two fight each other, I'm calling the fact that both of them are getting in the ring level 2. One of them is going to win. And when they win, I just came up with this idea right now. I'm getting a custom belt made, and the winner is getting a belt that says level 3.
To the next level, right? Will you deliver? If you ever get a chance to do your interview with Phil, will you bring him a belt as well, a custom belt?
He'd love it.
He'd have to do something. I mean, doing an interview it's not going to change his life. It's not going to help him. He did an interview with you. If he did that interview with you and he was honest, he was a real person, and he just let it all go, let the act go, and was like, "Look, I have a gambling problem." Sure, he deserves a belt. He deserves level 2. He deserves something. He just blew that opportunity.
Imagine sitting there for 5 hours being asked over and over again, getting that second chance offered to you over and over. Craig, I saw you.
Right.
You're like, come on, man, just send the screenshot. Like, dude, you were giving him a chance for redemption over and over and over again. And, you know, people want to say that, oh, you were holding him to the fire, you were interrogating him. No, you were giving him an opportunity to come clean, and he didn't take it.
I think that anybody who would look at it logically saw that. And I think that's probably the most frustrating thing about it is, like, I kept extending those olive branches, man. Like, that's the thing I just can't get past. I can't get past the idea that, like, dude, just take a screenshot on your phone. Send it to me now. Do it so everybody can see it.
Because he'd incriminate himself.
Oh, no, Craig, you told him send it to me and I'll just look at it.
Yes, just me.
I will just look at it.
Just me.
He said no, and he said, I got to talk to my wife. That is
Why does he have to talk to his wife?
He lied. That is a lie. Hands down lie. It's a lie, bro. Like, it's sad. And that's why this whole community exists of people hating on Phil. That's why there are this army of 1 million detractors, is because of these lies, because of this scam.
Dude, you probably know better than anybody. I mean, you have a legion of detractors, which, once again, I've never seen anybody, like, literally ever, like Dark Side Phil. And, you know, I've been doing this for a really long time, and I've seen detractors come, you know, whatever you want to call people who are extremely polarizing, but I've never seen people, seen communities built around just people, for lack of a better word, just kind of despising somebody, you know, and it's so one-sided as well. It's not like there's little fringe groups of people who are like, yes, we love Phil. It's like he has his one group, but there's so many other groups of people who are detractors. And I think that's the most fascinating thing about it is, you know, I went through it. Due to your stream, had 10,000 views of the restream of SideScrollers yesterday. I was like, what? That's insane. It's crazy, man. It's crazy to see.
And did you guys, like, you remember the moment that we were talking about Buggy and Wings boxing, how he tried to attack that? And he was like, well, oh yeah, they're not healthy and they're not this, and, you know, someone's going to get hurt and blah, blah, blah. It's like, what, you're even hating on that? Like, look, I know these guys have a lot of haters, but at every level of combat sports, people respect the fighter for getting in the ring. They respect the fighter they're going to get respect for doing this. And it is a risk. It's a risk. Anytime you step in a boxing ring, even if you're a professional boxer, you could die that night. You can die. Like, and most people know that. And if you don't know that, you should. All right. It's a real risk. One of them could actually die, but that's where the respect comes in. You're willing to lay it all on the line, you know, for money, for an opportunity, for entertainment.
Yeah, this is something that is going to be a great opportunity for them. I mean, it's really going to help them out. That 50K will help Boogie and will help Wings. Real quick, I added 2 individuals to the call. I just wanted to let you know, the Agent Proper and Shinko, these guys are expert detractors. They can answer pretty much anything, any question you may have. So I just brought them on, so whenever you guys have questions about the Phil lore, they can definitely answer it.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey,
how are you guys? I got about 5 minutes left because I'm going to say this.
I'm about to cut out too.
Right. I don't know how much more DSP I can take. I think, like, once I'm done here, I am done with it.
Done. It's over. Yeah, that's what I said when I made my first video.
So can I say something really quickly? Keemstar, like, I noticed that you said a couple of times that, you know, there's no way that these are real people. I'm literally here to tell you that these are real people. These are real people doing these things. In terms of Phil being a character, Phil, he has no social interaction with people whatsoever. So what you're seeing is what you get, because that's the only interaction he gets with people outside of, you know, in life, period. If you check, like, the bank leaks that come out, you can see that his day consists of spending money on WWE Champions, going to get gas, getting groceries, pet supplies, comes back home. That's it. So basically, that's the guy. Like you're watching his YouTube channel. Like that's 100% pure unadulterated Phil. Right,
man, myth, the legend.
I mean, yeah, I've been watching Phil for as long as he's been around, since before he's, even put out his Street Fighter videos. I mean, for 15 years now, this guy has done everything a scumbag would do, exploiting people throughout the years to get to where he is. And, that's the reason why I'm modding his, thread over there on Kiwi Farms. That's the reason why I'm sitting here trying to get lore straight for you guys. That's why I was DMing with Craig, reaching out to different people. I just want people to understand the kind of guy Phil is and who they're getting in bed with.
Why do you guys feel, in your words, he's a scumbag? Why do you feel like DSP is this, like, provide me with examples? This is something that, like when you see,
I can give you one right off the bat. Like I can give you one that like can resonate with anybody.
Sure.
He has a cat. He has a cat that he neglects. Again, because he's a social, since he's a social pariah, he doesn't interact with people. He probably got this cat to like offset that or whatever. But since he talks so much on screen, he gives off little details about how he neglects his cat. So my biggest one that I've shown before is when Phil likes to go to bed, right? Phil likes to take the cat with him inside the bedroom and lock the door because he doesn't want the cat to get out. But at the same time, he doesn't want the cat's litter box to stink up the bedroom. So he leaves the litter box outside and leaves the cat without a means to relieve itself for several hours.
Oh, that
so
sucks.
You can hear DSP say like, yeah, I try to get a good night's sleep because Phil likes to wake up at 10 o'clock, not 9 as he told you. And basically the cat is waking him up because the cat has to pee. Another thing is it's on my Twitter. It's on my Twitter. It's pinned on my Twitter. Because of his negligence of his house, he had gotten ants and he had gotten ant poison. And he admitted on stream that the ant poison leaked out onto the floor and he did not clean it up specifically because he knew that the cat wouldn't eat it because the cat doesn't like sweet for some reason. So that's a personal beef with me. And the other thing is just like him preying on these mentally malleable people. And if you watch what he says, the devil's in the details. Because he uses, like you said, he uses a lot of doublespeak. He uses a lot of gaslighting. And these people can't, they're also socially awkward, so they can't tell whether he's lying or not. And some people do, and some they just don't care. So those are the two main examples of, why I do what I do. Because number one, the cat, that really bothers me. And number two is, him preying on people.
All right.
This stuff is
that wasn't good. That wasn't good. Craig set you up dude, prove that he's an evil person, right? It's he left the poison. He's locking the cat in the room. It's like, guys, there has to be something better than this.
Right.
Oh, there is.
There is. That's what I'm saying. That's my personal thing. I'm saying that's my personal thing. You can nail me to the cross. I don't care. That's my personal thing. But there's really he really does go out of his way to set up cabal. Basically, it's this. He doesn't want to get a job. He wants to live life like his mommy and daddy's house. And he creates these lies and these scenarios for people to believe him. Okay? So, that's not the worst thing. The worst thing is that he creates these vortexes, these web of lies, which basically he would use to obfuscate what he's doing. So, for example, the WWE Champions thing, he's literally out there telling people that I am going ahead and using this for my shower that my wife broke. And then people give him the money, and then people go, hey, where's the money for the shower? And then he literally goes and looks in the screen and goes, I don't know what you're talking about. That's none of your business. Why are you asking me about that? And then he'll go another way. He'll say, guys, I need, money because I need to go see my parents because my parents, they don't got a lot of time left. Da, da, da. And next thing you know, he's flying over there, and it's so he can have a wedding with his wife. These are things that proper can really give you documented evidence on. They have documents of this stuff.
This is deep
so
stuff.
There's things from a normie perspective that might piss somebody off, but then there's somebody that's actually looking and digging deeper. You would see not necessarily you want to freaking nail, you want to, kill the guy. But the thing is, it's you need a spotlight on him so he doesn't continue doing these things.
So basically, you're just kind of backing up what we all been saying is he's just dishonest and he's potentially a scammer.
That's a lot.
He's a scammer. He's a scammer, and he's very neglectful. He's very neglectful.
Let me say
these
this.
guys are covering.
This is about on the DSP cliff where I'm going to take a step back and be like, I'm good. I'm pretty good.
And that's fair. That's fair. You know, a lot of these guys who you're talking to right now, they're newer detractors. They haven't been around as long as I have. The thing is that, you know, Phil, for years, his behavior towards people has just been abusive. He's used his parents as an excuse for things. He's used his girlfriend's own sickness as excuses for different reasons. I mean, this pattern of behavior goes back for as long as I can remember when it comes to Phil.
He's a professional victim. He's a professional victim.
He is, and he's even gone as far as scamming his mom for tax money.
Whoa!
And
What?
using that away.
Yes,
the 10-year plan.
And with that,
I was just about to leave. But just explain the tax money.
Real quick, before you explain that, Keem, thank you very much. Gundam, it's a pleasure to talk to you. You're fascinating, and I can't wait to have you on the show sometime. Keem, I'd love to have you on as well if you have the opportunity leading up to the big boxing match. Duty, thank you so much for allowing me the opportunity. Agent Proper and Shinko, thank you guys very much. I'm going to say good night, but thank you guys very much for your time and allowing me to be a part of this. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thanks,
nice
Craig.
to be here.
Have a good one, Craig.
See you guys. Bye-bye. All right. I have left the vortex. What an adventure that was. Oh, okay. That was going in a little deep, right? I'm cool with talking like high level stuff, but that was pretty deep. Hey everybody, what the hell's happening? It's 1:15 in the morning. Why am I even doing this? Why am I talking right now? I want to let you know I started this stream simply based off of the idea that Phil was streaming and he was. I need to be very clear. This is not a Dark Side Phil channel. The Phil interview was one interview that we've done, and I'm sure it's going to resonate with a lot of people for a long time. I don't do drama. I don't do nonsense, and that's why I stepped away from that. And like, I hope that their documentary is awesome. Hell, I'll invest in the documentary, right? But I don't want to go down that. It's crazy. So I appreciate you guys sticking around with me. I really do. Thank you very much. With that said, I do not anticipate talking Dark Side Phil like on the channel really ever. I've said this before. I genuinely hope that Phil is successful. I'm sure he's pissed at me right now. I know, apparently, according to Twitter, he's very pissed at me. I get it. I wish success for him. I hope that he finds the balance he needs. I hope that one day he'll realize that I want that for him, that we want it for him, that the detractors want that for him. So yes, I like I said, for me, this is just a matter of kind of taking a step back and going like, yeah, that's the line where I'm going to go to, and knowing your limits. And so on Monday we can kind of resume regular programming. With that said, God, you guys came in crazy. Let me just read off these super chats really quick. Miko says, I hope this doesn't turn into an a-hole full of S-fling. That's very close what it came into. Royal World says this is the best arc DSP has had in a minute. He is saying that you were trying to trap him and expose him in the interview. No. Black Mage, thank you so much. As you and Adam are profoundly based, and I love you asking hard questions yesterday. I doubted you, and I apologize. Thank you so much, Black Mage. I don't know if you're still tuning in. Mind of the North Star, thank you very much for becoming a member. Okay, came in, says DSP burning every bridge so he can avoid taking accountability and having another conversation. He wants to be able to use this as another data point to hide in his bubble. And unfortunately, I don't think you're wrong about that, which is unfortunate. Chief Swisher says, so predictable by DSP to pig-splain all night. Barrett Wells says, glad I reserved judgment on the podcast. You all came out smelling like roses. Can we get a burger from Keemstar for the That Being Said podcast? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't read that in time. Yosef says, God bless. Welcome to the Hate Army watch. No. Spencer says, great DSP interview. He's claiming victim at the moment. Mary, thank you so much for coming in with the $15 super chat. Really appreciate that. Thank you, Mary. 10 Star came in with the $4.99. Says he tried to tell Review Tech USA not to tell anyone about the computer he was going to give him, so he probably would lie about winning the lottery. Yeah, the Rich is going to come on the show as well, and we will not talk DSP when we do, but in time, Rich will definitely come on. He's got some personal things he's got to take care of first. Plus, Ultra Adrian came in, says, I don't want DSP to fail either, but he needs to understand that he's his own worst enemy. He needs to start holding himself accountable and not playing the victim. I hope he does one day, as do I. Speedy says, Phil's mobile addiction denial is like those guys who get hooked in those mail-order bride dating scams. Vujik says he berated you for having a live stream whilst accepting tips from people that don't agree with DSP. So he does a live stream accepting tips from people who don't agree with you guys. Hypocritical? Right. Okay, he says DSP cannot take it personally. He wants to be an expert in morality and everything he's involved in. He tried to be the best at Street Fighter than YouTube, and he's chasing the high he felt. I think there's something to that. I do think there's definitely something to that. You hear that about wrestlers all the time. They're chasing that high, man. Step through the curtain. Hyena first says, if DSP was in the worldwide privacy tour, Dark Side Phil, gamer, streamer. They know this who gang is on, baby. I rap my gang every song, baby. And for this who I put on, baby. 17 we is strong, baby.
Anonymous tipped $17.38. Yeah, baby. Thanks so much for the stream.
He's way too entrenched in shaking his virtual begging tin cup for pity money. Yeah, like I said, I'm done talking about Phil. Like once this stream is done, I'm done. So Ian Moreland says Keem offered to help spat on. You offered to help spat on. Right. Caps Corner says, it's like what GTG, a longtime detractor, always says. Literally everyone who does business with DSP always gets thrown under the bus by him. Appears to be the case. Harry Otter Gaming says, Phil, please. And Singular came in and says, please tell Keem I was a hater, now turned fan because of the way he handled himself. Ronan handled people from all the spectrum, especially with the whole H3H3 arc. Keeping it objective is awesome. Singular, I'll send him a DM and let him know how much you guys appreciate it. Seek says, great chat. I feel the reason Phil stayed for 5 hours because there's a part of him that wants help, but the rest of him clouds that awareness. Seek, I don't think you're wrong. I really don't think you're wrong. I think that Phil thinks that he needs some assistance. I really do, but there's a part of him that doesn't want that to happen. Let's see. Didn't want able, says Bubbles. LR came in, says he has $385,000 evacuated his house. He bought it for $265, and its value on Redfin for $650. He's not broke by any means. Wow, you guys really know a lot. Tickle Bruno says, to be fair, it seems way more than 5 people. Talking about the whales. Seek came back, says, what Keem said is my issue with Phil. I'm an aneurysm survivor and struggle, but I work. I ask for help only if it's truly dire. Never dire. Phantom says, lawyer here. It would be really hard to sue him. Thank you, Phantom. I'm sorry I didn't get to that. These are all wonderful. Thank you guys very much for your support today. Felix says, based on bravo on the interview, looking forward to more. Hopefully, sincerely hope that DSP gets over himself and returns. I would love that. I love that. Grim says, congratulations on being with Detractor. The Basement Band says, not sure what's happening, just tuned in. Much love, people. And followed up with whale hunting. Oh gosh, that'll be quite interesting. Maxon says, Pig Roach blows bubbles for his dents. They're slow. LR says, interview Panda Lee. She knows the truth. The Basement Band says, lol, I never cared before, but I do now. Well, I'm the problem. It's me. Top of the Hat says, met you at MacFest years ago, Craig. Been a fan for over a decade.
You see this message from DSP that he posted on Twitter? I'm not going to say anything besides I fucking hate people that say stuff like that. Imagine being that type of person. I'm just going to not even say anything else. And I get it. What if you're a celebrity, right? What if you're actually worth something? That's being mean. I don't mean it like that. But what if you're some fucking actual celebrity? 100 million people say, I'm sorry that your fucking dog died. You can't respond to 100 million people. But we know damn well DSP can respond to the 5 emails he got from Jade and Derek. And he's gonna read them on his stupid fucking stream anyway. He always read emails he got from people. Thanks for the will messages, you guys. I can't respond to them, but I'll post a weird tweet specifically right after Stuttering Craig basically ends his call and realizes he doesn't want to talk to these people. I'll just happen to post this tweet thanking people for vague messages. Ah, yes, in the middle of the night. Stop it, man. Fucking stop.
Okay, glad to see you're still doing well and can see through Phil's pignosis. Thank you. I like to think this entire channel is built around common sense, bringing common sense back to the gaming space. So hopefully we've done that in the last couple days. The Ugly Monster says Derek had to make a public apology to Reese Robbins, who I'm guessing is some sort of porn actress. The Basement Band says, get that bag. I hear Netflix special, bro. Thanks, Basement Band. Appreciate that. That'd be wonderful. Trademark says, how to lure Derek sounds like something the FBI would be doing in a couple months from now. Harry Otter Gaming says, DSP could be Exhibit B and do this for kinks. Okay, says DSP has a scat fetish. I think, oh gosh. Ankle Break says, it's funny that DSP claims he wants to get to level 2 when his podcast is called level 1. Phil Take Sports says, Duty hit a new level. Duty moderate in RTU streams all the time. Real Take, thank you very much. Duty has been false multiple times. Ghost Like Swayze says he hates Craig because Craig didn't kneel or tip. Basement Band says learned a lot about YouTube stuff, how it works and stuff. I wouldn't like attention, but it looks like fun. YouTube is hard. YouTube is very hard. Says get Duty off. I heard Misfits, my favorite band as a kid. Thank you so much, Basement Band. Mr. Mediker. By the way, people have talked to Mr. Mediker. If you're still here, people have talked at length about how you should have been on the next stream. I'm not familiar with your work, but I did see your channel and I saw like stick figure stuff on it, and that doesn't seem like that was your full catalog of content. So I feel like I'm missing some context there. But if you're still tuning in, find me. By the way, they just finished the call over on Discord, so it just finished up. But Mr. Mediker, thank you very much for your support. I appreciate it. Apparently, you were a big detractor back in the day. The entire stream was incredibly fair. You gave him multiple chances to respond to things, time to talk, asked for permission on topics. DSP made himself look bad. That's all there is to it, and he's mad about it. Looks like Sports says, Duty posts more than Phil. Guest Plus says, love you, Duty. And Christopher says, the G2 stand by you and the rest of the SideScrollers team. Craig, thank you so much, Christopher. Post Regulation says, great interview. Get Tevin. And Anatard, Lord of Derp, says, Phil monetized the death of a supposed friend. And Basement Band says, y'all still going. OJ Essence is on too. I recommend him, bro. Thank you guys very much. I think I need to go back and here, let's read these off. Kim says, Keem's takes on Phil are spot on. Glad you met him. Yeah, I look forward to talking more to Keem, if I'm being honest. He, I know about Keem from a distance, but certainly not fully in depth. Extra Zero says, I've had my fill with Phil. Yeah, me too. I'm kind of over it for sure. I've definitely reached like I said, walked up to the edge of the cliff, and I am done for sure. Appreciate you guys sticking around with me tonight. Like I said, super late night, man. Basement Band says, my dream is to jam with James or be an extra in be an extra, I guess. Is that what it is? Thanks so much, Basement Band. Appreciate that. Support is wonderfully appreciated. Ankle Break says, if you guys were in position, I would just ignore DSP going forward. He'll eventually stop talking and creating unnecessary drama. Yeah, and we're done. Like I said, this was it. Like this was it. Like once I'm done, I'm done. I'm absolutely done talking about Phil and DSP. This channel is not built to have drama at all. And we're getting close to that edge, and I don't want to deal with that nonsense. Aquatil says, I apologize for doubting you. Thank you so much, Aquatil. I appreciate that. That is incredibly nice. Thank you so much for the super chat. And I think we are all... Nope, Dorcasaurus came in and says, you messed up by not discussing Sons of Kojima and legitimately messed up by I guess it is, type stuff that they and others have done to him. Well, sorry you feel that way. You know, there's going to be people who feel like we messed up on all sorts of things. I'm not sure what exactly you're speaking about, but Super Satanson says this went into terminally online territory. Nice escape though. Great takes on your side as well. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. And yeah, it was definitely time to say adieu for sure. When the time came. Let's see, what is there? We go. And you guys are great. Thank you again for your support. I think we are finally, yes, we are caught up at the bottom of all the super chats, and that is insane. It is the middle of the night. I'm here. It's just Craig. Now you're Nintendo on YouTube. left when they think that you're going. Think when you're going left. No, I'm done with the drama. Done with the drama. Ghost, like Swayze says, I'm not a fan of Keem too much, but he drove. But he's a trove of info in the context that could help grow your channel even further. Yeah, he's an interesting dude for sure. Basically, that's Blabs 1. We'll return to that eventually. Shady J says, found you guys because of the drama, and man, it's crazy. Gonna be a long-time listener now. Can't wait for Angry Video Gamer to come on. Yes, in time, in the next couple weeks for sure. Salty the Mad Guy says, when I returned to the internet 2 years ago, you probably, when you returned to the internet 2 years ago, you never probably thought it'd turn into this cluster F. No, if you were to give me a bingo card from a decade ago and say, look, you're gonna do an interview with Darkside Phil, and it's gonna break a portion of the internet, and then Phil's gonna hate you. Excuse me. I do not have that on my bingo card. I do not. At all. At all. Jose says, I'm excited for the regularly scheduled program. Me too. Me stinking too. I'm ready to return back to normal on Monday for sure. But hopefully you guys join as well. Kenneth says, I would like to appreciate that I'd like to say I didn't appreciate you didn't have a softball interview. Big ups, and you earned my subscription. Well, thank you, Kenneth. Appreciate that. Yeah, the channel's been doing really great the last few days, and obviously it has to do with a lot of people who are interested in it as well. So, look, man, I'll tell you what. This has been a nutty few days. This has been a very crazy few days. I mean, I did not anticipate getting on a call with It's a Gundam or Keemstar tonight when I started the evening, but here we are. Here we are, and we finished up, and it was crazy. I got to get up early, man, but this was worth staying up, and it was good putting a pin on this and just shutting the book, because that's what we're doing now. We're shutting the book. We're moving on. This was insanity, but thank you guys for going on this little 2-day roller coaster. You know, like I said, as far as I'm concerned, we are done, and I'm very grateful for that. Basim says, do you think James will break the net? Good night. Basim Ben, thank you very much once again for your support. Greatly appreciated. I think that people really, really enjoy whatever it is James and I talk about. Nest Dog says, speak to Rambo and Howard. I'm done. Like I said, I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I am 100% done. I am done dealing with DSP and all that. I have no desire. Like I said, I want to live my life as stress-free as possible. But with that said, you guys have been outstanding. You guys have been outstanding and been really fun. And we've made a lot of new friends the last few days. A lot of friends who were detractors and who have come in and said hello. And it's been a pleasure to meet you guys, like legitimately. Like I said on the stream today, you know, there are communities that have people who are reasonable, and then there's people who kind of take things a little too far. You know, for the most part, there's a lot of people who are really good, and I'm excited to meet you guys. So, with all that said, man, it's great. Red Kel says, I just want to see Craig just be Craig and do what he loves doing. Me too. Me too. So look, this is us. As pointed out, Zizzy Max says, very smart move. We call it a vortex for a reason. Y'all get sucked in. This is me stepping back from the vortex. This is going, okay, I'm done, and just running away from it as fast as we can. So, Ms. Costanza says, you aren't a fan of me, Craig. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you guys for the kind words. With that said, it is now time to say adieu. CB says, last super chat, respect to you, Craig. Amazing journalism. I am not a journalist, but I'm also the greatest video game journalist in the world. Been established. So, all right, guys, have an excellent night. Thank you so much for showing up, being a part of my life, allowing me to be a part of yours. And remember, people are going to try to keep you down. Don't let them. You guys got a goal. Go get it. I'm gonna list this stream as unlisted. So guess what? You guys are the only ones to get a chance to see it. Have an excellent night, guys. See you guys later. Bye-bye.
So it's basically a special secret stream. You have to give the link to your friends. Well, big ups. We probably will never see that dude again. Hopefully they have fun doing whatever the fuck they're doing. Playing games and having fun or whatever DSP pretend to say.
Tonight's late stream was me and a 2-hour special stream on DSP Reacts where I revealed that the entire... But you have to be level 34 to do them. Well, I beat the game at level 31, no problem. So how do I get to level 34? Grind for a couple hours in the repetitive side content? I tried leveling up my equipment and it didn't do anything. I was still level 31. I'm like, wow, they kind of screwed the ending of this game up because I wanted to see the epilogue, couldn't see it. And I didn't have enough time. Why am I going to do side quest after I've already beaten the main story of the game? It just doesn't really make sense. I feel like the end game structure of the game is very flawed. Okay? But overall, I enjoyed it. You can see the conclusion on DSP Gaming if you would like. I was going to do a late night stream of Like a Dragon Ishin, but considering the fact that SideScrollers did a 2.5 hour, crap fest on me, tonight's late stream was me and a 2-hour special stream on DSP Reacts where I revealed that the entire thing was essentially a setup from the get-go that Craig and company had only been exposed to information about me that was from my detractors. They literally did not ask anyone on the positive side of things about anything, you know. They didn't ask fans, nothing. It was just, let's listen to the detractors for 2 weeks and ask Phil the detractor questions. That was it. That's not a fair and balanced interview. So I revealed that to everyone because Craig emailed me with information proving that. That's nice, you know. So anyway, you know, we talked about that. I reacted to their podcast from the morning. It lasted about 2 hours, and that's that. As of now, I'm no longer appearing on anyone else's shows. I refuse. If someone wants to appear on my show, like DSP Reacts, and do like an interview there or just talk with me there, I'm willing to do that. Because at least there I can control the trolling, and it's not just about people taking fucking negative super chats about me and shit, you know? But outside of that, I am no longer going to appear on anything. You want my full opinion on everything, just watch the video over on DSP Reacts tonight. It's a 2-hour-long video, but in conclusion, I'm like, you know, the whole thing was an experiment anyway. I was curious what would happen, and truly, I feel like no one on this planet will be neutral to me anymore. I don't feel like at all that I'll ever get a fair shake at all from anyone ever again. It's just not possible. The profit of being bad to me is too great. No one can actually, like, you know, put up with it. So it is what it is. You know, life goes on, and the 2-hour stream is there live. Go check it out when you get a chance. And tomorrow we go back to normal content. Tomorrow it's actually going to be the Level 1 podcast here on DSP Gaming. It's going to be DSP versus the internet over on DSP Reacts, and then it's going to be actually Like a Dragon Ishin finally on the late stream tomorrow night. Okay, guys, that is it. Thanks for watching. Tomorrow we get back to normalcy. The 2 days of drama are completely over. Back to regularly scheduled content tomorrow. I will not entertain.
Is this video fucked up?
2 days of drama are completely over. Back to regularly scheduled content tomorrow. I will not.
Oh my god. Whatever. I don't even care. I don't want to talk about it.
I don't care what this guy said, that guy said, nothing. Here we go. Tomorrow, back to normal grind of fun gameplay and chill streams. See you then. Peace out, everybody.
We're seeing this real weird flickering. Don't know where the fuck it came from. Well, I'm done streaming. This was a horrible time. And I streamed 20 hours yesterday. And I streamed today without doing anything. And my audio was so bad where people couldn't function. So I decided to not talk. But you was able to hear everything that happened. I don't have shit worth saying anyway. Thanks for stopping by. It was awful and really boring. DSP don't like the people he did interview with. The people that did interview with him don't like him. They're never going to talk about him again. Part 2 won't happen. we've been fun policed. That's the way life works sometimes.
What is Glow Gang? Well, Glow Gang is GLOGANG. It is Glory Boys. We are Glory Boys Entertainment. It is GBE, but it's short.
She woke up raw V-Trigger in a super and it beat that? Are you serious?
Peace out.
Yeah, I'm really happy we won't have part 2. I'm glad everybody wasted their fucking time too. Remember the arc about them getting questions from people? And DSP too. DSP did it too. Guys, send me some questions, man, please. Send Craig some questions. Literally none of them was. How exciting.
I actually have to turn off the stream,
You
don't
better
I?
talk to your dead fucking parents.
I'm like, later in peace out. Lean back. What am I doing? Oh yeah,
Thanks,
I turned the
DSP.
fucking stream off. Duh. Alright, see you later.
Brian, we fucking lost, dumbass.
What? Negative situation.
Fresh out the box. Stop. Look and watch. Ready yet? Get set. It's all.
Good night, Derek. See you later. And by the way,
Lil B, Kiki, what it do? Kiki. Alright, bro, so I'm saying we should look straight out the box. Look, the camera, look, shit going too hard. I'm too much swagger.
Oh my God. I'm gonna upload the interview restream thing too. It's like 8 hours long. Basically, it's already uploaded, but I have to do stuff. Y'all know how YouTube work. I'm not gonna explain it to you.
Glow Gang is
You upload a bunch of videos and get flagged and striked, and you have to dox yourself to a bunch of people to get your account back. And then you wait, and then you don't get it back, or you do get it back. That's how YouTube works.
We be on a lot of gang shit, you know.